With intense focus, VYL Craft stands atop a large, glowing dais. He commands his artifact, the Golden Hand, to activate and connect to the divine hammer, Mjolnir. As crackling energy surrounds him, he roars for a divine weapon to be created. From the raw power, a magnificent blade materializes, the Holy Sword of Light, also known as Ino Hidetsu no Kami. It gleams, radiating an aura of immense power. The scene shifts to a quiet moment. VYL stands alone inside what is meant to be his new workshop and the home he would share with his future wife. His thoughts are consumed by one person. He, VYL Craft, is bound by an engagement to Silica Hasanen. The focus moves to Silica herself. Her expression is cold and distant as she addresses VYL, stating her desire to break off their engagement. VYL reacts with utter disbelief, questioning her sudden change of heart. He reminds her that their engagement was arranged by their fathers and that they had promised to work hard together. He to inherit his father's smithy, she to take over the Hasanen company. As he speaks, he sees his brother, Setchin, in the background, and Silica declares she has found her true love. As she speaks of this love, a man's hand firmly grasps her wrist. The hand belongs to Setchin. He pulls Silica into a possessive embrace from behind and greets his brother with a simple, smug, "Hey, VYL." VYL stares, completely stunned, demanding to know when this happened. Silica explains that while VYL was prioritizing his work, Setchin was the one who comforted and supported her as she grieved for her adoptive father. She tells him, "He's different from you." Setchin dismisses his brother's shock, claiming it was unavoidable because he was desperately trying to save the Hasanen company from bankruptcy. VYL immediately refutes this, arguing that the company's recovery was only because a major contract coincidentally came through at just the right time. He looks towards Silica, a flicker of hope in his eyes, believing she must understand his accusation. But her response is a simple, cutting no. Setchin, standing beside her, questions VYL's claim that it was all a coincidence. With Setchin's arm possessively around her, Silica elaborates. She claims it was her own perseverance after her father's death that earned her recognition and success, not Setchin's intervention. Her explanation does nothing to soothe him. VYL's knuckles whiten as he realizes the timing of it all. The new home, the new shop, is far too perfect. Setchin coldly tells him to leave. In response to the order, VYL erupts, arguing that the building belongs to the Hasanen company and is Silica's property. Setchin smirks, retorting that this is now his and Silica's home, and there's no reason for her ex-boyfriend to live with them. Leaning his head against Silica's, Setchin delivers another blow. He smugly announces that his child is here, implying Silica is pregnant. She looks down, her silence a confirmation. The revelation pushes VYL past his breaking point. "Don't mess with me," he roars, lunging forward. Setchin merely taunts him not to yell, claiming he's scaring Silica. Overwhelmed with rage and betrayal, VYL turns away, shouting for them to take the house and the shop as he storms out. As he reaches the door, Silica calls out his name. When he turns, her request is not personal, but professional. She asks him not to quit because the Hasanen company would be in trouble if he stopped supplying them with weapons. Setchin adds that it's fine, as he can do the blacksmithing himself. His face is a mask of utter defeat. "It all has nothing to do with me anymore," he states, his voice hollow. Without another glance, he walks out, the door slamming shut behind him, leaving the other two in the now quiet workshop. Setchin's expression hardens as he watches the door, his mind flashing back to his youth. He remembers tearfully confronting his father, questioning why he was never seen as a potential successor, why his father always favored VYL. The memory shows VYL, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, blessed by the gods with a golden hand. The resentment from that time boils over into present satisfaction. He had always hated his brother for having everything: their father's trust, a divine gift, a beautiful fiancée. Without those things, VYL was just a common man, the same as him. A cruel grin spreads across Setchin's face as he thinks. And that's why I stole it all. As he and Silica stood in their newly acquired workshop, a knock sounded at the door. A moment later, the striking figure of Enrose, the seventh princess, entered bearing a large bouquet of flowers. She announced her presence and asked for the whereabouts of Hapusai. He looked on, confused, questioning the name Hapusai. Enrose cheerfully clarified that she had come to congratulate VYL Craft on opening his new shop, bringing flowers as a gift. The explanation only deepened Setchin's internal confusion. He couldn't understand why royalty would visit a simple smithy or why she was specifically seeking his brother. Her attention then shifted to Silica. Enrose identified her as the daughter of the Hasanen company's president and, more pointedly, as VYL's fiancée. With a wistful sigh, she commented on how envious she was that Silica was set to marry such a wonderful man, leaving Silica speechless and visibly unsettled by the word wonderful. Interrupting the tense moment, Setchin knelt before the princess. He corrected her, stating that the engagement between Silica and his brother had been broken. He then declared that VYL had already departed, and that he himself was now the proprietor of the shop. Anaros' expression shifted to one of surprise at this sudden turn of events. A slow, subtle smile spread across Anaros' lips as she processed the information. She confirmed her understanding of the situation. VYL was gone. She then posed a direct question, asking if it was correct to assume that he, Sechin, would be inheriting the business known as Hapusai. Eagerly, he confirmed that he would indeed be taking over everything, the shop and the Hapusai name. He bowed his head, assuring the princess that she need not worry, as he would assume all responsibility. And Rose watched him, her expression unreadable but sharp. With his assurance given, and Rose declared her business concluded and turned to leave. Sechin and Silica watched in silence as she departed from the workshop. Once outside, her demeanor changed entirely. She issued a sharp command to one of her accompanying guards. All business dealings with the Hassan Company were to be terminated at once. She then issued an emergency directive, her voice filled with urgency. Her forces were to search for VYL with all their might, as she was certain he could not have traveled far. Her true objective was now clear. Her search for VYL hitting a dead end. Princess and Rose presses a guard for information. While her brother may be taking over the business, she demands to know everything he knows about the title of Hapusai. Meanwhile, far from the capital, VYL walks alone. He glances at his left hand, covered by a dark material, before peeling it off and letting it fall away. Standing at the water's edge, he shouts for his golden hand to activate. He hardens his resolve, declaring that he will not return to the royal capital, even if they come to apologize. The thought triggers a memory of his youth, when he lay ill and asked his master what Hapusai meant. The memory flashes forward to him, connecting with the divine hammer Mjolnir. In the flashback, his master explains that Hapusai is the name for blacksmiths who possess the golden hand. He reveals the artifact, a simple ring, and clarifies that it houses a unique crafting skill, a tradition passed down through all previous generations of Hapusai. The memory shows him putting this power to the test, activating the super forging skill. His hammer glows with immense energy as he strikes down upon his anvil. Back in the present, VYL inspects the small, perfectly forged ingot. He muses that selling it would provide for his travels, but he must be careful not to produce too much and disrupt the financial market. His thoughts return to his master's lessons. He recalls the old man explaining that ordinarily a golden hand can only house a single skill for its wielder, but VYL's was different. The memory continues with his master revealing that VYL's golden hand contains 5 distinct crafting skills. The old man states that in the long history of the Hapusai, VYL is the only one to ever possess such a gift. The flashback concludes with the old man's final words. He explains that the Hapusai have honed their craft for ages to create divine instruments, and he bequeaths to VYL the one he forged, the divine hammer Mjolnir. He then passes on his title, declaring, VYL, from this day forward, you are the Hapusai. He had inherited the craft and the divine instrument from his grandfather, Gankozi Craft. For years, he had been the one maintaining the city's barrier, the hero's holy sword, and other crucial items commissioned by the king. Meanwhile, in the capital, Rose considered the current state of affairs. She reflected that the world and the kingdom owed their present peace to the presence of a Hapusai. A night, the hero Caroline asked if she should be informed of the situation. Rose confidently dismissed the concern, stating that since the hero's sword had only recently been maintained, it would be fine for at least a year. Caroline pressed the issue, expressing worry about the city's barrier now that the Hapusai was missing. Rose countered that VYL himself had said the blade wouldn't ship unless she fought a great ancient dragon, then waved a dismissive hand, declaring there was no need to inform the hero just yet. With a determined look, she turned to her guards. Let's go, she commanded, her voice ringing with authority. Her true intentions were clear in her mind. Find VYL and secure the capital's barrier. She mused that hero Caroline trusted VYL as a craftsman and was even fond of him as a man. With VYL now free, she had to get to him before any pesky insects did. As Rose plotted her course, VYL, far away, opened the box left to him by his master. He remembered his master's explanation on his deathbed. The maintenance work was just a business his father started to survive. It was not the true mission of the Hapusai. His brother Sechin could inherit the shop. VYL's purpose was different, to use the divine mirror Mjolnir as a reference and fulfill the true mission of the Hapusai. The memory of his master's hand on his head, comforting him as a crying child, surfaced. The old man had told him then that his destiny was to create an original divine instrument and offer it to the heavens. The ring-like artifact on his hand pulsed in response. He looked at the glowing artifact. He realized it had been showing him the way all along. With renewed purpose, he raised his hammer. He decided to begin his journey immediately, activating a rare and powerful artifact, a drift teleportation crystal. This SSS rank item would transport him to a random location he had never visited before, a perfect way to find new inspiration. As the crystal's energy enveloped him, his resolve hardened. He would travel the world, honing his craft and seeking inspiration, all to become a legendary artisan, just like his master, Gankozi. With that goal in mind, he vowed to create a divine instrument of incredible power, one that would rival the very Mjolnir that had guided him. But just as the teleportation activated, a piercing scream cut through the air. A monstrous bear lunged forward, its roar shaking the very ground. Caught in the vortex of the teleportation, he could only watch in horror as the beast's claws descended upon a small, cowering figure. He roared for it to stop, his voice lost in the swirling magic. The chaotic pull ceased, depositing him in a quiet forest under a crescent moon. He looked down, realizing he was now holding the person he had just seen in peril. He glanced back at the dissipating magical energy, the violent scene now a distant memory. Turning his attention to the trembling girl, he gently asked if she was okay. Her terrified eyes met his, and he froze in surprise. The girl he had saved was a beast person. Under the light of a crescent moon, BLACKSMITH comes across a small, terrified beast person girl. Her face is streaked with tears and dirt. He approaches cautiously, asking if she is all right. As he gets closer, he notices the thick, metal slave collar around her neck. He realizes she must be the property of a slave merchant. His gaze then falls upon the mangled corpse of a large monster nearby. He concludes that the merchant was eaten. Turning back to the girl, he sees she is injured and in pain. The girl lets out a sharp cry, her face contorted in agony from her injuries. In response, VYL decides to act. He tells her it would be better to stay still as he prepares to activate his golden hand ability. He kneels and cautiously extends his hammer towards her. Frightened, the girl recoils and hisses defensively. Her eyes, wide with terror and brimming with tears, fixate on the tool as it draws near. He offers a gentle smile, reassuring her that he isn't going to hurt her. With his skill active, VYL initiates a connection, touching the head of his hammer to the broken iron shackle clamped around her ankle. The girl cries out in shock as the metal magically flows back together. The skill, full repair, restores the shackle to a perfect, unbroken state, leaving her ankle unharmed beneath it. She stares in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asks what just happened. VYL calmly explains that he used his hammer to activate a skill called full repair, which mended the broken part of her shackle. He then informs the bewildered girl that he'd like to test another skill. As his golden hand glows, a beam of light shoots from his finger toward the thick collar on her neck. The collar instantly disintegrates into particles of light, vanishing from her throat. The skill's name echoes in the space between them. Disassemble. The girl clutches at her now bare neck, her eyes wide with shock. He smiles gently, explaining that he had to use that method because attempting to remove the collar by force would have caused it to detonate. With this, he declares, "You are free." The girl, still processing her sudden freedom, quietly introduces herself as Poro. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she leaps forward and throws her arms around him, tearfully thanking her big brother for saving her. VYL accepts her thanks, introduces himself as VYL, and suggests that since night is falling, they should prepare to make camp. He leads her to a small clearing and inspects a large tree, murmuring to himself that it should suffice. Poro watches from a distance, her head tilted in confusion. With his target selected, he raises his hammer and invokes a new skill, Forge, wood to log house. He brings the hammer down onto the trunk of the tree with a resounding thud. He watches with a satisfied expression as the tree begins to contort unnaturally. Roots and branches twist and weave together, reshaping themselves under the influence of his powerful crafting magic. Poro can only stare in utter astonishment, her jaw dropping. What? What is this?" she gasps, pointing with a trembling finger. The tree. It turned into a house. Before them now stands a fully formed, multi-story log house, intricately built into the living wood of the forest. VYL turns to her with a welcoming smile and gestures toward the entrance. Poro-chan, he says, "Welcome." Meanwhile, at the kingdom's border in the Gatenaiga region, a new crisis unfolds. A robed figure, accompanied by knights, gazes upon a terrifying sight, a great army of ancient dragons descending upon the land. The figure wonders aloud who could possibly be commanding such a force. In the next moment, the battlefield is transformed. A knight stares in stunned silence at a colossal mountain of ice that has erupted from the ground, encasing the entire dragon army. He can only manage a single, breathless word: ice. The source of this overwhelming power is revealed. Atop the frozen peak stands a woman of immense presence, her sword held at the ready. Below, a soldier looks on with reverence, identifying her with awe. It's the hero of the Ice Holy Sword, Lady Caroline Icebug. A female knight in full armor urgently addresses Hero Caroline. She argues that simply maintaining the town's defensive barrier is not a true solution and pleads that the hero of the ice is vital for the kingdom's peace, begging Caroline to accompany them to the royal castle. The knight's plea is met with a surprising reaction. She looks on, tearfully shocked, as Caroline wordlessly draws her long sword in response. With a focused gaze, she holds the blade level, inspecting its edge. She notes aloud that her sword has been chipped. The knight is utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming that the famously stoic Lady Caroline just smiled. Caroline nonchalantly replies that even a holy sword is a consumable item. As she says this, the blade dissolves into motes of light, vanishing completely. The knight shouts in disbelief. Perched on Caroline's shoulder, a small cat-like creature observes that she seems to be in a bad mood. In the distance, the cityscape of the royal capital, Gatenaiga, is visible. The creature playfully brushes its tail against Caroline's cheek, asking if she's only happy when she's with her beloved master. The cat spirit continues, boasting that its master's maintenance work is the absolute best, and that no one from the Hapuya organization has ever treated the holy sword with such care. It then confesses that it, too, loves VYL very much. The spirit explains its recklessness. VYL had promised it wouldn't get chipped until after defeating 100 ancient dragons. Caroline's expression hardens with resolve. She states that she is here because he is here, and that she swings her sword for VYL's sake. The spirit is ecstatic. Having arrived, they pause. Caroline pulls out a small mirror to check her appearance. The spirit, now on her head, reassures her that she's a beauty and has nothing to worry about. The door to a workshop creaks open. VYL Craft looks up from his work, his expression unreadable, and utters a standard greeting, "Welcome." He bows low, stammering in surprise at the sight of his visitor. "Lady Caroline," he exclaims. Before him stands the hero, arms crossed, with her sentient sword spirit perched casually atop her head, which blinks with a placid expression. She looks past the bowing craftsman, her gaze searching the workshop. "Where's VYL?" she asks. From the side, his brother, Setchin, steps forward, informing her with a slight bow that VYL is not present. With a smug expression, Setchin elaborates, telling Caroline to wait inside. He declares that his brother has been fired and that he is now the owner of the shop. As he speaks, the memory of VYL being violently thrown from the establishment flashes through his mind. Caroline's expression hardens at the news. Outside, VYL, having been cast out, realizes with alarm that this fool, his own brother, is the reason for her visit being disrupted. He immediately assumes she must be angry because her dedicated maintenance craftsman is suddenly gone. Inside, however, Caroline ignores Setchin's posturing and demands to know VYL's whereabouts, stating she needs him to repair her holy sword. In response, Setchin steps forward confidently. "In my brother's place," he announces, "I will perform the maintenance on the hero's ice holy sword, Icebug." Caroline's gaze is cold as she flatly tells him it's impossible for him to do so. As Caroline holds the blade defensively, its spirit form materializes. The cat-like creature muses that normally only Karo and Caroline and VYL can see it, but it wonders if perhaps VYL's brother might be an exception. She glares at Setchin, issuing a stern warning. "Do you understand what will happen if you fail?" she asks. Unfazed, Setchin grins broadly, boasting that he can do it. "My brother's work is a trifle. I'll have it done before breakfast. Leave it to me." Watching Caroline disappear into the shop, VYL remains outside, a thoughtful look on his face. He believes that once she witnesses Setchin's true, inferior abilities, she will surely continue to seek him out for her needs. Inside, Setchin's confidence reveals a malicious intent. He internally scoffs that his brother was merely born first. Now, he thinks, is his chance to steal everything precious to VYL. He begins his work, a sinister smile on his face. He begins his work with arrogant confidence, declaring that there's no reason he can't do what his brother can. With a forceful strike against the blade, he boasts about how simple the task is. The sword's spirit, Icebug, immediately cries out in pain, protesting that the force is too much and pleading for a more gentle touch. This blatant disrespect enrages the holy sword. Its spirit erupts into a monstrous, colossal feline form, roaring at the foolish craftsman to stop. Setchin is thrown back, screaming in terror as the manifestation's power strikes his arm. As the chaos unfolds, Caroline Icebug feels the weapon vibrating intensely. She notes grimly that her sword is absolutely furious. With a swift and decisive motion, she hurls the blade across the workshop. The sword lands perfectly in her grasp. Its spirit, now returned to its small cat-like form, perches atop the hilt and glares down at Setchin, scolding him for attempting a selfish maintenance without listening to the sword's own voice. The spirit continues its tirade, declaring Setchin to be worthless trash. It favorably compares VYL, who understood that tools have a heart and always handled it with care. In the background, a baffled Setchin mutters in disbelief, questioning how a mere object could possibly get angry. Inside the workshop, the hero Caroline Icebug addresses Setchin directly. She explains that her holy sword possesses its own will, and that VYL had performed maintenance that allowed it to achieve its highest performance. With a final, decisive tone, she declares that she will never return to this place again. His face contorts in a silent snarl. He cannot accept her judgment, internally seething that the difference in skill between him and his brother, VYL, is as vast as night and day, implying his own superiority. As he fumes, Caroline is already walking away. The small, cat-like spirit on her shoulder urges her to wait, just as Silica Hassanen rushes out from the back, desperately calling for Caroline to stop. Her pleas are ignored. Silica stops short, taking in the disarray of the workshop before her eyes land on Setchin, who has fallen to the floor. He mutters in disbelief, refusing to accept that he could be inferior to his brother. She approaches him, her expression hardening. Setchin tries to brush off the incident, claiming that losing one hero as a customer is no great loss when they have so many others. Silica retorts that he angered the hero of the ice, who has now vowed never to return. He reacts with a shocked "What?" Silica, her patience completely gone, screams at him. She explains that being spurned by Caroline is tantamount to being spurned by the entire country. Their business is finished. Her words only enrage Sechin further. He grabs her, shouting for her to be quiet and stop nagging, demanding to know what she's going to do about their deliverables. Their argument is cut short when an employee bursts in, breathlessly announcing that the royal family has submitted a notice to cancel their contract. The confrontation freezes. Sechin stares, his anger momentarily forgotten. Silica, still in his grasp, glares at the messenger and snaps that they are busy, ordering the man to get out. But her bravado fades as the employee's words sink in. Both she and Sechin stand in stunned silence, the single thought echoing between them. Their contract has been canceled. Meanwhile, far from the collapsing ambitions of the workshop, the young beast person girl, Poro, experiences simple joys. She delights in a warm bath, delicious food, comfortable new clothes, and a soft, fluffy bed, finally safe and cared for in a small wooden house. She watches, wide-eyed, as VYL explains his abilities. He points around the room, revealing he has used one of his item creation skills to grant the entire house an insulation effect. Then, gesturing to a glowing box, he adds that he used a skill called Super Alchemy on materials he gathered to create their meal. Hearing this, she excitedly declares he must be a magic user, before quickly correcting herself with an apology. Her innocent praise, however, triggers a painful memory for him. He recalls Silica's recent coldness, how she belittled his work, insisting that a true craftsman should be able to produce nearly 10,000 A-rank items in a single day. His somber reflection is interrupted as he realizes that, unlike Silica, he now has someone who properly praises him. His attention returns to Poro, who looks up at him with eyes full of awe and declares, "Big brother, you're a god." The title of god makes him think of his family's legacy. His grandfather, he recalls, was a genius of extraordinary talent. In comparison, his father's skill was lesser. He remembers watching his grandfather forge with explosive power, creating one amazing magical tool after another, while his father worked diligently and carefully, always crafting for the sake of another person. He was the one who learned his craft from both of them, the genius and the ordinary man. Bringing himself back to the present, he smiles gently at Poro. "I'm not a god," he clarifies, "just a simple blacksmith." He places a hand over his heart, his expression sincere. "With the things I create," he explains, "I only want to bring smiles to people's faces." His heartfelt declaration goes unheard. He turns to find that Poro has already fallen fast asleep in her bed. He realizes she must have been utterly exhausted. Later, lying in his own bed, VYL stares thoughtfully at the ceiling for a time before finally drifting off to sleep. His rest is shattered by a sudden, loud shout. "Poro, it's morning!" a voice cries out. Startled, VYL sits bolt upright in bed, his eyes wide with confusion. He awoke to the sight of someone else in his bed. A young woman, clad in simple, frilly undergarments, slept soundly beside him. She breathed softly, completely at ease, her light-toned hair fanned out across the pillow. His gaze took in the full sight of her, the furry ears atop her head a distinct feature. A question surfaced in his mind as he looked down at the sleeping form. Who is this girl? VYL sits up in bed, his mind hazy from sleep. He turns to see a young woman lying beside him and wonders who this girl could possibly be. He leans in for a closer look, noticing her animal-like ears and thinking she is quite beautiful. A sudden realization strikes him. Could it be her? Just then, the girl awakens with a wide stretch and a yawn, cheerfully greeting him as VYL Oni-chan. As she stretches, her more mature figure becomes apparent, shaking slightly. VYL stares, confirming that it is indeed Poro. He blurts out in surprise, questioning if she has somehow grown up. Now fully awake and looking directly at him with the face of a young woman, she confirms her identity. She is Poro, and it seems she has undergone an existence evolution. Later, Poro stands before him, now dressed in a new, stylish outfit. She thanks him, noting how easy it is to move in the clothes he made. VYL, still processing, asks for an explanation of existence evolution. Poro clarifies that beings with beast person blood, which is mixed with monster blood, evolve to a higher rank when they absorb a large amount of magic. It is the same principle that governs monster evolution. She explains that the food VYL had prepared for her was so rich in magical power that it triggered her transformation. Now prepared for their journey, VYL asks Poro if she is certain about coming with him. She replies that she has no home to return to. VYL seems relieved, but Poro then formally asks to be allowed to serve by his side, explaining that her evolution has also changed her personality and manner of speaking. Without warning, Poro leans in and kisses the stunned VYL, boldly stating that she can even bear his children now. Flustered, VYL shouts that he understands and tries to run, but she calls after him, asking him to wait. After reaching an understanding, the two travel onward. VYL, who had been expecting to find a village, stops short as his boot splashes into a body of water. His eyes follow the water to a weathered wooden signpost. The name carved into it reads, "Dead End." VYL mutters to himself about the ominous name, for a village. Before them stretches a vast lake, not a settlement. VYL wonders aloud where the village could be. With their destination now a mystery, they begin walking along the shoreline, heading into the adjacent woods. He spots people standing in the water near the far shore of the lake. Turning to Poro, he announces that he will go and ask them what's going on. As they approach, an elderly man leaning on a staff greets them. He introduces himself as Arthur, the village chief, and confirms to a stunned Poro that Dead End Village is, in fact, at the bottom of this very lake. Arthur elaborates on their misfortune, explaining that recent heavy rains caused a flood that completely submerged their homes. He laments that the village has no young people left, only the elderly, who are powerless to do anything about their situation. Having heard their story, VYL turns and walks along the water's edge. Poro follows close behind, calling out to him and asking where he is going. He pauses, looking back over the vast expanse of water covering the landscape. It dawns on him that the village's name, Dead End, was a literal description of its fate, a place destined to be flooded and cut off. His gaze hardens with resolve. An idea takes root in his mind. He thinks he might be able to help. VYL raises his hammer high, invoking its power. He commands his divine hammer, Mjolnir, to undergo a form change. The tool instantly expands to a colossal size, leaving the onlooking villagers utterly speechless with shock. Poro stares in amazement as VYL hefts the massive hammer, preparing to unleash a mighty blow. With a grunt of effort, he begins a powerful swing. With a powerful swing, VYL smashes his hammer into the ground, causing the earth to crack and shudder. The beast person girl, Poro, cries out in surprise as the village chief exclaims at the size of the hole being formed. He lifts his hammer again, declaring he'll strike it once more. The tool spins with practiced ease as he prepares for a second impact. The hammerhead connects with the fractured ground, and from the point of impact, a jet of water suddenly shoots into the air. In a tremendous explosion of pressure, the ground erupts, sending a massive geyser of water and rock fragments bursting outwards. Satisfied with his work, VYL observes the result. A new channel carved into the earth, now filled with a steady flow of water. The channel leads to a vast, newly formed crater, which is rapidly filling. VYL identifies it for the others, a reservoir. As the water continues to pour into the newly created basin, the village chief urgently tells everyone to return to the village. The scene reveals the extent of the earlier devastation. The village is in ruins, with homes splintered and collapsed into piles of debris. Surveying the wreckage, the chief laments that the old wooden houses couldn't withstand the water. Unfazed, VYL presents a piece of common or questioning what he should make. He then activates his golden hand, transforming the simple rock into a glowing, perfectly formed black cube. He leaps into the air above the ruins, unleashing his power. A wave of energy radiates from him as he combines the concepts of forge and full repair. Below him, the shattered remains of the buildings begin to magically lift and reassemble themselves with startling speed. He stands proudly before the newly constructed building, announcing with a smile that the repairs are complete, and even took the liberty of reinforcing the structures. The village chief and other residents stare in utter disbelief. The chief wonders aloud if VYL used some form of grand magic, noting that the buildings look even sturdier than before. Another villager exclaims that the houses are fixed, questioning if he is dreaming. The entire village stands fully restored, its new wooden buildings looking clean and robust under the bright sky. In response to this miracle, the villagers, led by their chief, bowed deeply in gratitude. The chief thanks him profusely, explaining that the elders can now live in peace. VYL, however, cheerfully dismisses their formality, stating that with his golden hand, a task like this is a simple warm-up before breakfast. Later, gathered around a warm fire, the village chief insists on rewarding VYL, asking what he might desire. He explains that their consciences won't rest until they have properly repaid their benefactor. VYL seems troubled by the offer, scratching his head as he tries to think of something he wants. An idea suddenly strikes him. He turns to the chief and asks if they happen to have any unusual weapons or tools. The chief looks back, puzzled by the strange request. VYL's mind flashes to a specific object, a massive, ornate greatsword, heavily bound by wooden planks covered in sealing talismans. He asks about what he identifies as a U2, a cursed sword. The village chief recounts its dark history. Long ago, a hero saved the village by defeating an evil god with that very blade, but the hero went mad afterward. The chief's ancestors then sealed the cursed sword within a shrine to contain its power. Ignoring the dire warning, VYL now holds the massive weapon aloft, the seal shattered at his feet. The chief and Poro stare in horror. The chief exclaims that such a brutal weapon is difficult for them to even approach, and asks if VYL is all right. VYL, seemingly unaffected, merely remarks on its cruel appearance. He turns to his companions, telling the chief and Poro to wait outside. Poro immediately objects, her voice filled with worry as she insists that she cannot protect him if she is not by his side. He announces his intention to get the work done quickly. The village chief, however, looks on with trepidation, warning VYL that the sword once belonged to a very powerful witch. Ignoring the warning, He brings his hammer down upon the cursed blade. A powerful ability activates within him. Universal Destruction, Level 1, Disassemble. As a result of the ability, the thick layers of rust that have accumulated over long years of being sealed away begin to flake and fall from the greatsword surface. He lifts the restore blade, its steel now clean and bright. He speaks to the weapon with a sense of pity, remarking on how it must have suffered, sealed away for so long while covered in rust and the bloodstains of its past. VYL stood holding the strange sword as in rows, perplexed, asked who he was talking to. He explained that by trying to understand the sword's feelings, he was able to hear its voice. The moment he finished speaking, dark, shadowy tendrils erupted from the sword's hilt, violently wrapping around his hand and forearm. He grimaced as the corruption spread. Enrose cried out a warning for him to stay back. VYL, gritting his teeth, realized the sword was cursed to make its wielder run rampant, a truly malevolent blade. In a violent eruption, the dark energy burst forth, coalescing into a monstrous shadow beast that towered over them. It immediately seized the village chief, its disembodied voice questioning the identity of the man it now held. As the beast held its captive, Enrose explained that while the spirits of holy swords are invisible to most, this cursed blade must also have one. She recalled this singular flaw of a holy sword. Only the chosen one can wield it. VYL, still connected to the beast, realized that a tool that can't be used by anyone is the true problem. His eyes narrowed in defiance, the dark energy still clinging to his face. He declared that a sword usable by only one specific person, that is the true curse. Hearing his declaration, both Enrose and the captive village chief cried out his name, desperately urging him to release his grip on the cursed weapon at once. But the monstrous spirit itself spoke, its voice echoing with despair. It lamented that it drives mad any who touch it, which is why it was sealed away in this underground chamber, utterly alone and ignored by all. His expression softened with understanding. Looking down at the weapon in his hand, for which a single drop of liquid fell like a tear, he quietly acknowledged its long suffering. The spirit's form wavered, its voice a desperate plea. It begged to be broken, to finally be granted peace. The monstrous spirit, its form still writhing, expresses a final, desperate wish. It wants the people who use tools to be happy, and for the tools themselves to find happiness in their use. Hearing this plea, VYL remains resolute as the dark tendrils of the curse creep across his face. He declares that he will not abandon a tool that is crying out for help. He activates his power, the golden hand, unleashing a wave of energy that violently repels the cursed tendrils from the sword's blade. Below, Enrose, Poro, and the freed village chief watch in astonishment. His eyes burn with conviction as he announces his identity as a blacksmith of the Hapuya. It is his job, he proclaims, to fix tools. He then raises his glowing hammer high, vowing that he will be the one to complete the blade. He bestows upon it a new name, Yuzora, the night sky. As he speaks, the chaotic mass of the cursed spirit begins to coalesce, its dark energy swirling violently as it is drawn back towards the sword. With a final, mighty blow, he brings his hammer down upon the blade, initiating a super reforging. The impact creates a blinding explosion of power that blasts outward, sending the onlookers reeling. Far away, in the Gitaniga kingdom, the hero Caroline Icebug is suddenly stopped by her companion. The sword spirit, Ice, perched on her shoulder, seems agitated, asking where VYL has gone. Confused, Caroline asks what has gotten into him. Elsewhere, a mysterious robed figure watches a distant pillar of light pierce the sky. The black cat beside them observes that a new holy sword has just been born. As the monstrous entity born from the cursed sword lunges forward, VYL stands his ground, hammer in one hand, and raising the other to meet the tide of dark energy. The chaotic energy converges not on VYL, but on the sword he forged. The blade glows intensely as characters spelling blood curse appear on its surface, only to shatter and be purged by a brilliant flash of light. From that purifying light, the sword emerges transformed into a pristine blade. The dark curse is gone, and in its place, the graceful form of a woman materializes, her long hair flowing as she descends. She floats before VYL, her gaze fixed upon him. She begins to greet him as a genius craftsman, but quickly corrects herself, addressing him instead as her creator. VYL, now holding the completed weapon, is stunned into silence. The spirit introduces herself as Yuzora, the sword spirit of this dark holy sword, and thanks him for giving her a name. The realization dawns on VYL. He is holding a holy sword. Yuzora elaborates, confirming that he is indeed the creator of this holy sword, and that she was reborn from the cursed blade he just purified. Nearby, Poro and the village chief can only stare in awe at the unbelievable scene. Her attention then shifts to the beast person girl. Yuzora asks if anyone besides her creator can see her form. Poro, blushing, confirms that she can, adding that the spirit is very beautiful. Without warning, VYL tosses the holy sword toward Poro, shouting for her to take it. Panicked, Poro cries out that only a hero is supposed to be able to use such a weapon. Yuzora's composed demeanor shatters. Her eyes widen in absolute shock at Vyl's reckless and unprecedented action. But Poro catches the sword. To everyone's astonishment, she begins to swing it, the blade moving through the air with an impossible fluid grace. Her own expression is one of complete confusion as she performs the feat. She holds the dark blade, explaining that simply by holding it, she understands how to swing it. The beast person girl, Poro, says the inspiration for this came from Vyl that very morning. Hearing this, Vyl confirms her suspicion. He explains that he caused the sword to undergo a substance evolution, a phenomenon the sword spirit Yozora declares is unprecedented. He elaborates for a stunned Poro, recalling that holy swords are typically weapons brought to earth by divine messengers. Remembering a tradition his grandfather taught him, that craftsmen in the Far East carve their names into their swords, he decided to try it, infusing the blade with the power of his golden hand as he did so. The memory of his grandfather, Genkozi, surfaces, a vision of the old man, beaming with pride, declaring that Vyl is the first human to ever forge a holy sword. Back in the present, Poro questions his somber expression, asking why he isn't celebrating the creation of a divine weapon. Vyl reflects internally, realizing he is the first to achieve what his grandfather, Genkozi, always regretted being unable to do: create a holy sword. His expression hardens with resolve. He clarifies that he doesn't consider this a true creation from scratch, but rather the completion of an abandoned project. Yozora addresses him as creator, adding that what matters more to her is his own happiness. A warm smile spreads across his face as he declares a new ambition: to one day forge a divine weapon from scratch, one that will bring him true satisfaction. Elsewhere, the creation of the sword sends a brilliant pillar of light into the sky. The hero, Caroline Iceberg, and her spirit familiar, Ice, watch from high vantage point. The cat-like spirit gasps that it's impossible. From another location, a mysterious robed figure and a black cat familiar also observe the phenomenon. The cat remarks that this holy sword was not sent down from the divine realm, but was born in this world. The robed figure, in Rose, lets out a small scoff, her expression initially dismissive. But as the reality of the situation sinks in, her eyes widen in astonishment. Perched on her shoulder, the cat spirit Ice shares her shock. A human had created a holy sword. Her astonishment quickly melts into a fit of laughter, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Nearby, the hero Caroline Iceberg looks on, perplexed, asking her own companion why Anne Rose is laughing so much. Turning her gaze towards the hero, Anne Rose asks with a knowing smile, "Don't you get it, Ice?" Deliberately using the cat spirit's name to address the hero of the Ice Holy Sword. The hero, Caroline Iceberg, stands poised for action, her sword spirit Ice expressing alarm. Caroline, however, is resolute, declaring that the world will now recognize Vyl's power. Her immediate goal is clear. She must locate the new holy sword. Her cat-like spirit, Ice, seems to question if the power they sense truly belongs to Vyl. Meanwhile, Vyl sits alone, contemplating his next destination. He considers traveling to the Madoka's empire, but ultimately dismisses the idea, deciding that anywhere is fine as long as it is not his former kingdom. His decision made, he now travels in a horse-drawn carriage. Poro, the beast person girl, holds the reins, remarking how fortunate they were to have received the carriage. The gift came from the grateful villagers, who waved them off as a reward for saving their town. Vyl found he couldn't refuse their generosity. Poro, now holding the dark holy sword Yozora, asks Vyl if it is truly all right for her to be equipped with such a weapon. He looks at her kindly and assures her that this is for the best. He encourages her to take good care of Yozora and to one day use its power to bring a smile to someone's face. Poro, touched, quietly wonders if she can become proficient. Just then, Anne Rose materializes from a sword. Stretching languidly, she comments on the pleasant air and announces that, as a thank you, she will personally teach Poro the art of swordsmanship. The girl shouts with joy at the offer. Their celebration is cut short as a sudden, violent gust of wind slams into the carriage. Poro cries out in alarm, questioning the source of the powerful gale. The source reveals itself, a colossal, scaly monster with a gaping maw of razor-sharp teeth. It lets out a guttural growl, towering menacingly over their small transport. Vyl leaps from the carriage, his eyes wide as he identifies the creature as a green dragon. He yells a warning that it is attacking from the sky as the beast descends upon them. As the dragon looms, Anne Rose calmly observes that her creator, Vyl, seems to view monsters only as sources of material. Indeed, a look of determination crosses Vyl's face as he realizes the scales of a green dragon would make for excellent armor. As Vyl looked on, Anne Rose declared her intention to train Poro. The beast person girl was aghast, crying out in disbelief at the prospect of sudden, real combat. She confidently told the others to leave this to her. Her voice nearly drowned out as the green dragon let out a deafening, furious roar. In an instant, Anne Rose took to the air, carrying Poro with her. She commanded the young girl to get ready, and Poro, gripping the dark sword Yozora, affirmed her readiness. The girl was then sent flying towards the towering green dragon. from the ground. VYL watched in awe as Enrose observed the unfolding attack with sharp focus. Poro let out a determined cry as she closed the distance. She brought the sword down in a powerful arc, striking the dragon squarely on its head. The blade connected with a dull thud, failing to pierce the thick scales. Poro, surprised by the lack of effect, still managed to exclaim that she did it for VYL, while Aneros' confident expression faltered into shock. The blow left only a shallow scratch, enraging the beast. As the dragon turned its fury on her, Poro froze in terror. Enrose urgently shouted for her to look forward, calling out the name of the sword, Yazora. Within a swirling abyss of despair, Enrose holds a massive, glowing blade. She speaks, her voice echoing with power, instructing not to sheathe one's feelings, lest the light of the heart's sword fade away. She urges to open one's eyes and feel with the heart, for even in the darkest despair, a light of hope can be seen. Nearby, VYL and Poro watch with intense focus. Responding to this moment, Enrose spots her opening and shouts that now is the time. Declaring that she too will join the fray, she lunges forward. A colossal burst of energy erupts from her attack, completely engulfing the green dragon. The force of the blow is absolute. The dragon's massive head is consumed by the brilliant, destructive light, its scaly form disintegrating against a backdrop of stars. In that instant of overwhelming power, a vision manifests. The ethereal, giant form of Enrose serenely cradles a miniature VYL in her open palm, from which a single star of light shines brightly. As the energy of the attack subsides, Poro stands firm, the dragon's tail thrashing in the background. Enrose reports to VYL that they have succeeded. Poro, looking somewhat spent, adds that she wasn't even able to draw out 1% of her true power. Sometime later, Enrose reflects on the battle. She turns to VYL, remarking that it would be a problem if he were unable to defeat an enemy of that caliber in a single strike. He responds with a bright smile, simply calling her name, Yazora. Poro looks on as Enrose gives a slight, silent nod of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in another location, Caroline Icebug, concealed within a hooded cloak, discusses the gravity of the situation. She explains that a single holy sword holds enough power to destroy a nation, and VYL is the one who can create them. She poses a question to her companion. What would happen if VYL's existence became known to the various countries? Her companion, the cat Spirit Ice, reacts with shock, realizing that the desire for VYL's power would surely lead to war. Caroline agrees, but states that this is not the most important point. The crucial thing, she insists, is to act before the world discovers that VYL was the one who created a holy sword. With a determined blush, she makes a stunning declaration. She will propose marriage to VYL before anyone else can. Ice is flabbergasted, shouting in disbelief. Caroline explains that if it becomes known that VYL is a divine craftsman capable of creating holy swords, women from all over the world will flock to him, seeking his hand in marriage. She flew with grim determination, vowing that she would not allow it. Her sword spirit, Ice, specified their destination. The holy sword was located in Dead End Village, a remote settlement on the border with the Empire. The mention of the Empire brought a new player into focus. A hooded woman with light hair processed the information with a grave expression, realizing this meant the Empire's own hero was now in play. Suddenly, a deafening roar ripped through the air, startling VYL and his companions. He yelled upwards, demanding to know what new threat had arrived, while Poro cried out in fear. High above, a formidable new warrior with an eye patch descended, her presence immediately noted by Caroline, who identified her as a combatant from Madoka's empire. The warrior from the Empire wasted no time. A colossal bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, erupting in a blinding explosion near the group. Shielding himself from the blast, VYL's eyes widened in horrified recognition as he questioned if the attacker was who he thought it was. His fears were confirmed. Hovering amidst the dissipating energy, the eye-patch-wearing warrior smirked, her thorny weapon held ready. Her gaze locked onto VYL, and she spoke with chilling familiarity. "Found you, teacher." A woman with an eye patch and a thorny whip approaches VYL's group, greeting him familiarly. "Sensei, it's been a while," she exclaims. Enrose, stepping forward protectively, eyes the newcomer with suspicion and demands to know who she is. VYL shouts for them to wait, but the eye patch-wearing warrior ignores him, her gaze locked on Enrose. With a confident smirk, she declares that she will be the one to test her. Without another word, she lashes out. Her thorny whip cuts through the air, aimed directly at Enrose. Enrose parries the strike with her sword, the clash of metal and thorns ringing out. The warrior proudly announces her weapon as her partner, the Thunder Holy Sword, Thundersoen. Aneros' eyes widen in surprise, realizing she is facing another holy sword. The warrior explains that there are 6 holy swords on this continent, and their 6 wielders are all beautiful young women. She then challenges Enrose directly, questioning if she is truly capable of protecting her sensei. She formally introduces herself, Rika Thundersoen, the hero of thunder. From a distance, a cloaked figure watches the confrontation unfold. Rika's thorny whip finds its mark, wrapping tightly around Anaro's lower leg. "Eat this," Rika shouts, pulling hard on the whip. She announces her special move, single hook fishing, as she attempts to yank Rose off her feet. Rose cries out, surprised by the hero's aggressive tactic. The whip, however, meets the edge of Anaros' blade and snaps. "Hard!" Rika exclaims in disbelief, wondering how her holy sword whip failed to cut the blade. Rose calmly states that she has no hobby of bullying children. The severed length of the thorny whip flies back towards its wielder as Rose stands completely unfazed by the encounter. Her counterattack erupts in a massive blast of force, sending Rika thundersown hurtling backward through the air. As she tumbles uncontrollably, her trajectory is abruptly halted. A solid block of air materializes from nothing, and she collides with it in a thunderous impact that echoes across the landscape. Below, Wildcraft stands ready, hammer in hand, revealed as the one who created the barrier to stop her fall. His face is a mask of concentration. From the sidelines, Rose coolly orders her opponent to vanish, while the airborne Rika recognizes the grave danger she is in. Rose, however, is simultaneously struck by a staggering realization. Rika's initial thunderous assault had possessed enough power to completely obliterate a mountain. He moves swiftly, catching the falling warrior securely in his arms just before she can hit the ground. He looks down at the warrior in his arms and offers a gentle apology. He reassures her, explaining that she shouldn't feel bad. Her opponent was just overwhelmingly powerful. Her gaze shifts past him to Poro, the beast person girl standing nearby. With sudden intensity, Rika declares the girl is far too weak, proclaiming that she refuses to acknowledge her as the sensei's woman. Vyl, completely taken aback, begins to protest that Poro is not his partner, just as another explosion tears through the distant landscape. With a confident gaze, the warrior Rika addresses Vyl directly. She reminds him of their promise, declaring that if she wins their duel, he will become her groom. He reacts with exasperation, questioning if she is still serious about what he considered a joke. Beside him, Poro shares a shocked expression at Rika's earnestness. Ignoring his protests, she begins to swing her thorny whip in a wide arc, proclaiming that today she will make him hers. As she does, the sky above them begins to rumble and crackle with immense energy. From a distance, Rose observes the terrifying display, noting that Rika hadn't shown this level of power in their previous fight. Below, Rika announces her new special technique to Vyl, then shouts, "Go, Thunder Dragon!" A colossal dragon formed entirely of crackling lightning materializes from the storm cloud she summoned, letting out a deafening roar as it takes shape. The beast of lightning lunges toward Vyl. He stands his ground, raising his hammer to meet the attack, realizing he must use one of his skills. The massive electrical entity descends, its power described as all creation destruction at level max, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Just before impact, a swirling vortex of dark energy erupts from Vyl's hammer, forming a solid, circular shield that completely intercepts the dragon's attack. Rika stares in disbelief, stunned that her ultimate attack was so easily broken. Rose is impressed by Vyl's power, while Poro marvels at his strength, wondering if he has finally released the hammer's restrictions. Poro turns to Rika, asking about the evil eye. With a newly serious expression, Rika identifies Vyl by title, wielder of the evil eye. She explains the terrifying nature of her power, known as the evil eye of the death god. Any living thing caught in the gaze of her right eye perishes instantly, a fact demonstrated by the spectral, skeletal figure of death that looms over her. She reveals this curse was inflicted upon her by a dangerous individual when she was young. Vyl listens as she continues her story. Because of this curse, any attempts at treatment failed, and she would always revert to her dangerous state. As a result, she was locked away in a dungeon, a memory showing her bound and forced into the darkness below. He takes over the explanation, revealing that her eye is considered a cursed item. For a wielder of a holy sword, possessing an evil eye was a grave issue. The Empire searched for someone capable of dispelling the curse, and as a last resort, they summoned him. He clarifies that he was unable to remove the curse itself. The only thing he could accomplish was the creation of a sealing magic tool, an ornate device designed to fit over her eye and completely suppress its deadly power. Rika concludes her tale, her voice heavy with the memory of being locked away in a dark dungeon for a long time. Because of her eye, she was feared by everyone as a god of death, leading to her prolonged isolation. Rika rushes towards Vyl, her voice filled with urgency. She explains that she came running because she realized the birth of the Holy Sword was a feat only he could accomplish. She confesses that she doesn't want to be a woman who is merely protected. She wants to become strong enough to defeat him. Vyl looks on, stunned, as she declares her desire for him, just as a new Holy Sword is born. His expression softens into a gentle smile. He calmly addresses her by name, Rika, and makes a simple request. Remove the seal on your eye. He then asks if she will entrust her life to him. In the background, Poro cries out in alarm, fearing for Vyl's life, while Rose watches silently. Rika, after a moment of stunned silence, makes her decision. With fierce resolve, she agrees, declaring that she will offer her life to the master who possesses the hands of a god. Accepting her pledge, VYL says, "All right, I'll do it." He reaches out and swiftly removes the ornate eye patch covering her right eye. With the seal gone, the intricate, cursed pattern within Rika's eye becomes visible. VYL's unique perception allows him to see the very structure of the curse, and he exclaims that he can see an error, a flaw in the cursed item. He shouts, "Here I go," and invokes a powerful ability, All Thing Destruction. He unleashes a brilliant flash of energy in a technique he calls super forging. The force of the process engulfs Rika, sending both of them hurtling high into the sky amidst the clouds. Moments later, the torrent of power subsides. VYL and Rika stand facing each other, the air still crackling from the immense energy that was just released. Rika tentatively brings her hands to her face, touching the area around her right eye in disbelief. Her voice trembles as she asks, "Master, you're alive, right?" VYL calmly confirms that he is. Her eyes widen in astonishment. VYL begins to explain that Anaro's sword, Yozora, was originally a cursed demonic blade. He reveals that Rika's right eye was a similar cursed item, and he was able to transform it into a divine weapon, much like the Dark Holy Sword. The key, he clarifies, was not to remove the eye itself, but to understand the structure of its curse. He continues, stating that he didn't create it from nothing. Instead, he disassembled the cursed item and then reconstructed it. This process, he concludes, was a form of rebirth. He is taken aback as Rika, her eye now healed, makes another demand. She excitedly asks him to use his other special move on her. Before he can properly react, she lunges, tackling him to the ground. His hammer flies from his grasp as he cries out from the impact and her weight. Tears of gratitude stream down her face as she thanks him profusely for truly breaking the curse. As VYL notes that she has also grown stronger, Rika, overjoyed, declares that he has acknowledged her and asks him to marry her. He flatly refuses, much to her dismay. Later that night, within the Gedanaiga kingdom, a lone figure works at a bench inside a dimly lit workshop. A concentrated point of energy flares, imprinting a complex rune onto a metal surface. A sword is presented, and a ring is held ready. The process culminates in the creation of a uniquely crafted, powerful-looking blade. The craftsman, VYL's brother Sechin, holds up a different creation, a circular, spiked device bearing the same rune. With a smug grin, he marvels that with a push of this, he can disguise anything he wants. He turns to a mysterious robed figure standing in the shadows of the doorway, thanking them for their help. The figure simply replies that it was nothing. As the figure pulls their hood lower, a sinister smile spreads across their shadowed face. They think to themselves about the curse of disguise they have just provided. Enro speaks with seductive confidence, suggesting that with her new right eye, she can make her sensei do whatever she desires. She then proposes a wager. If she wins their contest, he must agree to become her husband. Putting her plan into motion, she activates the artifact, shouting out its name, Eye of the Time King, and commands it to stop her teacher's time. The power activates, but not on its intended target. Instead, the Beast Person girl, Poro, is frozen mid-struggle, pinned helplessly beneath a surprised Rose. Observing from the side, VYL explains with a knowing smile why the ability failed to affect him. He reveals that he was the one who created Rika's divine artifact, the Eye of the Time King. He reasons that gods would not want to be killed by their own creations, so such artifacts are built with a safety measure. He turns to Rika, clarifying that while he won't become her husband, he will keep the fact that her eye was healed a secret from the Emperor. He then inquires about His Majesty's health. As their journey continues, VYL gazes upon the magnificent and sprawling imperial capital, remarking on its constant splendor. He then points out a shimmering dome in the distance, asking Rika and Poro what it is. While Poro cannot see it, VYL identifies it as a structure covering the entire city, a work of the founder. From a nearby perch, and Rose explains that he is seeing the barrier that protects the city. She notes that it is invisible to normal people, which must mean VYL's level as a craftsman has risen, enhancing his perceptive abilities. VYL realizes with surprise that this is the first time he has ever seen a barrier, despite having performed maintenance on them before. The group, VYL, Rika, and Poro, ascends a grand staircase, making their way toward the imposing imperial castle. Within the throne room, Rika stands before a regal woman lounging on the throne. She announces her return to Her Majesty, who acknowledges her by name. As the group stands before the throne, Rika explains that the leader of the empire is indeed a woman, Empress Artemis. She recounts a time when the capital faced an unprecedented crisis, and the Empress, the first in the empire's history, personally led her private forces to defend the nation, a vision of her as a fierce warrior flashing through their minds. The Empress herself, now elderly and frail upon her throne, interrupts her own coughing fit to greet VYL, remarking that it has been some time. VYL bows his head slightly, formally greeting Her Majesty Artemis in return. She apologizes for her severe cough, which racks her body. As the Empress struggles to compose herself, Rika leans in to explain to VYL that it was Her Majesty who requested his help with Rika's curse. She thanked him again for lifting it not once, but twice. Her coughing subsides, but her hand trembles over a basin held before her. With a grim finality, the Empress states that she does not have much longer to live. VYL is taken aback, questioning her mention of a breaking body. The Empress confirms it, stating that her doctors have given her very little time. Despite the grim news, she seems content, expressing her happiness at being able to thank him properly before she dies. She dismisses his concern, declaring that since he saved one of her heroes, he is a benefactor to the Empire, and she will grant him anything. In response, VYL places a hand over his heart and says that he has but one request. He looks at the ailing monarch with unwavering resolve and asks for her permission to heal her breaking body. The Empress seems unconvinced, explaining that all the doctors, and even the Saintess, have given up on her. She points out that he is a blacksmith. His skills are for objects, not people. VYL counters that while he cannot cure illness, his skills are different. He can mend injuries and even replace what is lost. Her Majesty falls into a thoughtful silence. Rika, however, bursts with enthusiasm, urging the Empress to let VYL examine her, proclaiming he is like a god. After a moment of consideration, the Empress quietly agrees. Resting back on her throne, the Empress gazes at the young craftsman. She declares that since he was able to heal Rika, she will place her trust in him. With the Empress's consent, VYL begins the procedure. Tapping the ring on his finger with his hammer, he calls out its name, Golden Hand. A surge of crackling energy erupts, forming a spectral hand as he commands it to activate. With a focused gaze, VYL Craft slams his hammer down, channeling his power into the object before him. A wave of energy radiates outwards as the artifact is fully repaired in a single, decisive blow. The act unleashes a blinding flash of white light. For a moment, VYL's mind is flooded with a searing vision. A woman, her form indistinct, being consumed by roaring flames. Moments later, as he and his companions walk down a grand palace hallway, a brilliant, seven-colored light catches their attention. Enrose remarks on its beauty, but their awe is broken by a guard sprinting past, shouting that it is an emergency and he must reach the Emperor. The commotion draws a stern-faced officer, whom Enrose identifies as Colonel Akaku. The colonel demands to know the Emperor's whereabouts and what has happened. He is informed that His Majesty is currently undergoing treatment. Enrose then introduces VYL's group as guests, also acknowledging Rika. The colonel's expression darkens as he receives a grave report. He announces that the barrier device protecting the capital has been destroyed, and worse, monstrous creatures known as magic insects are now advancing on the city. From their position on a high balcony, the group looks out over the imperial capital, the scale of the impending disaster laid out before them. The sky darkens with a swarm of the magic insects. Creatures of various sizes, with multiple eyes and spindly, unnatural limbs, descend upon the city like a plague. Rika stares in disbelief, her face a mask of frustration as she mutters about the absolute worst timing for such a catastrophe. She whirls on the colonel, demanding he repair the barrier immediately. He counters that it's already broken and the insects are invading. Rika declares she will fight them herself, but the colonel sternly forbids it, ordering her to focus on evacuating the citizens while he handles the monsters. The colonel laments that there are no technicians in the country capable of fixing the device. At that moment, VYL steps forward with a calm smile. He announces that he can repair the barrier in an instant, leaving both the colonel and Rika utterly speechless. He wastes no time, pressing his hand against the shattered barrier device and shouting for his golden hand to activate. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the point of contact. Looking down from the palace balcony, he assesses the damage, recognizing the intricate, broken magic circle on the ground below. He realizes with grim certainty that it's the same kind of magic formation he encountered with the evil eye. But instead of focusing on the device, he launches himself from the balcony, soaring directly toward one of the largest approaching magic insects. With his hammer held high, he prepares to engage the monster mid-air as the swarm scuttles forward on the ground. As he swings his hammer, he unleashes not a physical blow, but a wave of pure power. A command echoes in the air. Reconstruction. The targeted magic insect is caught in a vortex of energy, its monstrous form violently disintegrating into particles of light. The effect cascades through the swarm. The single attack blossoms into a shower of destructive light, piercing and annihilating the magic insects on the ground in a devastating barrage. From the palace balcony, Colonel Akaku, Rika, and Poro can only watch, their faces frozen in astonishment. The entire crowd is stunned into silence by the instantaneous and overwhelming display of power. He lands softly on the now clear ground, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the lingering brilliance. With a confident smirk, he wonders aloud if the light was perhaps too bright for the insects, before taking a determined step forward. Within the capital, Colonel Akiyaku reports that the magic insects were annihilated in an instant. He explains that he has upgraded the barrier, which can now be maintained without a physical device and will instantly destroy any monster that touches it. He continues his frantic explanation, shouting that it's foolish to think the barrier device would degrade and break on its own so quickly. Someone must have destroyed it. He points out that the barrier is invisible to humans, questioning how VYL could have seen the dome shape he mentioned earlier. VYL, with a calm smile, simply states that he never said a word about the colonel being the one who broke the device. The colonel continues to sweat profusely, clearly unnerved by the young craftsman's composure. The tense standoff is interrupted by the sound of armored heels clicking on a grand staircase. At the bottom, Rika and Poro look up in surprise at the approaching figure. The figure is revealed to be Empress Artemis, but she has been miraculously transformed, appearing youthful and vibrant. VYL, the colonel, Rika, and Poro all react with varying degrees of shock and disbelief. She gazes down at them, her appearance undeniably regal, and asks if they truly don't recognize her, confirming she is Artemis. While VYL, Rika, and Poro are awestruck, the colonel looks on with dawning horror, questioning her crown. The Empress addresses VYL directly, explaining that her restored youth is a byproduct of his work healing her broken body. She clarifies that not only were damaged cells repaired, but aged ones were replaced entirely, leaving VYL stunned. Turning to the courtyard, Empress Artemis presents her restored self to the soldiers below. They erupt in cheers, hailing it as a divine miracle and congratulating their ruler on her wondrous new appearance. Exposed and enraged, Colonel Akiyako screams that he will take everyone down with him, unleashing a blinding light. The Empress calmly orders him arrested and imprisoned, identifying his power as Shichifukujin. The colonel roars, "Glory be," as his power surges. As Rika and Poro leap forward to stop the colonel's attack, VYL watches the chaos, his mind racing to understand the term the Empress used, Shichifukujin. Before he could fully process the barrier's effect, the immediate threat of Colonel Akiyako was met with swift force. Rika, the hero of thunder, intercepted the colonel's charge with a powerful kick to his torso, while Poro simultaneously struck from his side, halting his suicidal advance. The impact sent the colonel hurtling helplessly into the sky, his body tumbling away from the Empress and the gathered crowd. High above the ground, the colonel's desperate power, the Shichifukujin, erupted in a blinding flash. As the contained explosion lit up the sky, Empress Artemis stood firm, her voice ringing with authority as she declared that she would not forgive anyone who dared to harm the citizens of her empire. Nearby, Poro cried out from the strain of the encounter. With the danger averted, the attention of the capital's citizens turned to their rejuvenated leader. From a high balcony, Empress Artemis looked down upon a sea of her people, who erupted in thunderous cheers. "Your Majesty, long live Empress Artemis," they cried, their voices echoing through the city. She looked down, a blush rising to her cheeks, clearly taken aback by the sheer intensity of their adoration. It was a reception she hadn't experienced in a very long time. Observing this from the crowd, Rika commented that Empress Artemis must have been very popular. Poro confirmed this, adding that the Empress had remained single her entire life. A realization dawned on Rika. This made the Empress a potential rival. She turned to Poro and declared that for the time being, they would form a joint front. He, however, paid no mind to their new alliance. His thoughts were elsewhere, fixated on the colonel's final act. Shichifukujin, he mused, a deep sense of unease settling over him. What does that mean? Inside the now empty Hassanin Company building, Silica Hassanin sits alone amid scattered papers, overwhelmed with despair. She groans in frustration, lamenting that since the royal family stopped giving them work, the nobility has also abandoned them. Her anxiety mounts as she adjusts her glasses, a bead of sweat tracing down her temple. She realizes with dread that if they lose their one remaining major client, it will be the end. Just then, a visitor arrives, apologizing for the intrusion. Silica looks up in shock, wondering why the guildmaster of the S-Rank Adventurers Guild is here. The woman, Enrose, smiles confidently. Enrose dismisses any formality, stating she came to express her gratitude for the wonderful sword they purchased, one crafted by VYL. She notes that it's an honor to be of service and mentions they also recently received a shipment of 50 A-rank swords. Encouraged, Silica proudly states that she poured her soul into making another sword and asks for Aneros' opinion on its sharpness. Enrose holds the ornate weapon, remarking on its beautiful appearance. Her expression shifts subtly. The sharpness, however, she murmurs before swinging the sword with startling force. Silica lets out a cry of shock at the sudden, violent movement. The beautiful sword collides with another, much plainer blade and instantly shatters upon impact. The fragments of the ornate weapon clatter to the floor. The simple sword it struck is now embedded deep within a wooden support post, completely undamaged. Enrose stands over the wreckage. "It might look like an A-rank sword," she declares coldly, "but this is a bright red fake." Silica stares, aghast, unable to comprehend the accusation. Her voice sharpens as she explains that one of her important subordinates was nearly gravely injured because of this deception. Therefore, she will sue the Hassanin Company for fraud. Silica collapses to her knees, begging for mercy, crying that if they are sued, it will be the end. Enrose looks down, remarking to herself how far the once great company has fallen. The memory began with Setchin. Surrounded by crates of newly forged blades in the workshop, A smug grin spread across his face as he mused on how simple his plan was. His scheme was born from a clandestine meeting where a mysterious robed figure presented him with a cursed seal of disguise. The potential was immediately clear to him. Acquire cheap, mass-produced swords, use the seal to make them appear magnificent, and then sell them at an exorbitant markup. It was, in his mind, a perfect scheme. The inevitable consequence of such deceit was swift. With a sharp crack, one of the altered swords shattered upon impact. An enraged voice, not yet seen, roared Sechin's name, demanding an explanation for the failure. The furious cry came from VYL. He stood over the fragmented remains of the blade, realizing with dawning horror that it was one he had crafted. His attention was broken by a figure in the doorway. Silica, whose name he uttered in surprise. She stormed towards him, her face a mask of fury. She pointed an accusing finger, declaring that it was his fault. A formal complaint had been lodged against their company by the S-Rank Adventurers Guild. He met her fury with a chillingly smug expression, arguing that a profit was made the moment the sword was sold. In this day and age, he claimed, quantity was far more important than quality. His words struck Silica with such force that she could only scream back, telling him not to be ridiculous. He pressed on, callously stating that as long as a sword could be sold, its actual worth was irrelevant. Silica stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how a craftsman, one she had trusted, could utter such a betrayal of their shared principles. She tried to make him see reason, her voice cracking as she explained that if their quality fell, their customers would inevitably leave them. She asked if he couldn't understand something so fundamental. But VYL simply looked away, leaving her to cover her face in despair at his complete abandonment of a craftsman's honor. Silica confronts Sechin, her voice sharp with impatience. She demands that he forge an A-rank sword, stating that just one will be sufficient. Sechin, looking away, begins to protest, mentioning that he needs more time. Her expression hardens into one of cold disappointment. She tells him plainly that he is incapable of forging it. She calls him a fool, utterly incompetent. She continues, explaining that she has finally realized the truth. It was VYL who was truly supporting the Hassan & Company all along. A memory surfaces of VYL at his forge, his skill producing fine swords that sold well. The mention of his brother's name causes Sechin's face to contort with fury. VYL. He seethes internally, him again. In a desperate outburst, he raises a dark, ominous-looking artifact. He proclaims that with this cursed item, he can instantly transform a weapon into a divine instrument. He argues that even he can't just produce such a convenient item out of thin air. But Silica's expression shifts to one of pitying contempt. She looks at him and declares that he is truly a fool. Her mind flashes to an image of VYL, calm and capable with his hammer. Her own eye, reflecting this realization, shows the concentric rings of her unique vision, focusing on this truth. The thought is punctuated by the sharp crack of a slap. Sechin's head snaps to the side, his expression one of utter shock as a red mark blooms on his cheek. Silica stands over him, her hand still slightly raised. That's enough, she says coldly, delivering the final blow. VYL was always far superior to you. Her words shatter him. Sechin collapses to his knees, letting out a guttural scream. You beast, he roars, questioning why everyone always prefers VYL as he dissolves into desperate, repeated cries of his brother's name. His breakdown complete, Sechin stands cloaked on a hill overlooking a distant town, his face twisted in a silent snarl. The anguish finally erupts from him in a furious, guttural roar that echoes into the sky. Meanwhile, far away, VYL Craft unfurls a map, his attention fixed on the vast, mountainous landscape depicted. A woman with prominent beast-like ears stands beside him, confirming their location. This is the imperial territory granted to him by Empress Artemis. He recalls his conversation with the Empress. She had insisted on rewarding him, stating that although he might not want anything, she felt compelled to offer a gift, as he had saved the Empire from crisis on 3 separate occasions. Returning to the present, the Beast Woman muses that his full name would now be VYL Craft de Lowry. He brushes it off, saying VYL Craft is sufficient. He expresses his pleasure at the presence of a mine in the territory and notes that personnel will be sent to help with its administration. Elsewhere, in what appears to be a city street, a woman in a simple dress suddenly screams in terror as another person steps forward with purpose. She stumbles backward, falling to the ground with a cry of pain as a massive, scaly foot crashes down beside her. Looming over her is a monstrous, bipedal reptile. It towers above, its snake-like head poised to strike as the terrified woman lets out a helpless shriek. As debris rains down from a damaged building, a grid-like air net suddenly materializes, catching the falling rubble just before it can crush her. The monster's sharp claws slice through the air nearby as the woman stares up in shock and terror. In a dusty courtyard surrounded by cages, VYL Craft raises his hammer, his eyes fixed on a distressed young woman imprisoned within one. Accompanied by a woman with beast-like ears, he breaks into a run, charging forward with fierce determination. His companion's face hardens as she watches him. She declares that she will not forgive anyone who harms a girl. As the beast-eared woman lands with a powerful thud, the captive girl inside the cage presses against the bars, screaming for them to stop and pleading for them not to kill her grandfather. The beast-eared woman then formally introduces her charge to the captive, stating that this is VYL Craft D. Lowry. The girl looks on with wide-eyed confusion, asking if he is the new lord. Freed from her confinement, the young woman collapses to her knees on the ground before VYL and his companion. The beast-eared woman asks what is happening. In response, the kneeling girl and a crowd of other villagers bow their heads to the ground, begging the new lord to please save their village. Inside a simple wooden building, the girl introduces herself as Noah, as the villagers continue to prostrate themselves before VYL. Noah begins to explain their situation, unbuttoning her dress. She reveals that the lizard man sitting nearby is her grandfather, Seabass, the village chief. VYL and the beast woman react with shock, questioning if he is even human. She turns, revealing patches of scales on her back. Noah explains it is a curse from the white dragon god of the White Dragon Mountains. VYL stares, stunned, muttering about the lizard scales. Noah elaborates that long ago, this god created a wind. Anyone touched by it is afflicted with a dragonification curse, which progresses until they transform completely into a lizard man. The object of their desperation stood before them. A hulking, reptilian creature, its scaly head marked with a strange, intricate pattern, a grotesque symbol of the curse. Seeing the creature, VYL's eyes narrowed. He identified another magic circle, the source of this affliction. All right, he murmured with resolve. Time to get to work. Noah, kneeling nearby, looked up, startled and confused by his words. He didn't hesitate. VYL charged forward, hammer in hand, directly engaging the hulking lizard man. Lord! Noah and the beast woman cried out in unison, shocked by his direct assault against the monster. In response to the creature's aggression, VYL raised his arm. Golden Hand, activate, he commanded. A brilliant energy erupted from the artifact, its purpose clear, to destroy and reconstruct. The light faded, and where the monster stood, a frail old man now collapsed. Grandpa! Noah cried, rushing to embrace him, overjoyed to see him returned to his true form. With the first villager cured, VYL turned his attention to the rest. Please, form a line, he instructed the crowd. I will treat you all in order. One by one, the curse was broken, scales and claws receding to reveal the people beneath. After the last villager was restored, VYL looked upon the grateful crowd. All right, that's the end of that, he said with a smile. As he turned to leave, the beast woman asked where he was headed. Next up is the white dragon, he declared. Her eyes widened in understanding. This meant an encounter with the Shichifukugen. Within the White Dragon Mountain range, VYL and his beast-eared companion enter a cavernous area. A palpable, thick miasma hangs in the air, and the massive, spotted tail of an unseen creature slithers past them in the gloom. They venture deeper into a desolate valley littered with the colossal bones of fallen beasts. VYL observes the oppressive atmosphere, remarking on the incredible density of the miasma. The beast-eared woman expresses her relief, noting that without the protective barrier VYL had created, they would have ended up in the same miserable, melted state as a nearby corpse. VYL grimly agrees, attributing the decay to the poison in the air. As he speaks, a dark appendage whips through the air, ensnaring the woman. She cries out in surprise as she is violently lifted from the ground. She is held fast in the air, struggling against the grip of the long, spotted tail. A horrified realization dawns on her as she understands what has captured her. The owner of the tail emerges from the shadows, a colossal beast with a white, striped serpentine body. The woman gasps in terror, identifying it as the white dragon. She looks closer, however, and notes with confusion that the dragon's head is black. The creature ignores her observation, its throat beginning to swell as it gathers power. The dragon unleashes a devastating torrent of fire. The beast-eared woman screams as the inferno rushes towards them, engulfing their position. In the face of the blaze, VYL stands firm. He thrusts his hands forward, invoking a massive scale technique, super transmutation. The transmutation erupts from the ground, forming a gigantic, shadowy humanoid construct that rises to meet the dragon's fiery breath head-on, shielding VYL and his companion from the blast. He stands confidently behind his creation as the colossal dragon roars, its charge halted. His beast-eared companion looks on in astonishment, exclaiming that it must be a holy barrier. VYL calmly corrects her, explaining that it is an updated version of the barrier that protects the imperial capital. The dragon's head smashes against the invisible wall, which erupts with a deafening boom, repelling the beast. Tapping his hammer lightly against the translucent surface, VYL elaborates on his work, stating that he modified it not only to block the poison from the dragon's breath, but also to repel physical attacks. The force of the rebound is immense. The dragon is thrown violently backward, its massive body tumbling through the air before crashing hard against the rocky terrain. Plummeting through the air alongside the massive dragon, VYL Craft realizes with a start that there is open space below them. As the beast crashes into the ground with devastating force, he throws up a spherical barrier, shielding himself and his companion from the cataclysmic impact. The shockwave from the dragon's landing is too powerful. VYL's protective shield shatters into fragments of light, unable to withstand the raw force. Surviving the fall, VYL helps the beast-eared woman to her feet, asking if she is unharmed. She confirms she is fine, thanks to his barrier. Nearby, the colossal dragon lies on the fractured earth, letting out a low growl. She looks at the creature with sudden insight, asking VYL if it's possible that dragons can also be cursed, noting that it seems unable to fly. The question startles VYL, who realizes she must be right. The beast is afflicted by a curse. He begins to walk cautiously toward the downed dragon, prompting his companion to call out his name with concern. As VYL inadvertently steps on its tail, the dragon whips its head around and unleashes a deafening roar. The beast woman wonders aloud if it's angry because he trod on it. Her confusion is evident as the dragon's demeanor shifts. VYL looks closer and understands. He tells her that the creature isn't angry, it's crying. He speaks to the dragon with a gentle voice, asking it to stay still for a moment. He admits that he doesn't know if it's sad or in pain, but he promises to put it at ease very soon. With a confident smile, VYL raises his glowing hammer. "I'll do it," he declares as the great beast watches him, its expression unreadable. He slams the hammer into the ground, shouting destruction, and then regeneration. A brilliant light erupts, and from the dragon's back bursts a pair of magnificent, white feathered wings, replacing its dark, damaged ones. His act of regeneration was met with a tremendous roar. The great white dragon, its magnificent feathered wings now fully restored, arched its neck and bellowed into the sky. The roar subsided, and the creature lowered its head, its expression serene. It then spoke, explaining that it was a demon god, and that was why it possessed the ability to speak. Its words stunned the beast-eared woman, who gasped in disbelief at the idea of a demon god descending to the mortal plane. The dragon, however, directed its attention to VYL, expressing its gratitude for being healed. He responded with a casual smile, scratching the back of his head as he introduced himself. He was simply VYL, he explained, a traveling blacksmith. The beast-eared woman looked on, surprised by his nonchalance. VYL then clarified his full name, VYL Craft de Lowry. The dragon's eyes widened slightly in recognition at the name de Lowry, stating that it was the same as its own. It elaborated, revealing that its name was also Lowry. The dragon explained that it had been granted this territory long ago by the king of a bygone era. VYL processed this, realizing this meant the dragon was the true lord of these lands. The dragon acknowledged this, but dismissed its own claim, stating that the kingdom was long gone. It then corrected VYL, noting that he was the one trespassing, but VYL insisted that the dragon was the rightful ruler here. The dragon turned its gaze toward the horizon, where a vision of a majestic kingdom floating among the clouds appeared. It explained that ever since its king had passed away, it had been overcome with a deep and unending sorrow. A sinister, shadowy entity looms over the great white dragon, Lowry. The entity explains that while the dragon was in seclusion, it was slowly being invaded and corrupted by the poison of a curse. The dragon turns its head toward VYL, its voice filled with accusation. It claims that the villagers below were infected by a wind. VYL stirred up, angrily questioning if he was the one who brought trouble to its people. He responds with a calm, almost casual demeanor, placing a hand on his hip. VYL simply tells the great beast that none of this is its fault. The desolate landscape swirls around the trio, VYL, the beast-eared woman, and the colossal dragon, as a strange energy permeates the air. Looking up at the dragon, VYL explains that the curse is a technique designed to make negative thoughts run rampant, but it also serves as a barrier to confine a demon god. Beside him, the beast-eared woman states that she cannot see anything of the sort. His expression hardens with certainty. He concludes that the ones who cast the curse on the dragon are likely a group known as the Shichifukugen. The great dragon remains utterly still, seemingly frozen in place by the powerful magic. VYL observes that it won't even budge. Declaring that home renovation is a blacksmith job, VYL raises his hammer and unleashes his power. With a cry of disassemble and reconstruct, a blinding flash of light erupts, and the invisible barrier imprisoning them shatters like glass. In an instant, the desolate wasteland is gone, replaced by the grand interior of a newly formed castle. The beast-eared woman gasps that the barrier is broken and it's become a castle. VYL confirms they can now leave freely, but then stops, his attention caught by something unexpected. A young woman with small horns and flowing hair appears before them, looking around in wonder. She calls out for Lowry-chan, then looks down at the newcomers, asking what this is. She muses aloud, wondering if the castle has become a divine domain, leaving VYL and his companion utterly bewildered. She sits comfortably on a throne that has appeared in the newly formed castle, addressing VYL and his companion. She explains a fundamental rule. Gods are weakened when they descend from the heavens. However, she continues, the castle VYL has just created has become a divine domain. Within such a place, she clarifies, a demon god can unleash its full, unmitigated power. He stares in disbelief, a bead of sweat on his temple as he processes her words. He created a divine domain? The thought seems impossible. Her gaze then sharpens, focusing intently on his hand. She points, her eyes wide with recognition as she identifies the artifact he wears, the crest of the sun wheel. The ring on his finger, a simple golden band, glows faintly. The horned girl gasps in astonishment, recognizing it not just as a crest, but as the legendary golden hand. She exclaims that it is an exceedingly rare gift, the undeniable proof that he is a hand of the sun. The beast-eared woman, impressed, remarks on how knowledgeable the girl, whom she addresses as Lowry, is. She adds with awe that since the world's creation, only a countable few have ever possessed such an item. VYL listens, standing beside the now humanoid, robed form of the former dragon. They stand together in the vast, empty hall of the newly manifested castle. The horned girl then directs their attention to the floor, pointing at a large, dark circle inscribed in the stone. Look, she urges. His beast-eared companion looks on, confirming with surprise that the marking is identical to one she has seen before. She elaborates that it marks a location the king treasured, though its purpose remains a complete mystery to her. As she speaks, VYL suddenly stumbles forward, his hand flying to his chest as a wave of exhaustion or pain washes over him. He remains bent over, struggling to recover. The horned girl observes the static scene, noting that nothing seems to be happening. She speculates aloud that there must be some hidden mechanism involved. He did not remain unconscious for long. As Lowry and the beast woman called out his name in alarm, VYL found himself drawn toward the glowing sigil on the floor. His hand, bearing the golden hand, hovered over the intricate pattern, the ring itself pulsing with a brilliant light as he questioned the sensation. The artifact began to resonate with the sigil on the floor. With a surge of power, ethereal tendrils of light shot out from the pattern, wrapping around his arm. A look of shock crossed his face as he realized he was being forcefully pulled into the glowing crest. VYL's eyes snap open, his expression one of pure shock. He finds himself in an entirely new place. He is standing alone in a strange, paved courtyard beneath a central gazebo. The architecture is clean and unfamiliar. Turning, he takes in his surroundings, a sense of unease growing as he mutters in confusion. From his vantage point, he sees a sprawling cityscape under a cloudy sky. What is this place? He wonders aloud. As he stands bewildered, a voice suddenly calls out to him from within his own mind, asking if he is all right. He recognizes the voice as Lowry's. She explains that this is telepathy, a skill of the demon god that allows them to converse mentally even from far away. VYL is amazed by the ability. Lowry continues, explaining that they can also share their five senses. The beast-eared woman, standing beside her, looks on with concern, addressing VYL respectfully. The beast-eared woman expresses her confusion, noting that VYL was just absorbed by the crest on the ground. Yet now he appears to be in some unknown city. Back in a strange city, VYL reaches out and touches a solid wall, confirming the reality of his surroundings. He notices another person walking nearby, seemingly oblivious to him, and realizes with a start that this place is real. He looks up at the sky, a new, unsettling realization dawning on him. It's morning, but there's no sun. He questions what this strange phenomenon could mean. He stands within a vast, tiled chamber, realizing his new surroundings are an elaborate illusion. Through his telepathic link with Lowry, he explains that this is likely an underground space. While the sky and forest he saw earlier appeared real, they are all artificial constructs. His eyes narrow as he connects the dots. The crest at the entrance, the artificially created environment. He declares that this entire beautiful city must be the legendary workshop of Hapusai. The thought triggers a memory of his master, Genkozi, who once told him that the Hapusai workshop was forbidden to all outsiders. VYL reflects that if that's true, then not even a powerful being like Lowry should be able to enter. As he stands near a central fountain, a sudden realization strikes him. He senses a subtle difference in the very fabric of the space in one particular spot. Reaching out, his hand makes contact with the anomaly, a faint spark crackling at his fingertips. The point of contact immediately destabilizes, erupting into a swirling vortex of energy. VYL stares in astonishment, realizing he has just opened some kind of passage. Through their shared senses, Lowry's frantic voice cuts through. She shouts his name, pinpointing his location. With wide, astonished eyes, she declares that he is inside one of the seventh fall, an exceedingly rare, legendary dungeon. Just as the vortex begins to pull him through, she elaborates, explaining that there are 7 legendary hidden dungeons said to exist in the world, and only one had been discovered until now. Analyzing the atmosphere through his senses, she detects no lingering traces of human magic, leading her to a stunning conclusion. VYL is the first person to ever enter this specific dungeon. VYL steps into the workshop, noting that while it was built by Hapusai, the absence of any human presence is strange. His attention is suddenly caught by something. His gaze falls upon a wall of gleaming ore. As he reaches out to touch the cool surface, he realizes it's a mineral he doesn't recognize. Neither adamantite nor the fabled divine iron. A wave of excitement washes over him. This is an unknown mineral. With it, he could forge entirely new weapons. He desperately wants it. To test his newfound power, he focuses on a nearby pipe. A flash of light erupts as he activates a skill. Universal Destruction, Level 1, Disassemble. The horn girl cries out in shock, asking what he just did and exclaiming that Universal Destruction is a skill wielded only by demon gods. In the pipe's place, a simple black box materializes. The horn girl points, asking what it is, but her focus snaps back to his previous action, demanding an explanation for the incredible power he just displayed. VYL, however, simply moves to open the box. She stares, trying to comprehend. She explains that the Golden Hand is an artifact that grants its wielder a high-level production skill, but emphasizes that it should only come with a single ability. He confirms her suspicion, stating that the ability is indeed a function of his Golden Hand. However, he seems unimpressed, admitting he doesn't particularly like this fifth skill as it feels like a disposable tool. Brushing it aside, he decides to focus on mapping the dungeon first. Moments later, he triumphantly declares the task complete, a perfectly rendered scroll in his hand, the result of his super forging. The horn girl can only stare in disbelief, stammering, when he unfurls the scroll, revealing an incredibly detailed map of a labyrinth. The horn girl, utterly astonished, shouts that what he's doing isn't just some trick, it's beyond the level of a demon god. It's the work of a true god. She presses him, demanding to know who he truly is and how he could possibly have acquired such detailed information about the maze. He calmly explains that when he struck the ore earlier, he used the resulting shockwaves as a form of sonar to explore and map his surroundings. He dismisses his companion's awe, explaining with a smile that he is not a god, but simply a blacksmith who happens to be a bit skilled at making things. As he finishes his modest explanation, a figure rushes towards him. A beast woman with fox-like ears leaps into his arms, calling his name with relief as she embraces him tightly. He announces his return. Caught by surprise, he holds her as she buries her face in his shoulder, crying out that she was terribly worried about him. He tries to comfort her, confused, stating that he couldn't have been gone for more than an hour. Lowry, the horn girl, explains the discrepancy. 10 days have passed in the outside world. The flow of time is different inside a hidden dungeon. VYL is stunned by this revelation. After recovering from the shock, VYL turns his attention to the beast woman, Poro. He has established a telepathic link, telling her that from now on, she can speak with him from anywhere. Overjoyed and blushing, she whispers his name in gratitude. She thanks him profusely, clinging to him once more. Lowry observes the interaction, noting that what he has just done is a form of telepathy. Her mind still reeling from the sheer scale of VYL's abilities, Lowry can barely process it all. VYL, however, moves on to his next task, turning to her and stating that he has a favor to ask. His request leads them to a place called Roryman Village. The settlement appears quiet, but the sound of insistent pounding echoes from one of the wooden buildings. Inside, a frail, elderly man is overcome by a coughing fit. A young woman named Noah begs him to rest, but the old man insists he must work to revitalize their village as quickly as possible. She protests, saying that such a task is the Lord's responsibility, not his. As she speaks, her gaze is drawn upward in terror. A colossal, shadowy form with vast wings descends upon the village. The colossal beast, a white dragon, fills the sky, its serpentine body coiling through the clouds. Below, as if in a separate space, Lowry's human form looks up, her long dark hair whipping around her as she whispers a single word, white. This vision gives way to reality. The white dragon is real, and perched securely upon its massive back are VYL and the beast woman, Poro. As they soar through the sky, a cry of disbelief echoes from the ground far below. A dragon? As the villagers scatter in terror, Poro screams for everyone to run. The horn girl, Lowry, looks back in anguish, wondering why this is happening, realizing that the dragon god is cursed. From its great height, the white dragon calls out, telling them to wait. It laments that it would be better for the people of the territory if it were simply gone. The dragon reveals that the white dragon god, was also cursed by some unknown entity. As the villagers listen, VYL steps forward and announces to everyone that the curse has been successfully lifted by him, and it will no longer spread. The crowd erupts in relieved cheers. He turns to the crowd with a reassuring smile, explaining that the white dragon god wishes to apologize for all the trouble it has caused them. The great beast lowers its head toward VYL, confirming its desire to make amends. VYL, in turn, asks what kind of apology it has in mind. In response, the dragon offers to provide some material, plucking a large, shimmering scale from its own hide. The scale drifts down toward VYL, who reaches up to catch it. From the crowd, a villager recognizes the item as one of Lowry's scales. With a powerful cry of super forging, VYL slams his hammer into the ground. A brilliant magical circle flares to life, and stone blocks are pulled from the earth, rapidly assembling into a new form. In an instant, the forging is complete. A magnificent stone fountain now stands where there was once only rubble, with a great white dragon resting peacefully at its center. The villagers stare in utter amazement. The horned girl, Lowry, wonders what she is witnessing, as another villager exclaims that the fountain's water is miraculously shining with the 7 colors of the rainbow. She stands beneath the magical spray, feeling a soothing energy wash over her, healing her. Nearby, an elderly villager exclaims that he feels strength returning to his weary body. Lowry looks on, her eyes wide with wonder at what VYL has created. He watches their reactions with a gentle smile, explaining his logic. Lowry's scales possess the healing power of a demon god, and by incorporating them into the fountain, he reasoned that the villagers could receive its benefits eternally. To him, it was the obvious solution. He then turns to the assembled crowd, his arms outstretched, and loudly proclaims the gift they have received. He announces that this is the healing power of the white dragon god, and that by drinking the water, their sicknesses and injuries will be healed. In response to this miracle, the villagers fall to their knees, bowing deeply before the great white dragon. They express their gratitude, accepting this magnificent gift as the dragon god's apology. The great dragon turns its massive head towards VYL, its gaze soft, and murmurs a simple, heartfelt thank you. VYL returns the sentiment with a warm, understanding smile. This moment of peace is interrupted by the flapping of wings. An owl swoops down from the sky, and VYL looks up in surprise, recognizing it as a messenger owl. The bird comes to a rest on his shoulder. It extends a leg, revealing a small, rolled-up scroll. VYL takes the message, his expression turning serious as he realizes it must be from the Empire, wondering what news it could possibly bear. He unrolls the parchment, his eyes scanning the urgent script. The message is a dire summons to the Imperial capital. It reports that the hero of ice has been defeated in battle against a mysterious beast, and her sacred weapon, the ice holy sword Icebug, has been damaged. 4 hours ago, in the Imperial capital of Carter, an alarm blared. A warning was issued for all to turn back as the hero, Caroline Icebug, deflected an unseen attack with a sharp clang of her sword. The source of the assault revealed itself, a grotesque creature of writhing, shadowy tentacles. Undeterred, she charged forward, shouting that she was on her way to see VYL and would not be stopped. As she battled the monstrous entity, her cat-like spirit familiar, Kiero, noted from her shoulder that her power felt different, more potent than before. Facing the relentless foe, Caroline resolved that she had no choice but to use her ultimate ability. She raised her blade high, gathering chilling energy that coalesced into a perfect, glowing sphere resembling a miniature moon. Her expression was one of absolute concentration. The reflection of the true moon in the sky and the magical orb she had created danced within her determined eyes, her entire being focused on the coming strike. With a powerful cry, she unleashed her technique. Twin Moon Remnant Ice Break. 2 spheres of lunar power, one large and one small, hurtled toward the shadow beast. The orb struck their target in a blinding flash of light and shattering ice. Kiero explained the nature of the attack, to seal the enemy with the cold of the full moon, then shatter it with the crescent moon. Nothing should survive such a blow. As the light faded, Caroline stood panting amidst the dust and frost, the monster seemingly obliterated. Kiero called out her name, sensing her exhaustion. Her relief was short-lived. To her horror, the shadowy tendrils began to coalesce and reform from the dissipating energy. "It's regenerating again," she cried out in disbelief. Kiero then spoke, thanking Caroline and saying it was happy to have been wielded by her. Realizing the spirit's intent, Caroline screamed for it to stop, but Kiero had already leaped toward the monster. A horrified realization dawned on her as she called out its name, Ice. She could only watch as her companion, Kiero, unleashed its final, desperate power. A blast of absolute zero erupted from the spirit, engulfing the shadowy monster in a flash of freezing energy. The memory jolted her awake. Caroline sat up in a hospital bed, her arm outstretched as she cried out her companion's name, Ice. A hand gently pressed on her shoulder, urging her back down. VYL stood over her, his expression soft. He assured Caroline that it was all right now, and that she should rest. Later, he stood by a window, his thoughts drifting back to the shattered sword spirit, Ice, and the hero it had left behind. Outside the Imperial National Hospital, perched atop the roof, the white dragon Lowry slept peacefully under the daytime sky. Inside, VYL spoke with Poro, remarking that it was understandable for Caroline to be so distraught. The holy sword, Icebug, was like family to her. She looked at him with concern, asking if the holy sword could be repaired. VYL's expression grew serious as he pondered a different question. Why had the Hapuya been entrusted with the sword's maintenance in the first place? The answer lay in the fundamental nature of such weapons. A memory surfaced of the sword spirit explaining that holy swords are like humans. Once broken, they can never be returned to their original state. This is precisely why regular maintenance is indispensable. And now, with the sword shattered beyond repair, Caroline clutched the remaining crystal core in her hands. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered an apology to Ice, lamenting that she never got to say a proper goodbye, or even thank you. VYL's eyes widened in recognition at the shattered crystal in Caroline's hands. He identifies it as the core of her sword, Icebug, the very source of its power, much like the one within his own blade, Yozora. With sudden resolve, he looks at his companions and declares that he will attempt to regenerate it. He turns to Caroline, his expression grim. He warns her that if he makes even one mistake, he could be the one to destroy her family's legacy with his own hands. Her gaze falls to the broken core in her palm. For her, a life without ice is no different from being dead. Later, as she rests in bed, still clutching the fractured gem, VYL stands beside her. She looks up, a fragile hope in her eyes, and addresses him by name. She asks him if it's truly possible, if ice can be healed. VYL can only manage a hesitant probably. Internally, his mind races with doubt. He recalls his master, who couldn't even repair a lesser holy sword. He questions if he truly has the ability to forge the divine body for a great holy sword that has lost its form. Despite his uncertainty, he agrees. Caroline pleads with him to bring ice back. With the shattered core levitating above a glowing magic circle, VYL prepares to begin the monumental task. His ring glows as he grips his hammer, focusing his intent. He realizes he must first understand what is needed and how to process it. He activates his power. A path forward becomes clear. He must combine the 5 production skills of his predecessors to create an entirely new skill. With a determined shout, he raises his hammer high. He brings the hammer down upon the core, unleashing a torrent of power as he invokes the newly forged ability, Divine Tool Repair. Meanwhile, far away, Rika Thundersown watches as the massive prison of ice, encasing a monstrous creature, begins to crack and splinter. She stands before her assembled army, gazing at the colossal entity emerging from the ice. She recognizes it as the monster that the hero of ice and the holy sword Iceberg had sealed away at the cost of their lives, and she wonders about its true nature. From the shattered ice, a swirling mass of dark tentacles covered in countless eyes writhes and expands, a truly monstrous form taking shape. In response to the creature's full emergence, she raises her arm high and bellows a single, sharp command to her soldiers. Fire! Though the army's volley strikes true, the creature regenerates instantly. A nearby knight notes with dismay that it was supposed to have been defeated by the hero of ice. Rika declares the situation troublesome and unleashes her own power. Challenging the monster with an attack, she calls Thunder Snake. As crackling electricity envelopes the monster, she smirks, taunting it by asking if the tingling sensation feels good. A knight screams, a warning not to touch the tentacles, as they absorb power. The warning comes too late for one soldier, who is ensnared. Rika grits her teeth in frustration as the man is drained. She curses, realizing that with the ice seal now broken and melting, her lightning is conducting through the water and electrocuting her own troops. She immediately orders a full retreat. As her soldiers fall back, she steels herself, declaring that she will handle the rest. She begins to channel her energy for a sword art. A senior commander cries out in alarm, stating that a sword art will consume all of Rika's magic and shorten her holy sword's lifespan. She ignores his plea, ordering a complete withdrawal to defend the imperial capital. The commander reluctantly complies. Facing the monster alone, she looks at her whip-like weapon. "Sorry, Thunder," she says softly, "for having such a rough master." Holding her thorny chain weapon in 2 large loops, Rika speaks with a confident grin. She dismisses any concern, stating her resolve was made long ago. Though her opponent wasn't her preferred type, she admits it was fun and offers a word of thanks to Thunder. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by hardened determination as she faces her true adversary. The colossal, amorphous sealed monster, a swirling mass of tentacles and eyes. The very ground around her crackles with contained energy. With a fierce shout, Rika's eye widens, its pupil contracting as she activates a power called the Divine Eye of the Time King. Declaring the release of her divine instrument, she unleashes her thorny chain, crying out for it to go forth. The attack turns against her. The thorny chains whip back, binding her arms and body, suspending her helplessly in midair. The sealed monster's countless eyes fix upon her trapped form. Despite being restrained, Rika unleashes her ultimate technique. A voice announces the holy sword technique, Electric Emperor World Serpent, and a massive serpent made of pure lightning erupts from her, roaring as it lunges at the monster. The lightning serpent collides with its target in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding sphere of electrical energy that obliterates the landscape. As the blinding light fades, smoke billows from a vast, smoldering crater. Residual sparks of lightning crackle and die out in the devastation. For a fleeting moment, Rika floats above the destruction, a faint, satisfied smirk on her lips as she gazes down at the result of her overwhelming power. Her victory is an illusion. Her body suddenly goes limp, riddled with wounds, and she plummets from the sky. Below, the sealed monster reforms from the smoke, now a dense, spherical mass with a glowing core at its heart. The colossal monster looms over the falling, unconscious Rika. A voice emanates from the creature, apologizing to Thunder and declaring that it is over. As she falls, a small, glowing shard, the source of her power, detaches and splashes into the water below. The warrior, Rika, lands in a defensive crouch, her thorny weapon held ready. Her single eye widens in surprise as she spots something unexpected, causing her to exclaim, "What the?" Her gaze falls upon Craft, who stands calmly nearby, his presence a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Before them, the colossal sealed monster thrashes violently, its many tendril-like limbs smashing into the ground as Rika, and Caroline Icebug stand in its shadow. Grips his craftsman's hammer, his eyes fixed on the monstrous form. A thought surfaces in his mind, a quiet reflection on the true nature of a weapon. He recalls that for a wielder, a weapon is more than a tool. It is a protector, a guardian, and in some cases, even family. The image of the holy sword spirit, Karo, comes to mind, a cherished companion. This thought is followed by a vision of profound grief. Caroline Icebug weeping, her hand gently stroking the still form of her beloved sword spirit. The memory fuels a rising tide of fury within He stands before the monstrous entity, Rika collapsed nearby, and roars his accusation, asking if the monster finds it amusing to destroy something so precious and bring people such unhappiness. His face becomes a mask of cold rage, his eyes burning with intensity. He declares with chilling finality, "Right now, I'm absolutely furious." On the barren plains, stands with a calm, determined gaze, watching as the colossal, tentacled form of the sealed monster looms in the distance. Closer to the beast, the warriors Rika and Caroline hold their ground, ready for the confrontation. As Rika charges into the fray, one of the monster's massive tentacles whips violently toward She cries out a warning, calling him sensei, and telling him to be careful. In a flash, she intercepts the appendage. Her whip-like weapon crackles with immense energy, slicing cleanly through the tentacle in a brilliant burst of power. She pauses, observing the severed limb as it sparks and fizzles. A look of surprise crosses her face as she realizes it is not regenerating. From a short distance, Caroline shouts in amazement at Rika's incredible display. She exclaims that not only has repaired her weapon, Thundersoen, but he has also powered it up. With renewed vigor, Rika unleashes her enhanced weapon again, shattering more of the creature's limbs. Meanwhile, observing from an unknown location, Anaros' expression is grim. She warns Poro to be careful, revealing a critical weakness. The tentacles are cursed to drain the very life from divine weapons. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a new, far more imposing entity emerges. A colossal, statue-like lion god materializes on the battlefield. Rika spots it instantly, shouting to the others that the main body has arrived. The lion god roars, unleashing a devastating swarm of serpentine energy constructs that surge toward the group. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers, Rika yells for everyone to fall back. But steps forward, his expression resolute. He raises his hammer as power courses through him, activating an ability, super synthesis, body modification. As Poro calls his name in alarm, he calmly declares that he will handle the lion god. He calls out, drawing the massive creature's undivided attention. Poro watches in disbelief, wondering how his body modification was so instantaneous. The lion god turns and lunges, its immense form crashing down toward He meets the colossal beast's descending claw, deflecting the blow with a sharp crack that echoes across the battlefield. With newfound power coursing through him, he identifies his ability as a physical boost, a body enhancement technique derived from his mastery of body modification and supersynthesis, which temporarily transforms his cells to a superhuman level. As his allies watch in astonishment, the white dragon Lowry urgently calls out for him to wait. The dragon explains that the lion god is not acting of its own volition. It is possessed by a malevolent will, suffering just as the dragon once did. Below, Enrose marvels at VYL's power, while Poro can only stare, speechless. The dragon's words draw everyone's attention to a grotesque, pulsating red gem embedded deep within the lion god's forehead. VYL calmly acknowledges its presence, confirming he sees the source of the corruption. Seeing this, Rika touches her eye patch, her expression grim. She reveals that the gem is just like the one that replaced her right eye and warns him that forcibly removing it from the lion god's brain would be catastrophic. In the background, the beast lets out a pained groan. Her warning gives him pause. Staring intently at the gem, his eyes widen as he perceives something more within its depths, a complex and malevolent design diagram. The diagram's purpose becomes clear as the view focuses on the beast's body. Its powerful, clawed limbs and muscular form are grotesquely intertwined with thick, fibrous roots, a physical manifestation of the corrupting design controlling it. The colossal lion god, Sure, looms over VYL, its maw agape in a furious roar as cursed energy crackles around its ornate head. Undeterred, VYL looks up from below, declaring his intent to fix the divine beast immediately. He leaps into the air, channeling his power. By combining super synthesis and all things destruction, he invokes a great morph, transforming his hammer for a decisive strike against the creature's head. The impact shatters the cursed object on the creature's forehead. The small, dark eyeball falls away, splashing into a pool of liquid below where it quickly dissolves into nothing. With the source of the corruption neutralized, the full force of VYL's magically enhanced hammer strikes the lion god's head. The blow radiates with explosive power, shattering the dark energy that had possessed the divine beast. Watching from a safe distance as the dust begins to settle, the white dragon Lowry exclaims with relief that VYL is alive. Beside the dragon, and Rose calls out his name, her voice filled with concern. His attack successful, VYL smiles reassuringly at the now calm lion god. He tells the beast it can rest now, confirming that he has destroyed the cursed eyeball that controlled it. A single tear wells up in the creature's now clear eye. He stands before the massive, pacified beast, which asks in a gentle voice if it is truly alive. VYL is taken aback, realizing with a start that the divine being is female, and internally worries that he might have used too much force. The lion god expresses its gratitude, thanking the child of man for saving it rather than destroying it. Looking back with a kind and genuine smile, VYL confirms, yes, you're alive. He gently places a hand on the creature's snout, saying he's glad it's okay and offering his own thanks. In response, the lion god transforms into a smaller, ethereal form and floats away into the clouds, promising they will meet again someday. Watching from afar, Rika Thundersoen clicks her tongue in annoyance, complaining that yet another strange rival has appeared. Beside her, Pora looks on. VYL, meanwhile, smiles to himself, reflecting that the god was much more energetic than he had anticipated. He and his companions barely have a moment to process their victory before the ground erupts. A mass of dark, whip-like tendrils bursts forth from the spot where the cursed eyeball was destroyed, lashing out violently. The creature, a writhing mass of dark vines, thrashes about, roaring in frustration and disbelief. Its form coalesces slightly, revealing a central, flower-like head. It screams out, demanding to know why the lion is still alive after its cursed item was shattered. Watching from distance, VYL realizes the creature has finally shown itself. He explains to the others that its main body must have been hiding underground, using a soldier's eyes to monitor them. Rika, stunned, demands to know what it is. VYL addresses the monster directly, stating coolly that he knows nothing of its plan. He only altered the structure of its wretched item. The creature's glowing core glares from within its tangled form. The creature cackles, revealing its identity as its Tsukumagami, a cursed object given life, created by a being it calls Shichifukujin-sama. It demands to know how VYL discovered its scheme. VYL retorts that he has no intention of fixing it, declaring that something that toys with life has no value. The Tsukumagami proclaims its grand purpose, the total destruction of all sacred treasures. It warns VYL not to interfere. His expression hardening, VYL raises his hammer. He states that before the monster can achieve its goal, he will take responsibility and personally destroy it. The monster lunges, its tendrils whipping through the air. Rose and Rika cry out VYL's name, ready to support him, but he shouts a warning. He tells them not to touch it, as contact would endanger Anaro's sword spirit, Yozora. Realizing a direct attack with a sacred treasure is too risky, VYL slams his hammer into the earth. He invokes his power of synthesis, creating a dense forest of iron spears that erupts from the ground to block the creature's path. The plant monster's tendrils lunge forward, but they pass harmlessly through VYL, who stares ahead with wide, unblinking eyes. Behind him, Rose and Rika cry out his name in alarm as dust erupts from the ground. VYL internally questions if the attack simply went through him. The Tsukumagami scoffs from its central bloom, declaring the attempt foolish. It proclaims that as a god, it is impossible for a mere human's creation to ever inflict harm upon it. In response, VYL leaps forward with his hammer raised high. He calls the creature a fool, reasoning that if only a divine weapon can defeat a god, then that is precisely what must be used. He roars, activating his golden hand and connecting with his divine hammer, Mjolnir. The Tsukumagami retaliates, sending a thick tendril whipping towards him with the intent to shatter the hammer into pieces. A sharp clang echoes as the tendril impales not the hammer, but a holy sword that materialized in its path. The Tsukumagami recoils, crying out in agony and disbelief. It demands to know how VYL possesses the holy sword, questioning if he has more than one divine weapon. VYL stands with a confident smirk, holding his hammer. He calmly states that he possesses only one true divine weapon. He then explains his logic. Only a divine weapon can harm a god. Therefore, he can use his magic to create a fake copy of a divine weapon, which will disappear after 1 minute. A shimmering replica of the holy sword appears before him to prove his point. With a declaration, VYL unleashes his final skill, infinite counterfeit replication. All around the stunned Tsukumagami, an endless grid of dark, floating cubes materializes, filling the space. He holds one of the cubes, explaining that the golden hand secretly holds the memories of all the divine weapons created by its previous owners. The Tsukumagami stares up at the infinite array, utterly bewildered by the revelation. VYL declares that as long as his magic holds, he can temporarily replicate and summon these fakes. In an instant, a massive volley of replicated divine weapons, swords, axes, and spears, erupts from the cubes, hurtling towards the overwhelmed monster. He unleashes a torrent of replicated divine weapons, a dazzling and deadly arsenal filling the space. Swords, spears, maces, and staves of legendary design point downwards, poised to strike. From below, the Tsukumagami is completely encircled by the glittering points of the countless weapons, a forest of steel and magic descending upon it. Watching from a distance, Rose expresses her shock, questioning if they are all truly divine weapons. Rika, her eye wide with disbelief, identifies legendary armaments by name: Gungnir, Aegis, Excalibur. Even the great white dragon exclaims that it's like witnessing a museum of divine artifacts. The barrage strikes home, obliterating the ground where the creature stood. With grim certainty, VYL declares that it is over. But his declaration is premature. From the cratered earth, the Tsukumagami's tendrils erupt once more, its form regenerating as it roars that it will not let this be the end. Rose screams a warning to VYL, realizing the creature is emerging from underground right beneath him. The reformed monster shrieks, lunging at the craftsman with its dark appendages. VYL realizes with alarm that the creature must have replicated itself underground, understanding that his own counterfeit weapons are ephemeral and disappear after their creation, leaving him vulnerable. As its tendrils envelop him, a surprising sentiment echoes from the creature: an apology. The attack consumes VYL in a violent blast. The Tsukumagami screams in a frenzy, vowing that its master, Shichifukujin-sama, will surely defeat the one it calls Hapusai. While recovering in bed, VYL finds himself surrounded by an eager trio. The beast woman Poro offers him a piece of sausage, calling his name affectionately. At the same time, Rika presents a peeled fruit, declaring that VYL is hers, and she will be the one to feed him. Rose quickly interjects, telling Rika to back off and asserting her own claim on Craftsman. The argument escalates. Rose reminds Rika that she hasn't defeated VYL yet and calls her presence an unnecessary bother. Poro insists that she will be the one to take care of him. Seeing VYL's overwhelmed expression, Rose calls for a timeout, stating that Sensei needs his rest. As the women bicker, VYL wonders to himself if they're friends or foes, a sentiment Rika seems to share. Later, Empress Artemis visits VYL's bedside. She gently takes his hand, inquiring about his condition and insisting that he undergo a thorough examination. She looks at him with intensity, declaring that he is now a treasure of her empire. Still lying in bed, VYL looks up at her in confusion and asks when, exactly, he became affiliated with the empire. From nearby, Caroline Icebug protests, stating firmly that VYL is a man of the kingdom and asking the Empress not to claim him as the empire's property. The Empress calmly reveals that she has already granted VYL a noble title. Caroline is stunned by the news, questioning if he has truly joined the empire and murmuring that he is a hero of the kingdom. VYL simply tells her that it will be all right. He looks at Caroline with a gentle, reassuring smile, promising that he will look after her as well. His words strike her with unexpected force. Caroline's face flushes a deep red, her composure completely shattered as she is rendered speechless. Empress Artemis observes this, her expression resolute. She states that VYL saved the empire from an unprecedented crisis, and for that reason, she will not allow any other nation to have him. He is, she declares, a great hero of the empire. Rika dismisses the title of great hero as an exaggeration, and VYL agrees. However, Rika immediately contradicts herself, insisting it's no exaggeration at all. She reminds him that if he hadn't arrived, the empire would have truly been destroyed, emphasizing that the power of the Tsukumagami they faced was on an entirely different level. Filled with earnestness, Rika bows deeply before VYL's bed, expressing her sincere gratitude. Beside her, Empress Artemis places a hand over her heart, her gaze fixed on VYL with profound appreciation. VYL closes his eyes with a small, humble smile, remarking that he didn't do anything particularly special. He then opens them again, his expression turning thoughtful as he processes their words. He remained in bed, surrounded by his admirers, but humbly dismissed their praise. He explained that it was merely a fortunate coincidence. His compatibility with that particular Tsukumagami was simply good, nothing more. He continued with a faint smile, insisting that the divine weapon was the truly powerful one. He believed he himself was not particularly strong. Hearing this, Poro let out a cheerful laugh, remarking that VYL had certainly changed a great deal. As she spoke, a small, white dragon-like creature rested on the rooftop, while Caroline and Rose observed the scene with quiet contemplation. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Silica Hassanen was violently thrown out of an establishment, landing hard on the street as someone shouted for her to leave. Scrambling to her feet, desperation etched on her face, she rushed to the door of another building, the Comet Pavilion. She pounded on the door, her voice cracking as she begged them to let her join, crying that they were the only one she had left to turn to. A newspaper headline declares the imminent bankruptcy of the Hassan Trading Company. Above the article, a woman's hand with black-painted nails holds a pair of scissors, poised to cut out a photograph of a sword. In a disheveled room, Silica Hassanin pleads with Enrose, who stands before her with a stern expression. Enrose coldly states that a business that deals in fakes deserves to go under and tells Silica to leave, but Silica desperately begs her to wait. Her plea seemingly ignored, Silica clutches a small, rough-spun pouch. A look of grim determination settles on her face as she realizes there is only one person she can turn to for help. Meanwhile, Enrose and her companions walk through the bustling streets of a town, the crowd parting around them as they proceed with purpose. Their path is suddenly blocked by a strange man holding a massive, dark umbrella. He wears a dark apron over his clothes and grips a glowing object in his gloved hand, his expression one of fierce intensity. The man, a merchant, flashes a sinister, wide-eyed grin. He internally delights at the large crowd of customers that is gathered, his hand tightening around the glowing artifact. He then throws his arms wide, addressing the assembled onlookers, which include Enrose and her party. He gestures to a large sack at his feet, proclaiming that it is filled with items so desirable they would kill to possess them. The merchant continues his pitch, telling the potential customers that this is their lucky day. In the crowd, a group of adventurers, including the horned girl Lowry, look on with interest, asking which items he has for sale. With a flourish, he unveils his wares, a stunning array of legendary weapons. He announces them by name: the shield Aegis, the spear Gibalg, and the sword Excalibur. The crowd gasps in disbelief as he declares that these legendary items are all priced at a mere 1,000 gold each. The merchant thinks to himself that he'll earn a fortune and show up Silica. A knight questions the price, mistaking it for 10,000 gold, but the merchant retorts that the sword was originally just a roadside stone. When an adventurer asks to test the blade, the merchant agrees, and the man shatters a large crystal with a simple spell, demonstrating the weapon's incredible power. He presented his proof with a flourish. A horned warrior, wielding the supposed Excalibur, let out a battle cry and swung the blade, shattering a massive block of ice with a deafening crack. As the ice exploded into fragments, the merchant threw his head back and laughed, his face contorted in a triumphant, manic grin. His demonstration had the desired effect. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, trampling one another in a desperate rush. Voices cried out, proclaiming the power of the legendary weapon and shouting their intent to buy it. But a calm voice cut through the chaos. Enrose stepped forward, telling everyone to wait. The merchant, seeing a new potential customer, asked if she was interested in the Excalibur, slyly offering it for a price of 1,000 gold. She took the offered sword, her expression unreadable. After a moment of inspection, she declared that she wouldn't pay even a single gold coin for such a fake. Her words stunned the merchant into silence. Enrose continued her assessment, explaining that even a lesser copy of Excalibur would possess a unique and overwhelming aura, something this blade completely lacked. To prove her point, she placed the blade across her knee and, with a sharp crack, snapped the so-called legendary weapon in two. As the pieces of the broken sword clattered to the ground, another voice joined in. A woman in a wizard's hat declared it was nothing more than a papier-mâché fake. She looked at the merchant with disdain, questioning if he had ever even seen a real legendary weapon. The merchant, now furious, demanded to know what she meant, while Enrose coolly labeled him a fake craftsman. The accusation struck him deeply. The merchant recoiled, clutching his head in anguish. He stammered that he was no fake, insisting he was an esteemed craftsman from the Hassanin Company, a craftsman of incredible talent. An angry crowd surrounds VYL Craft. They shout accusations, one person brandishing a newspaper and declaring that the Hassanin Company's deception has been exposed. The public mood has turned, with citizens vowing to boycott the company for selling fakes. VYL, trembling, can only stammer that it's not true, that they're wrong. The public's trust, once solid, shatters like glass, the emblem of the Hassanin Company cracking under the weight of the scandal. Elsewhere, the true culprit, Setchin, unleashes a wave of power, screaming maniacally that he has talent. From nearby, a horrified Silica calls out his name, demanding to know what foolishness he is committing. She pleads with him to stop, insisting that there's only one way for them to recover. But Setchin, his face a mask of rage, screams back that all he wanted was to save the Hassanin Company. Holding up a newspaper, its headline blaring, VYL Craft, the great hero who saved the Empire, Silica's gaze is intense. She tells Setchin that they must find VYL and apologize to him together. Her words failing, she resorts to violence, kicking Setchin hard as he lies on the floor. As he cries out in pain, she demands to know what he is doing, reminding him that she is carrying his child in her womb. His body coiled on the ground, Setchin can only scream in raw frustration, shouting that he has had enough. Now bound by ropes, his tirade continues. He scoffs at the idea of VYL being a great hero with a legendary weapon, calling it all worthless lies. He declares that he would rather die than apologize to VYL. Clutching her stomach, Silica asks what nonsense he's spouting, certain that everything will return to normal if VYL just comes back. He thrashes against the ropes, his face contorted in a silent scream of pure dissatisfaction and impotent rage. Finally, Silica's patience breaks. She screams the cruel, undeniable truth at him. Because you're the one with no talent. As she speaks, the spectral images of the truly gifted craftsman Genkozi and his prodigious apprentice, VYL, loom behind her. She turns her back on Sechin, her decision made. As she begins to walk away, he cries out from the ground, pleading with her not to abandon him. A small girl with a long braid steps forward, telling Silica to stay, but her words have no effect. Her expression is cold and resolute, her gaze fixed forward, completely ignoring the pleas behind her. She states plainly that she will go apologize to VYL by herself. Hearing this, Sechin collapses, clutching his head as he mutters obsessively about talent before letting out a guttural scream of pure frustration. His anguish manifests physically with a raw scream. His right arm begins to writhe and contort, dark, jagged spikes erupting from his flesh as it transforms into something monstrous. The horrific transformation completes, leaving Sechin standing with a grotesque, powerful new limb. In his mutated hand, he clutches a strange, circular artifact that seems to have appeared from nowhere. He roars for his brother, VYL, to come back. The crowd, including in Rose, recoils in terror, shouting for someone to call the knights. Ignoring their panic, a crazed, triumphant grin spreads across his face. His eyes are wild as he makes a vow. He will steal VYL's talent. Under a starry night sky, a train rumbles along a curved track, its carriages rattling as it speeds through the darkness. Inside one of its rattling cars, a group of travelers sit. Among them are Silica Hassanin, a mysterious figure completely shrouded in white cloth, and a mother with her young, dark-haired daughter. Silica's gaze is distant, her expression thoughtful as a single name echoes in her mind, VYL. Her reverie is broken by the sound of the young girl crying to her mother, holding up a doll whose head has been broken off. The mother looks on with concern, lamenting that she has no sewing tools to fix it. In response, the robed figure across the aisle extends a hand toward the broken toy, murmuring that things that have been broken can be fixed this way. With a soft pulse of light, the doll's head is seamlessly reattached. The figure presents the restored toy to the astonished girl, who happily accepts it. Across from them, Silica stares, her eyes wide with shock as she recognizes the hand that performed the miracle. The little girl, overjoyed, thanks the stranger profusely. Her mother adds her own thanks for the help. The child asks if he is a magician or perhaps a toy maker, to which he chuckles, dismissing the praise and saying he's something similar. He pulls his head covering tighter, a smile visible in his eyes, and explains that he simply has a nature that cannot ignore misfortune. This quiet act of kindness, however, does not go unnoticed. Silica approaches him directly. She asks if he is a famous blacksmith, identifying his right hand as the golden hand. Internally, she recalls that VYL's right hand held a special power and wonders if this person possesses the same ability. After he gives a subtle confirmation, she apologizes for her abruptness. With his identity all but confirmed, she leans forward, her eyes sharp with purpose, and makes a direct proposition. Won't you please come work for our firm? She continued her inquiry, remarking that she had heard the Hassanin Company was currently beset by great misfortune. From beneath his heavy wraps, VYL listened, his eyes narrowed. He answered vaguely, stating only that he was in the middle of a journey to create something. His response seemed to amuse her. She mused aloud, asking if he was a child, and added that she found the works created by humans to be quite interesting. Ignoring her comment, he turned to the small girl and offered her a piece of candy. He explained that eating it would make her feel better, as he couldn't bear to leave misfortune unaddressed. The child gratefully accepted the gift. As she began to eat it, Silica watched, thinking to herself that a simple piece of candy was not what she wanted from him. But the moment the child tasted the sweet, an unexpected and overwhelming sensation washed over Silica. A wave of pure, unadulterated happiness flooded her senses, leaving her utterly stunned as she wondered at the feeling. Shaken from the experience, she abruptly announced that this was her stop and that she would be getting off the train. As Silica prepared to leave, the child's mother turned to VYL. She thanked him for his concern, but noted that the train would not be stopping again until it reached the imperial capital. He paid the woman's comment little mind, instead turning his gaze to the child. He gently reminded her to take good care of her doll. With a simple farewell, he watched as the train pulled away. On the platform, the girl and her mother waved enthusiastically, joined by a thoughtful Silica, who also raised a hand in goodbye. As Silica was lost in thought, a violent impact slammed into the side of the train car. Metal buckled and tore with a deafening shriek, showering the interior with sparks and shrapnel. The shockwave threw her off balance. Her hair whipped wildly, and her glasses were torn from her face, sent flying into the chaotic air. Despite the sudden violence, her eyes held a look of detached calm. The scene opens on utter devastation. An armored train car lies overturned and shattered, smoke billowing from its wrecked chassis as debris is scattered across the landscape, a testament to a violent, catastrophic event. Amidst the chaos, VYL struggles to his feet, surrounded by the groaning metal of the wreckage. Below him, Silica lies motionless on the ground, her glasses knocked from her face by the force of the impact. From a distance, the full scale of the disaster is apparent. The entire train is a mangled ruin, engulfed in smoke and fire that stretches along the destroyed tracks. Observing the carnage from a slight elevation is a lone, robed figure. They look upon the twisted metal and motionless bodies with an air of satisfaction, murmuring that the sight is wonderful, the best. The figure's face, shrouded in shadow beneath their hood, breaks into a sinister grin. They relish the sight, calling it a tragedy created by the 7 lucky dusts. In a sudden shift, a magnificent white dragon soars through the clouds, carrying a passenger away from the scene of destruction as a beam of light seems to mark its path. Riding atop the great beast is VYL, who looks down in disbelief at the creature he is on. He can only utter, "What is this?" From their vantage point high in the sky, the true extent of the devastation is laid bare, a cratered wasteland of shattered earth and ruined structures. He looks down with a grim expression, calling the scene horrible. The dragon, Lowry, asks if he intends to wait for the Imperial Rescue Squad. VYL dismisses the idea, stating they need to move the injured. He insists they must hurry, or people will die. His resolve hardening, VYL declares that he will end this quickly. He raises his hand, activating the golden hand. On the ground below, intricate magical circles begin to glow, signaling the start of a massive creation. His power allowed him to perceive the full, horrifying extent of the casualties. Across the wreckage, people lay motionless. A pregnant woman, a mother cradling her child, and countless others, including Silica. The diagnoses were grim: ruptured organs, cerebral hemorrhages, and cardiopulmonary arrest. Death was everywhere. He took it all in, his eyes narrowed in grim resolve. The damage assessment was complete. With a determined cry, he brought his hammer down. The tool struck the center of the immense magical circle he had laid out, channeling his will into the earth itself. A wave of restorative energy pulsed outwards from the point of impact. Torn metal, shattered wood, and twisted tracks began to levitate and reassemble with impossible speed. A full restoration was underway. In the aftermath of the battle, VYL and Anne Rose lie exhausted on the debris-strewn ground. Nearby, the once derailed train stands fully restored on its tracks, gleaming as if brand new. The small cat spirit, Karo, excitedly points out that the train is back to its original state. As VYL begins to stir, he is suddenly caught in a joyful embrace from behind by the beast woman, Poro. She exclaims her amazement, praising him for managing to fix everything all at once. He smiles warmly, thinking to himself that seeing everyone's happy faces is a far greater reward than any level up he might have gained. His reverie is broken when a familiar voice shouts his name. Meanwhile, under a vast and cloudy sky, the braided girl stands before the colossal white dragon, Lowry. The immense creature, its feathered wings spread wide, hovers before her as if in silent communion. Back at the train tracks, VYL's head snaps toward the source of the voice. His eyes widen in utter shock as he recognizes the speaker. "Silica," he questions, his voice laced with disbelief. In response, Silica throws herself to the ground in a deep, prostrating bow, her forehead pressed into the dirt. "I'm so sorry, VYL," she cries out. "I'm truly sorry." He stares down at her trembling form, completely bewildered by her sudden, fervent apology. "Silica," he repeats softly, as she continues to weep. She finally lifts her head, her face streaked with tears and her eyes wide with apparent sincerity. She explains that all the passengers will be taken to the Imperial Hospital for a detailed examination. His expression hardens with resolve. He looks at her and states firmly that since she is pregnant, she should be transported first to receive care. His concern is met not with gratitude, but with fury. "VYL," she screams, her voice cracking. "I was wrong." In a shocking betrayal, she lashes out, her boot connecting violently with his head. She collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling as she repeatedly apologized. VYL could only stare, his expression a mask of shock and confusion at her sudden display of remorse. Amidst the chaos of the evacuation, Poro cried out, identifying the distant girl as her sister. An official announced that women and children would be transported first, instructing everyone else to wait for the rescue squad. In the distance, the white dragon stood with the girl before taking to the sky. He watched with a solemn expression as the massive creature ascended, carrying its passenger away into the clouds. Nearby, Rose examined the train tracks, noting that despite the earlier destruction, there was no sign of abnormality now. She voiced her suspicion that magic must have been involved. Poro, noticing VYL's distracted state, asked him what was wrong. His attention, however, was fixed on the interior of a train car. A gasp escaped him as he witnessed something unsettling within. He realized he was seeing a black mist stretching outwards from the train, a phenomenon apparently visible only to him. He turned to Poro, asking if she could perceive the dark haze. The image of the colossal white dragon, Lowry, in its full, majestic, and terrifying form, flashed through his mind. Within that vision, he saw the face of the braided girl, her eyes filled with a profound sadness as his own hand seemed to reach for her. Snapping back to the present, a grim premonition washed over him. He turned to Poro with sudden urgency, declaring that they must return to the imperial capital at once. Just as he expected, VYL catches Poro as she materializes, holding her securely in his arms. The swirling energy of her teleportation dissipates around them. They arrive outside the National Hospital, where he senses the curse is still active. Poro, delighted, remarks on the speed of the teleportation crystal. VYL, focused, tells her it's time to go. Inside the Grand Hall, a dark miasma spreads, unnoticed by the oblivious staff and patients. VYL realizes it's not just Poro who is affected. From across the room, Silica spots him and calls his name. Ignoring her, VYL points upward, shouting that the source is on the floor above. He and Poro race up a wide staircase, their expressions grim as they move through the increasingly dense, shadowy energy. Their search leads them to a dark, quiet room. By a large window, a small girl sits vigil beside a bed where a woman lies motionless, her body enveloped in dark, stringy tendrils. The young girl explains with quiet sorrow that her mother simply stopped moving. The dark, fibrous material completely obscures the woman's face. As VYL and Poro enter, he asks if the girl is all right and warns Poro to stay back. His eyes fixate on a grotesque doll clutched in the girl's hands, its form made of the same dark substance, with glowing eyes and a stitched grin. He asks Poro if she can see the object, identifying it as the source. He instantly recognizes it. It's a curse doll, an item imbued with a curse of the same kind as the lion god, designed to spread disaster to its surroundings. VYL approaches the child with a gentle expression. She looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope, and asks if he is also. VYL offers a reassuring smile. He tells her to rest easy, claiming to be a doll doctor. He notes that her doll seems to be in pain and offers to heal it. Internally, he fumes at the cruelty of turning a child's treasured possession into a cursed item. A glowing sigil appears as he prepares to work his craft. He brings his hammer down with furious force, striking the cursed doll as it rests upon an intricate magical circle. With gritted teeth, he roars that he will not forgive what has been done, vowing to destroy and reconstruct the corrupted item. The impact shatters the grotesque doll, its cursed form dissolving into a cloud of dark, fibrous particles. From the dissipating corruption, a new figure begins to coalesce, a pristine doll with flowing hair and a delicate dress, shimmering into existence. A young girl's eyes snap open, wide with terror. She lets out a choked gasp, her face slick with a cold sweat. She jolts upright in bed, the sudden movement startling the woman sitting vigil beside her. Overwhelmed, the girl cries out for her mother and throws her arms around her. The woman holds her daughter tightly, asking what just happened as the girl confirms she is all right. Nearby, VYL holds up a beautifully restored doll, its form now pristine. He explains with a gentle smile that this is a special doll that brings blessings to those around it. The cat spirit, Karo, marvels at how the doll's hair now shines. He approaches the family, presenting the doll to the little girl. He asks her mother if anyone had tampered with it, but the girl excitedly exclaims that a kind young man fixed it for her. The girl, peeking happily through her fingers, clarifies that it was a kind older brother with his face wrapped in cloth. Her mother adds that the doll's head had come off while they were on the magic train, and he had repaired it for them. As the mother thanks him, VYL's expression hardens. The mention of a man with a covered face brings an ominous figure to his mind, a masked man. Suddenly, the doll winks playfully. It speaks, its voice clear, thanking VYL for his help and calling him a doll doctor. The mother and daughter are stunned into silence. The doll spoke. Even VYL looks completely shocked. The mother, recovering, remarks how strange it is that he, the one who made it, seems so surprised. Watching from a nearby doorway, Silica is aghast. To think that VYL could not only resurrect the dead but also breathe life into a doll. It is a divine skill. Unaware of her, VYL explains to Karo that he had simply converted a curse into a blessing. She watched, stunned, as the young girl in the bed below began to kick her legs with newfound strength. "Mama, look," the child cried out, "my legs, they're moving." Silica could only stare in disbelief. The miraculous recovery continued, prompting a nearby priest to wonder if a god had descended. On the balcony below, the girl, now standing, joyfully declared that the pain in her heart was gone and her vision had cleared, despite having been given only 3 months to live. For Silica, the truth was undeniable. This was the power of the doll VYL had created. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Rose Gilmas considered her own plans. Her thoughts coalesced into a simple, direct desire. As Poro danced playfully nearby, Rose looked toward VYL and declared, "I want you, VYL." Elsewhere, Silica finally found one of VYL's companions, the beast woman Poro. With tears welling in her eyes, she confessed that she had been searching for them for a long time, admitting there was something important she had failed to tell them. She then stood before VYL himself, offering a heartfelt apology for her role in driving him away. She explained the dire consequences. Since his departure, the Hassan & Company's sales had plummeted. His brother Sechen's skills were inadequate, and she now feared that the business they had built together was on the verge of collapse. Reaching a hand out towards him, she pleaded for him to return to her side. She insisted that if he came back, the customers would surely follow. He did not turn to face her. His response was a single, unequivocal word. No. The rejection struck her hard. Her outstretched hand clenched into a tight fist, and a strained, bitter smile twisted her lips. She believed she understood his reasoning. He must be angry, feeling betrayed by the one who had loved him. Suddenly, Poro lunged forward, placing herself between VYL and the braided girl who had been trailing them. "You're so persistent," Poro shouted, startling the girl who cried out in surprise. She stood with her hands on her hips, confronting the braided girl who knelt on the ground. As this silent challenge was issued, another of VYL's followers, her face contorted in rage, vented her fury over Silica's recent plea. "After betraying Master VYL, you expect him to come back now?" she screamed. "That's enough of your nonsense." The kneeling girl, responding to Poro's stance, looked up and retorted, "What is it? This has nothing to do with you." VYL, meanwhile, stood nearby with his back partially turned, ignoring the confrontation. Standing with his back to Poro, VYL listens as she states her belief that she is the one who understands him best. Her attention then shifts to Silica, whom she confronts with fury. Poro shouts, accusing Silica of being the one who betrayed VYL and severed ties with him in the first place. A flustered Silica begins to stammer a denial. The confrontation escalates, with Silica now kneeling desperately before VYL. Poro stands beside him, coldly informing Silica that VYL has a noble mission and no time for her, telling her to leave. But Silica remains, pounding the floor in despair. She cries out that she is helpless now and begs VYL to come back, questioning if he's fine with the Hassanin business disappearing. VYL looks down at the weeping woman, his expression unmoved as he tells her it is too late. He reminds her that she was the one who claimed the Hassanin business was hers, that its growth was her achievement, and that he had nothing to do with it. He concludes that solving its problems is therefore her responsibility alone. He turns his head slightly, his gaze distant and resolute. He states plainly that he is no longer involved. Prostrate on the floor, Silica can only sob in regret. She whispers apologies to VYL, to Sechin, and to a baby, her mind lost as she questions why she ever did such a foolish thing. Watching the pathetic display, Poro remarks that it's hopeless. As VYL and the braided girl look on, the girl suddenly begins to speak, her body starting to twist unnaturally. With a sickening pop, a grotesque, fleshy sphere erupts from the braided girl's body, expanding rapidly to engulf her completely. She cries out in agony as VYL and Poro stare in shock, wondering what is happening. The pulsating mass now fills the room, emitting a strange, hazy aura. Poro identifies it as Moya, a cursed mist. They can only stare at the horrifying sphere that the girl has become. VYL's expression hardens with grim realization. He knows this is the work of that guy. From within the fleshy prison, the distorted face of the braided girl mutters about a magic train and something delicious, her mind clearly shattered. He slams his hand onto the floor, activating a large, intricate magic circle etched into the wood. Runes and a central sigil flare with power. The magic surges towards the pulsating sphere of flesh. It convulses, letting out a low moan as tendrils of energy wrap around it, pulling it from the street and into the building where VYL and Poro stand ready. Inside the room, the grotesque mass settles onto the floorboards with a wet squelch. A distorted, almost childlike face forms on its surface, eyes squeezed shut as it gurgles pitifully. VYL and Poro stare up at the horrifying sight. The creature's form seems to destabilize, shrinking and contorting on the floor with a pained, gurgling cry. VYL and Poro watch grimly, standing near a bed where another figure lies motionless. Suddenly, its contortions cease as a massive, gaping maw tears open across its surface, revealing a grotesque interior. VYL cries out in horror, stumbling back, but Poro stands her ground. With cold resolve, she draws her sword, preparing to strike down into the monstrous form. A monstrous, infant-like creature erupts from a pool of liquid, its cry echoing. VYL, seeing the immediate danger, shouts a warning as Poro stumbles back in shock. The creature lands with a heavy splash. He quickly turns his attention to a mother and child cowering nearby. He urges them to get to a safe place, identifying the being as a monster, while the terrified mother tells someone to quickly call for adventurers. Nearby, Silica Hassanin has collapsed to the floor, clutching her stomach. She mutters in disbelief that it isn't time for her to give birth, her eyes wide with horror as she questions if the monstrous being is her child. The grotesque infant sits amidst the puddle of its birth. Its form is misshapen and unnatural. It lets out a pathetic cry as onlookers recoil in terror, screaming that it's a monster. The creature's wail intensifies into a piercing shriek of "Mama," the sound waves rippling violently through the water around it. Both VYL and Poro are caught in the sonic assault. The sound is agonizing. Poro clutches her ears in pain. VYL, though also affected, analyzes the phenomenon. He realizes with astonishment that this isn't a spell chant, but a simple cry that possesses immense, raw magical power. As the baby continues its ear-splitting wail, VYL spots Silica, also writhing in pain. She cries out that the candy she ate must be the cause. Hearing this, VYL shouts her name in disbelief and anger. Silica! He stares at her, a storm of emotions on his face. A grim realization settles in his mind. Even if the parent is despicable, the child itself is innocent. The force of the cry shatters a nearby wooden structure. VYL grits his teeth against the onslaught, identifying the power at work as a form of sound magic. While the monstrous infant continues its sorrowful cry, VYL yells at the horrified Silica, reminding her that she is the only mother this child has. Overwhelmed, Silica seems to agree, thinking to herself that the child is not to blame. Her horror gives way to a flicker of maternal instinct. She looks at the grotesque infant, her creation, and whispers an apology, acknowledging that she is the one who brought it into the world. The monstrous baby continues to cry, its gaze vacant as it reaches for her. As she grapples with her actions, a group arrives, taking in the bizarre scene. VYL, Poro, and two companions, a large, muscular man and another with his head wrapped in bandages, stare in disbelief. The large man identifies the creature as a monster. Without hesitation, a long-haired man who appears to be their leader gives the order for an all-out attack. VYL's hand glows with power as he and the large, bald warrior brace themselves to engage the threat. An enormous, spiraling projectile is launched, not from VYL's group, but from another direction. It hurtles past the stunned VYL and Poro, striking its target with immense force. The monstrous infant is caught directly in blast. The attack ensnares not only the child, but its mother as well. The spiraling tendrils wrap tightly around Silica, binding her as she cries out in surprise and pain. The binding weapon constricts violently, the force of the impact sending her glasses flying as the energy within it surges. From the remnants of the attack, a new form emerges. A towering, humanoid figure composed of smoldering embers and intense flame now stands in the child's place, its body radiating heat. VYL and Poro can only stare, bewildered by this sudden, fiery transformation. A swift kick connects with a grotesque, infant-like monster, which stammers in shock and pain. Onlookers, including a muscular bald man, VYL, and a long-haired commander, watch the unfolding chaos with grim expressions. The blow does not subdue the creature. Instead, it triggers a horrifying transformation. The monster swells in size, its form becoming a chaotic mass of flesh and tendrils, letting out a guttural roar as it towers over the surrounding adventurers. As the creature continues to expand, VYL and a long-haired commander launch coordinated attacks. Their strikes land on its rapidly growing body, but seem to have no effect as the monstrous form begins to fill the entire chamber. In response, VYL brings his hammer down. A blinding flash of purifying light erupts from the point of impact, engulfing the room in a wave of sacred energy that instantly vaporizes the monstrous being. The light recedes, leaving behind a room filled with dissipating smoke but otherwise completely unharmed. VYL, Poro, the bald man, and the commander stare into the haze, assessing the aftermath of the purification. Later, VYL stands before a small fire, his back to the others. The bald man and his companions approach, asking what happened and remarking that everything is back to normal. He then addresses VYL and Poro dismissively, calling them nothing more than adventurers. His dismissive tone ignites VYL's rage. He spins around, shouting at the men, demanding to know what they were doing to a child. Struck with terror by his outburst, the three men immediately fall to their knees, begging for forgiveness as Poro watches in surprise. The scene shifts, revealing Silica on the floor, clutching her stomach in pain as VYL stands over her, asking if she is the cause of this. Nearby, the creature has been transformed into a perfectly normal baby, cooing for its mother. Silica stares, utterly shocked to see the infant in a human form. As the baby smiles, VYL's internal thoughts reveal his plan. He intentionally left some of his magic within the child's body, creating an opportunity for it to one day gain control and stabilize its form. Looking up at him, a faint, genuine smile touches Silica's lips. With quiet sincerity, she thanks VYL for protecting her child. Holding her now human child, Silica looks on as VYL turns his head away, his expression somber. He breaks the fragile truce, stating flatly that he did not perform the purification for her sake. Her focus, however, is entirely on the gurgling infant in her arms. She speaks softly to the baby, telling it they will go home now, for its father, Sechin, is waiting for them. The scene shifts away from this tense family revelation to a grim, fortified structure within the city, the royal capital prison. Inside, within a barred cell, Poro lies defeated on the cold stone floor. A guard's voice rings out, ordering her to stay put until her bail is paid. Inside a prison cell, a muscular man shouts at the newcomer to be quiet. But VYL Craft doesn't hear him, hunched over in despair, muttering to himself that he is a fake, that he has no talent. He is so lost in his misery that he barely notices the robed figure that has appeared before him. The figure looks down, remarking on how pathetic he is, working so hard, yet completely unnoticed by anyone. The taunt strikes a nerve, and VYL's despair erupts into a furious scream. His face contorts with rage as he bellows that he wants talent, that he needs stronger items. His mind flashes with resentment. He feels that the strongest item he was given isn't enough. He sees the faces of the heroes who mock him, and a sinister voice whispers a solution. If they all look down on him, then he should just take all of their arms. The dark suggestion takes root. Back in the cell, the muscular man calls out, wondering who is there. His question is answered by monstrous, spiky arms smashing through the stone wall, causing him to cry out in agony. The force of the impact blows out the side of the prison tower, sending debris showering onto the bridge below. From the smoke and ruin emerges VYL, transformed. His arms have become massive, rocky appendages, and he brandishes a spear. He roars that he will take their hands, every last one of them. From a distant rooftop, the mysterious robed figure watches with a satisfied smile, eager to witness this display of talent. Below, VYL soars through the air, unleashing explosions upon the city streets as terrified civilians scatter. His rampage brings him before a squad of knights. One of them, a female knight, recognizes the monstrous figure as the fake craftsman and shouts for him to stop. But VYL unleashes a powerful attack, a rending slash. The attack connects with devastating force, creating a massive explosion. The female knight can only stare in shock, realizing his power is like a force of nature, capable of destroying buildings as if they were wet paper. The female knight and her comrades were powerless, swatted away like insects by the monstrous limb. The force of the blow sent them flying as VYL continued his rampage. But as the chaos peaked, a new figure burst onto the scene. Rika, Thundersoen, the hero of Thunder, cackled with wild glee. She taunted the transformed VYL, declaring that she had come to claim his monstrous hands for herself, and ordered the downed knight to stay back. Her thorny chain weapon became a blur, slicing cleanly through the grotesque appendage. The monstrous arm was severed from VYL's body, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sudden amputation. Before he could react, another powerful presence made itself known. Enrose, flanked by Caroline Icebug and other heroes, stepped forward. With unwavering confidence, she announced herself as the S-rank guild master, declaring that protecting this city was her sacred mission. Her declaration hung in the air, but her focus was abruptly broken. A small, winged creature zipped through the air directly toward her, catching her completely by surprise. While the guild master was distracted, Rika's weapon began to absorb the severed limb. Yet, a horrifying realization dawned. VYL was not defeated. He was ecstatic. He roared with laughter, proclaiming that he had devoured the arm's power and that even the S-rank guildmaster was now his to claim. A tranquil port town rests, nestled within a mountain range, its buildings climbing the hillsides from the calm waters of the bay. But that peace is a distant memory. Amidst the rubble of a ruined city, a small child wails in terror. The child's mother lies injured on the ground nearby, her strength failing as she desperately cries for someone, anyone, to help. A grotesque, lumpy monster looms over the pair, its spindly limbs reaching down. Just as it moves to strike, a voice rings out, shouting for it to get away from them, promising rescue. The creature turns toward the interruption, callously remarking on the uselessness of a powerless human. The mother, seeing a hooded figure, screams for him to get away, calling him a monster in his own right. The figure, VYL, pays them no mind. With a thunderous roar, he slams a massive hammer into the ground, shouting that a creature like this has no right to live. The monster can only look on in stunned confusion as the ground before it erupts from the force of the impact. From the point of impact, a swirling vortex of energy manifests, its powerful pull dragging the helpless monster toward its center. In the distance, VYL stands alone, the architect of its demise. With the threat gone, the mother kneels and thanks him. She informs him that his wound is healed and urges him to run, her voice trailing off as she utters his name, VYL. Elsewhere, the face of VYL's brother, Sechin, twists into a monstrous form. His jaw unhinges, and with obsessive rage, he screams his brother's name. He stood amidst the devastation, a grotesque fusion of flesh and stone, his insectoid legs planted firmly in the wreckage. With a voice like grinding rock, he declared this monstrous form to be his greatest masterpiece. His face, a twisted parody of his human features, split into a wide, jagged grin. He sneered, proclaiming that he was no longer the talentless younger brother. Across the ruined landscape, VYL Craft stared back, his expression hardening with resolve. He gripped his hammer, vowing to defeat his brother, Sechin Craft, to cure him, and then to make him properly apologize. He declared this to be his duty as the elder brother. As he spoke, the ring on his finger, the golden hand, began to glow, activating its power. He launched himself forward, the golden hand connecting with his divine hammer, Mjolnir. Sechin laughed, daring the talentless weakling to try his best as VYL's hammer, now wreathed in energy, met a spiky, club-like appendage from monster. The impact sent VYL reeling backward. He crashed to the ground, instinctively striking the earth with his hammer in a move of super forging. But as he looked down, a sudden shock coursed through him. The golden hand, his precious artifact, was glowing erratically as dark, blood-like tendrils seeped from it. Across from him, the monstrous Setchin shuddered, a strange noise escaping his maw as a dark energy seemed to flow from VYL towards him. VYL watched, his eyes wide with dawning horror. He understood. It was a curse that steals the skills of others. The monstrous Setchin let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. The golden hand was no longer on VYL's finger. It had materialized on the creature's own grotesque limb. He gloated that VYL's prized possession was now his. Setchin roared for him to shut up and die. But VYL's gaze was fixed, his mind piecing together the terrible truth. He realized that the curse of the 7 dusts of fortune had latched onto the item, transforming his golden hand into a pitiful, cursed object, a Tsukumagami. A grotesque, lumpy monster lunges, but its attack is met with a powerful force that causes its body to erupt and crumble into a pile of rocky debris. From the rubble, the creature's head reforms, its face twisted in a mocking sneer. It taunts its opponent, asking what's wrong and why he isn't attacking with his vaunted golden hand. Standing at a distance, VYL realizes his attempt has failed. The monster seems to understand his intent, questioning if VYL was trying to create something specific. As VYL wonders about his foe's identity, a voice announces a full opening, and a vast structure of shimmering, box-like constructs materializes in the space around them. His expression hardens with resolve. He declares that the monster will die by his own power. In response, the monster bellows, unleashing its power of unlimited fake replication. Countless copies of itself begin to bubble up from the ground, forming a grotesque, expanding army. The newly formed monsters writhe and solidify, a testament to the creature's terrifying ability to multiply. The original monster confronts VYL, demanding to know why his divine artifact isn't working. VYL calmly explains that it is because he does not understand the structure of the object he wishes to create. He holds up his hand, the golden hand glowing faintly, and clarifies that possessing a skill and being able to master its use are 2 entirely different matters. The monster recoils in fury, screaming that it was never told about such a limitation. It accuses VYL of being someone who merely possessed a skill without true mastery. He calmly faces the monstrous form, explaining that skills, like tools, are meaningless if not used correctly. He tells the creature that even though it stole someone else's skill in its possession, it is nothing more than a wasted treasure. The monster roars in defiance, its body beginning to swell. It bellows for him to be silent, declaring that it is perfectly fine to simply destroy everything in its path. As the creature's form grows more chaotic, VYL recognizes the process. He raises his hammer and shouts his brother's name, pleading, "Setchin, stop." But his brother, now a towering pillar of spiky flesh, ignores the plea. He boasts that he doesn't need to understand structure, unleashing an attack he calls Universal Destruction Max. The immense power proves too much. The monstrous form begins to bubble and distort as Setchin cries out in alarm, realizing he can no longer control the energy. His loss of control culminates in a catastrophic eruption of force. As Setchin screams that it won't stop, VYL braces himself against the violent shockwave. Consumed by the uncontrolled energy, the monstrous Setchin can only scream in agony and confusion, questioning what is happening to him. VYL watches with grim understanding. He explains that the energy of a universal destruction skill is immense and must be throttled, otherwise the user risks death. He warns his brother that any more will kill him. The warning is met with pure spite. Setchin's monstrous face twists with resolve as he declares he would rather die than lose to VYL. Hearing this, VYL can only mutter his brother's name in dismay. Driven by this suicidal hatred, Setchin's body unleashes a final, desperate volley of sharp projectiles. He screams that he will kill VYL no matter what, as VYL shouts for him to stop, bracing for the inevitable impact. A powerful blast rocks the battlefield, sending debris and a discarded sword tumbling through the air as the ground erupts. Amidst the chaos, 3 figures descend. From his position on the ground, VYL sees them land, with one warrior's powerful leg standing firm before him. He looks up, his face smudged with dirt and sweat, and calls out into the dust-filled air, demanding to know their identity. Before him stand Poro, Rika, and Anne Rose, poised between him and the colossal white dragon. Poro looks down at the group, acknowledging their arrival. VYL, now on his feet, seems more bewildered than relieved. He pats a flustered Poro on the head, questioning why she is here when he told her to wait in the Empire. Her flustered expression hardens into one of fierce resolve. She declares that they have arrived, for VYL had saved their lives, and now it is their turn to repay that debt. VYL's expression softens into a grateful smile. He understands. Thanking them for coming to his aid, he asks the heroes to buy him some time. He is flanked by Rika and Enrose. Rika grins, telling the sensei that this will be a big debt to repay, while Enrose calmly states she would offer her life for VYL. With their resolve set, the three women charge forward as one, shouting that they fight for VYL's sake. Rika leaps ahead, her weapon crackling with energy as she prepares to unleash the 4 thunder strikes, announcing that she is going in. The warrior, Rika, unleashes her power, shouting the name of her technique. Iceberg. A massive construct of ice erupts towards the heavens, as Enrose leaps past. Her attack is joined by Poro and Enrose, their combined assault forming a crescent moon to pin the great beast. As they fight, VYL's focus turns inward. He affirms to himself that even without the golden hand, he still has his grandfather's hammer. He wonders if this is his own inherent skill. The thought sends him back to a memory from his childhood. He recalls his astonishment at discovering he possessed 5 skills: Grant, Super Refinement, Full Repair, All Thing Destruction, and Infinite Forgery. He recalls his grandfather, Genkozi, explaining that those were not his skills, but the skills of the other members of the 8 sages. Genkozi had told him that his own inherent skill was something unprecedented, i.e. super skill. The old man had then told him that a unique skill, one dwelling within the hammer itself, would one day awaken when his own abilities had matured enough to handle it. VYL would simply need to borrow the hammer's power. That memory fuels him. Back in the present, VYL's eyes blaze with resolve as he grips the hammer, its head glowing with immense energy. He invokes its true power, super refinement. He declares that, even without the golden hand, his right hand is imbued with the experience of every item he has ever crafted. A complex magical circle erupts on the ground before him. With this power, he roars his intent to use his grandfather's super refinement skill to create a divine weapon from nothing. From the center of the circle, a massive, crystalline object begins to materialize. The massive white dragon, Lowry, looks on as VYL Craft stands before her, noting the state of his hand after the recent confrontation. He confirms that his 5 skills were stolen, then turns to the dragon with a request. He asks if she would part with one of her scales. Lowry agrees without hesitation, though she questions what he plans to do with it. His eyes narrow with determination. He knows that his own inherent, unique skill is something that no one can ever take from him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Rika, Poro, and Enrose stand among the bodies of defeated monsters. Enrose looks back with disdain, remarking that VYL is truly a hopeless scoundrel. Her words are cut short as one of the creatures rises, its grotesque mouth speaking. It taunts them, declaring that no matter how many skills they borrow, they are still incompetent inside, just like the other heroes who rely on holy swords. The field of monsters begins to stir, their bodies twitching back to life. Rika shouts a warning that the creatures are moving again, forcing the 3 warriors to ready their weapons against the unexpected resurgence. The revived horde proves too much. The 3 women are struck and thrown back by the relentless assault, with Enrose crying out in pain as she is overwhelmed. Suddenly, brilliant pillars of light erupt from the ground, striking the monsters. One of the creatures looks on in stunned disbelief, questioning the source of the holy sword skill. The source of the power is VYL. He holds Lowry's scale, which now glows with immense energy in his palm. A surge of confidence flows through him as he feels that, as he is now, he can do it. He envisions a future filled with the smiling faces of all the people he can help. He understands that with this right hand, the one that has created so many smiles, he can achieve his true purpose. The effect of his remote intervention was immediate. The massive white dragon, Lowry, reeled back as it was struck by ethereal blades of light, roaring in confused fury as it wondered how its opponents could still wield such skills. In response to the beast's rage, Poro stood her ground, shouting with fierce determination that she would not allow anyone to interfere with VYL. While she held the line, her companions looked back toward VYL, with Enrose urging him to hurry. He stood before a large, glowing cube, raising his hands to the heavens and commanding the creation of a divine weapon. But the enemy would not wait. The lumpy monster roared that their struggles were futile, declaring its intent to take everything for itself as it unleashed a powerful shockwave. Ignoring the chaos, he focused his will. With a powerful cry invoking the name of the blacksmith god, Emitsa, VYL brought his hammer down upon the glowing artifact. From the impact, a brilliant light erupted, coalescing into the form of a magnificent blade, the Holy Sword of Light. VYL looked upon his work, calmly congratulating the new weapon on its birth. The sight of the blade stunned the lumpy monster into disbelief. It could only stammer, questioning if what it saw was truly a holy sword. In answer to its doubt, VYL stood ready, the radiant power of the newly forged sword crackling in his grasp. The monster continued to rave in denial, insisting that holy swords were gifts from the heavens and that it was impossible for a human to create one. From a distance, his allies watched, and Poro whispered his name in awe. With his allies now safe behind him, VYL stepped forward to face both the dragon and the monster. Enrose examined her hand, noting with surprise that it had returned to normal and that her sword spirit, Ice, was restored as well. Wielding a brilliant holy sword, VYL confronts the colossal white dragon. The sword's power is revealed, the denial of destruction, an ability that negates any and all acts of ruin. The dragon, caught in a wave of disintegrating energy, roars in disbelief. Viwile declares that if that is the sword's power, then he will use it to swallow and erase the beast entirely. As the dragon's form is consumed by a swirling vortex, Poro watches from the ground in terror. She cries out Viwile's name, shouting that if a mass that large were to fall, the entire royal capital would be annihilated. In response, he focuses his will, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Suspended in the sky, Viwile raises the holy sword high, preparing to unleash a powerful technique, the sunlight holy heaven thrust. He plunges downward like a meteor, driving the blade into the heart of the unraveling beast, becoming a streak of darkness against the overwhelming light. A silent, blinding flash of pure white light erupts, consuming everything in its radiance. When the light subsides, the colossal form of the dragon is gone, leaving only a scarred crater and rising dust in the ravaged landscape. His task complete, Viwile now plummets uncontrollably from the sky. As he falls, he gazes down at the sprawling city below, and the ring on his finger begins to glow. On the ground below, Rose stares in utter shock at her own arm. The limb, previously severed, has been completely restored. She murmurs in disbelief that her arm has revived, returned to how it was. Her entire group stands before the only remnant of the beast, its massive, inert hand lying on the ground. They stare at the impossible sight, one of them asking what in the world just happened. Rika, however, seems to recognize the power, murmuring its name with an expression of disbelief. Sunlight holy heaven thrust. Poro turns to the cat spirit, Ice, perched on Rika's shoulder, and asks if it knows anything about the technique. The cat spirit, Ice, explains with gravity that the technique was an ultimate art, once wielded by the legendary superhero Lawrence to defend the human world from an evil god. Rika, looking on, questions if this means Viwile somehow reproduced the hero's legendary skill. Rose remains speechless, staring blankly in shock. As they speak, Viwile remains suspended in the air, the holy sword still in his grasp. Ice observes that he seems sleepy again. Rika elaborates, stating that Viwile has surpassed merely creating a holy sword from scratch and now wields a healing power that is beyond human capability. His power expended, the holy sword dissolves into motes of light, vanishing from his hand. A disembodied voice commends his efforts, and Viwile, finally succumbing to exhaustion, begins to fall from the sky. He lands safely amidst his companions. Poro asks if the sword broke, but Viwile nonchalantly clarifies that it's merely sleeping. He explains that because the sword is still like an infant, it can't stay active for long. Another voice in the group marvels that Viwile can wield such an incredible power without restriction, comparing him to a god. Her concern for Viwile boiling over, Poro turns furiously on Setchin, demanding to know if he still intends to fight. She shouts that Viwile's kindness was the only reason his life was spared. Viwile watches her impassioned defense, taken aback, while Setchin remains stoic. His silence conceals a profound shift in his thinking. Setchin admits to himself that he had never truly watched his brother's work, dismissing his talent as a mere blessing from the Golden Hand. He realizes with a pang of regret that he had been underestimating Viwile this entire time. It becomes painfully clear to him that even without the artifact, Viwile is capable of accomplishing godlike feats. On his knees, Setchin weeps, overcome with regret. He confesses that his brother, Viwile, was always far more capable than he was, and that he was the one who had been wrong all along. He offers a deep, sincere apology. In response, Viwile looks down at his brother, the ring on his hand glowing faintly. He raises a finger and tells Setchin that with this, he will be forgiven. Stunned, Setchin looks up, uttering his brother's name. The scene shifts to a dark prison. Silica stands in the gloom, cradling her infant child. Elsewhere within the same walls, Setchin is shown shackled by his feet, a prisoner. Later, Silica confronts the imprisoned Setchin. Her voice trembles with a mix of anger and disbelief as she calls out his name. Her accusation prompts a pained confession. Setchin apologizes to Silica, admitting that he was a fool. Her eyes widen in shock as he speaks. Bound to a large wooden cross, he insists that he will bear the weight of this sin alone, declaring that it has nothing to do with her or their child. His words ignite her fury. Silica screams at him, calling him a fool and yelling that it is far too late for such declarations. The baby in her arms begins to wail. At that moment, Rose appears, announcing that their time is up. As she begins to lead Silica away, the distraught woman pleads that Setchin is her husband and the child's father, begging him not to face this alone. Rose simply bids them a cold farewell. She looks back with an unwavering, almost predatory gaze. She declares that the crimes they have committed are deep, and she will ensure they are punished accordingly. The two are separated, led away to face their judgment under the cold watch of their captors. Her judgment rendered, Setchin and Silica are led not to a dungeon, but to a large, open archway. Before them stretches a vast, open road leading away from the capital. With a sharp clang, the shackles binding their ankles suddenly break apart and fall to the ground. Sechin and Silica stare down, startled and confused by this unexpected freedom. A man with a horse-drawn cart appears before them, gesturing towards the wagon. He instructs them to get on board and leave the country. Silica, clutching her infant child, and Sechin can only stare in bewilderment. Sechin, his voice filled with disbelief, turns to a nearby guard and demands an explanation, asking if this isn't supposed to be their execution. The armored guard impassively replies that they are simply following their orders. Watching from a high window as the cart departs, Rose lets out a soft sigh. She laments that in this affair, they have lost a truly wonderful man, referring to VYL. As the cart carries them away, Sechin looks back with tears in his eyes, murmuring his brother's name. Silica, holding their child, reflects on VYL's profound mercy, realizing that their unexpected salvation is surely his doing. Elsewhere, VYL stands with a determined look. Poro's hand enters the frame, pointing towards him as she addresses him as her creator. She floats before him, praising his incredible kindness for saving his relatives despite the terrible things they had done. VYL brushes off the compliment, stating that it's only natural to save his own family. Poro wags a finger at him, playfully chiding him for his humility. She then questions him, asking if his objective was met now that he has successfully created a divine weapon from nothing. He turns to her, clarifying that the divine weapon is still incomplete. His gaze drifts towards the horizon, his expression resolute. He declares that there are still so many more things he wants to create. From his high perch, he finally spotted his target below. A triumphant chuckle escaped him as he declared he had found them. Outside the nearby gate, Poro eagerly ran towards him, asking to come along, and together they departed. The person he sought, Rose, was aware of his presence. As her long hair billowed, she reflected on the centuries she had waited for this very moment. She knew with certainty that VYL Craft was the one destined to grant her deepest wish. Her sharp eyes glinted with unwavering resolve. Standing with an air of absolute command, she voiced her long-held ambition aloud, the completion of the Hapusai. Panting heavily, a large, muscular man flees through a rocky passage, carrying a small beast child while holding the hand of a terrified beast woman, Poro. He gasps that their pursuers are closing in. He shoves her toward a narrow crevice, instructing her to hide inside. Confused and frightened, Poro looks back, asking what about her mother and father. With a low rumble, he places his hands on her shoulders, his face grim. He tells Poro to be a good girl, his voice heavy with unspoken fear. From the darkness of their hiding spot, the man watches the entrance, his hands trembling as he resolves that he won't let them harm his family any further. A shadow suddenly falls over them. Poro and the man cry out in horror for their mother and father as a terrible scream echoes from just outside the crevice. The scream fades, leaving only the bright, empty entrance to their hiding place in stark silence. Then a grotesque, monstrous face with wide, staring eyes fills the opening. It has found them. Poro lets out a piercing shriek, begging it to stop. Her terror recedes, replaced by a cold stillness. She sits in the darkness, her gaze fixed on the sheathed katana resting nearby. With a sharp click, she unsheathes the blade and bursts from the crevice, charging across a desolate, windswept plain. Her face contorts with desperate resolve. She screams a plea for her weapon to hold out until VYL emerges from his workshop as a dark, curse-like energy begins to swirl around the blade. She swung her blade with all her might, unleashing a crescent of dark energy that tore through the air. With fierce determination, she vowed to master the power of Yuzora. As the attack's energy dissipated, she stood trembling, her gaze fixed on a colossal fortress nestled high in the distant white Dragon Mountain range of Dilari. A grim realization settled upon her. Just as I thought, she murmured. Elsewhere, in a space seemingly beyond the physical world, VYL Craft's focus was absolute. His blade shimmered, reflecting a faint crescent moon, the very shape of the power Poro had just unleashed. He grimaced, frustrated that he could only manage to produce a crescent moon, an effort which seemed to cause the sword spirit, Yuzora, to recoil in pain. The spirit of Yuzora materialized more clearly before him, her form ethereal and vulnerable. She reached down, her hand gently touching his head as she admonished him. "Don't make a face like that," she said softly. "It's not fitting for a hero of the Holy Sword." Far away, Poro sensed this spiritual struggle, her concern growing as she whispered Yuzora's name. With a flourish of fiery wings, Lowry descends, greeting Poro. She notes that the black crescent moon Poro just witnessed is the same technique VYL used against his foolish brother. Poro expresses her awe, but Lowry clarifies that this is the ultimate technique of Yuzora, the power to absorb all things into darkness. As VYL attempts to replicate the technique, creating a swirling mass of dark energy, Lowry dismisses it as a complete failure. She explains to a surprised Poro that she is only able to draw out about 10% of her true power through her. Poro thinks this is more than enough, but Lowry insists that as a hero, she must become even stronger. After half a month passes, VYL finally emerges from his workshop. Lowry remarks on his long seclusion, but he appears refreshed, explaining that he is finally beginning to understand how to use the power of the god, Timiko Hidetsum no Kami. Watching him from a distance, Poro thinks to herself that she was too late. When VYL notices her and asks what is wrong, she quickly composes herself and welcomes him back. Her expression hardens as she grips her sword, filled with a renewed determination. She must become stronger to defeat her hated enemy. The next morning, VYL stretches widely with a great yawn, greeting the day. He waves, saying good morning not only to Poro, but also to a small, glowing sword-shaped tattoo on her rear, which flashes in response. VYL notes that this entity, Lux, seems to be very fond of Poro. He explains to a bewildered Poro that Lux is still just a baby and cannot speak like Yuzora. It seems to have taken a liking to her fluffy features, and he asks her to look after it from now on. VYL clenches his fist, the ring on his finger glowing. He declares with excitement that from now on, while he nurtures the holy sword of light, he will also use the power of Timiko Hidetsum no Kami to create many new things. He stands with his companions as Lauri asks if this means a new journey is beginning. She wonders if she can be entrusted with the territory, and VYL readily agrees, telling her it's no problem at all. Poro, however, is lost in her own thoughts. Her gaze is intense as she considers the two holy swords, wondering if she can ever become as strong as the other heroes. Sometime later, the group travels through a forested landscape. VYL relaxes, remarking that while the Hapuya workshop was fine, being outside is much more enjoyable. Poro watches him, a hint of concern on her face. Their carriage rumbles along, pulled not by a living creature, but by a blocky, horse-shaped automaton. Poro stares at the construct and asks if it's a real horse. VYL explains that it is a magic doll, one of his magical tools that moves automatically upon command. Poro finds this unusual, noting that magic dolls are generally humanoid. From her seat behind him, Lauri praises his ingenuity. She calls it a tireless magic carriage, an unconventional idea that a normal person would never think of. Suddenly, Poro's ear twitches sharply. Her attention snaps to a distant sound, her expression shifting to one of focused curiosity. Her face hardens as she turns to VYL. She reports that people are being attacked in the forest, and that it is likely the work of bandits. Without a moment's hesitation, VYL declares that they will help. Poro is visibly surprised by his immediate and decisive response, asking why he's acting this way when he usually just agrees passively. He looks down at her and states his reasoning with simple clarity. If someone is in trouble, you help them. That's all there is to it. He stepped forward to confront the bandits, one of whom had deployed a strange, floating cube that glowed with an inner light. As VYL prepared to act, he suddenly produced an unexpected weapon. The sharp click of a revolver being cocked made Poro gasp, her eyes wide with disbelief. A gun, she stammered. He leveled the firearm with a confident smirk, giving a slight wink. This, he explained, was an item he had created during his recent seclusion, a new model modified from a Malik-style pistol, which he had named the Causality Inversion Gun. A single gunshot shatters the quiet of the forest, its muzzle flash a brilliant starburst. Watching from a safe distance, Poro exclaims that the shot was a direct hit. VYL, standing beside her, remains calm as she expresses her astonishment at his marksmanship from such a range. He lowers the pistol with a faint, confident smile, declaring the engagement finished as a spent casing is ejected from the firearm. The result of his work becomes clear. A group of bandits lies unconscious on the forest floor. Poro stares in disbelief, realizing the weapon is not designed to kill, but to anesthetize. She marvels that every single bullet found its target despite the distance. VYL then explains the firearm's unique principle. It operates on a reversal of cause and effect. He doesn't shoot the bullet so that it hits the target, but rather because the bullet is destined to hit the target, he is able to fire it. Though she finds the explanation difficult to grasp, Poro is nonetheless deeply impressed, remarking on the incredible nature of a gun that guarantees a hit. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a tattered robe and mask appears before them. With a raspy voice, the stranger addresses VYL as a human capable of creating such a weapon. Startled, VYL calls out for them to wait. The figure stumbles, collapsing into VYL's arms. He catches them, asking if they're all right, and observing that they seem to have been attacked by thieves. As they fall, a broken sword hilt clatters to the ground, only to be enveloped in light and fully repaired in an instant. The figure's hood falls back, revealing a beautiful beast woman with cat-like ears and a tail, her wounds visibly healing. Poro recognizes her as a fellow beast person. The woman introduces herself as Ragdoll, the third princess of the beast person nation, Naroguma, and then identifies VYL as the blacksmith of the Holy Sword. Clutching his arm with tears in her eyes, Princess Ragdoll pleads with him. She reveals that her mother's holy sword is in grave danger and begs him to save her nation. The mention of another holy sword shocks Poro, bringing to mind a fleeting image of another hero, a woman with magnificent wings. Her plea is met with a swift and decisive answer. Okay, let's go, VYL declares without hesitation. Poro, standing beside him, is taken aback, asking why he would agree to such a request so readily. He turns to the concerned Poro telling her not to worry. He reveals that he has been the one performing maintenance on the Beast Nation's holy sword for a long time. He explains that it is his policy as a craftsman to want to repair anything that is broken. He reasons that since Poro is also a wielder of a holy sword, she would naturally worry if it were damaged, as being one with the sword is a natural state for its user. His profound understanding of the bond between a wielder and their sword leaves Princess Ragdoll speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment as she murmurs, "One with a holy sword." While the princess is lost in thought, Poro's sharp eyes spot an object VYL has produced. She exclaims in shock, identifying it as a teleportation crystal, an exceedingly rare SS rank item that allows travel to any desired location. She wonders aloud where he could have possibly obtained such a thing, as the power of super forging manifests. Holding the now glowing crystal in one hand and his hammer aloft in the other, VYL rallies his companions. "All right, let's go," he shouts, "to the Beast Nation Naroguma." The teleportation is instantaneous, but the sight that greets them is utterly alien. VYL's eyes widen in disbelief as he finds himself surrounded by strange, oversized flora. "What in the world is this?" he mutters. "Is this really the Beast Nation?" His shock is echoed by the others as they gaze upon the landscape. The entire region is choked by colossal, unnatural plant life, a grotesque forest stretching as far as the eye can see. "What is this giant plant?" they cry out in unison. A vast, dense forest stretches out, a sea of overwhelming green under a cloudy sky, hinting at a wild and untamed land. Standing at the edge of this verdant expanse, VYL turns to Poro, asking if the greenery of Narogirima was always so abundant. He then inquires about the nature of the Beast Person country itself. As they venture into a desolate landscape of shattered ruins choked by colossal, gnarled trees, Poro explains that her homeland was once a peaceful nation. She describes it as a place blessed with green and water, where conflict was rare, located to the east of Gitaniga, their previous location. Her voice darkens as she reveals this peace lasted only until her mother's holy sword, Aquatail, went berserk. A vision of a powerful woman with long, flowing hair and fiercely glowing eyes flashes, a brilliant light radiating from her chest. The revelation strikes VYL. He murmurs that when he performed maintenance on the sword, there were no signs of any malfunction, and a dark suspicion begins to dawn on him. The scene shifts to a memory, with Rose recounting the events. She explains that about half a month ago, a magic tool master calling himself Shichifukijin visited. VYL reacts, recognizing the name as an acquaintance of sorts. Rose continues, stating the man offered to perform maintenance on the water holy sword, and they, trusting his words, left the weapon in his care. Poro describes the catastrophic aftermath. The holy sword went berserk, its power overflowing and causing the surrounding flora to grow abnormally, crushing buildings and devastating the country. This is why they sought VYL's help. VYL's expression hardens. He declares that the world always has scoundrels who misuse items meant for good, and Shichifukijin is a prime example. Poro looks up at him, her eyes filled with hope. With grim determination, VYL grips his hammer and vows that he will save all the people and things suffering because of that villain. Back in the present, standing amidst the overgrown ruins, VYL looks around in confusion, asking where they are. The robed figure, Ragdoll, simply urges him to hurry to the capital to repair Aquatail. He voices his bewilderment, explaining that he used a transfer crystal set for the capital, Ivashima, and wonders if the coordinates were off. Poro, however, points to a weathered signpost, identifying their location as Minakami, a town north of the capital. He determined it would be best not to use the transfer crystal again. Surveying the dense forest before them, VYL noted that traveling through it on foot would be exceedingly difficult. He turned to his companions and asked Rose if her sword's spirit form, Yuzora, could simply consume the trees to clear a path. Rose explained that while her power made it possible, Poro was not yet able to perfectly control her. VYL found this odd, as he had designed Yuzora to be usable by anyone. Hearing this, Poro's expression fell, her ears drooping slightly. Seeing this, VYL declared he had a solution and opened his crafting interface. With a flash of light and the command Super Refinement, a large, multi-limbed automaton materialized. He called it Marinoko Man, a golem equipped with whirring circular saws, designed for reconnaissance and logging. Rose and Poro stared in astonishment. He had fashioned a golem and attached magically powered circular saws to its four limbs, creating a highly efficient clearing machine. The saw golem immediately set to work, its blades spinning as it effortlessly carved a wide path through the dense woods. Following in the automaton's wake, the group walked unimpeded through the newly formed clearing as the golem continued its task ahead. Despite the easy progress, Poro felt a pang of uselessness, lamenting to herself that once again she had contributed nothing to aid VYL. VYL noticed her mood and gently corrected her. He explained that what she perceived as failure was actually a different kind of success. Her power was promoting the rapid growth of the surrounding plants, similar to how one might stimulate blood flow to promote healing. To demonstrate, he plunged a tool into the ground, causing a burst of light. Enrose commented on how clear his explanation was. But VYL's attention snapped elsewhere as he saw the golem, shouting for it to wait. His shout was too late. The saw golem, having completed its immediate task, continued at full speed, carving a path straight into the horizon. The group could only watch as their creation disappeared, leaving a question mark hanging over the distant trees. Upon arriving at a settlement of beast people, the group is immediately confronted by a large, bear-like guard. He bellows, demanding to know who they are and ordering them to drop their weapons. He warns that if they take another step, he will attack. His aggressive posture vanishes as the crowd behind him erupts in joyous cries, recognizing one of the newcomers. They cheer that Ragdoll has returned. Poro steps forward, announcing to the guard that these are the saviors who have come to rescue their homeland. At Poro's declaration, the beast people prostrate themselves on the stone floor. One announces that Ragdoll has brought the savior, while another pleads for her help. Standing beside Viwyl and Poro, Ragdoll calmly addresses her people, telling them all to raise their faces. As they do, a massive, monstrous flower with a gaping central maw looms before them, pulsing with a sickly energy. Ragdoll stands before the grotesque plant, her expression unreadable. She looks up suddenly, a hint of confusion crossing her face as if she has sensed something unexpected. In that instant, a torrent of dark, shadowy tendrils erupts, threatening to consume her. A new voice rings out, belonging to the sword spirit Yozora, who declares she has been waiting for this monster. She unleashes an attack named Mikazuki, or Crescent Moon. Yozora now stands between the group and the monstrous plant, her presence commanding. She announces to the onlookers that the death-eating flower has arrived. The creature, Adi Supuranto, looms over the area. Viwyl remarks that even the monsters have become enormous. Poro confirms this, explaining that the monsters have turned ferocious and have been attacking the villagers, causing great distress. With a cry of "just what I needed," Yozora leaps into action. She commands the monster to disappear and be consumed by the darkness. As tendrils of power swirl around her, she declares with fierce determination, "I will become stronger." Poro cries out for her to wait, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Yozora glances back, a faint smile on her lips. "Sorry, Poro," she says, "you must have smelled me." Poro is left speechless. The beast woman stares in awe as the sword spirit Yozora floats above her blade, her ethereal form shimmering. Poro whispers her name, her voice filled with reverence. Yozora looks down, her expression serene, and states that there is no problem. As her spiritual energy dissipates, a single tear traces a path down Yozora's cheek. She looks towards Viwyl, who watches intently, and addresses him simply as her creator. He now holds her physical form, a plain, unadorned katana. Viwyl turns to Poro, explaining that in its current depleted state, wielding the sword is no different from simply swinging a wooden stick. The blunt assessment shocks Poro, who cries out in disbelief. In response, Viwyl strikes the blade with his Mjolnir-clad hand. A loud, metallic clang rings out as he invokes his power, initiating a full repair of the sword. The newly restored sword is now sheathed, a paper talisman wrapped securely around its scabbard. Viwyl declares that Yozora is now sealed for the time being. He glances at Poro, who stands watching, and internally reflects that he may have been too harsh. He reminds himself that, despite her current state, Yozora is Poro's partner. She offers an apology to both Viwyl and the sealed Yozora. Vywyl's attention, however, has already shifted. He points toward the smaller plant-like creatures in the distance, dismissing the remaining death-eating flowers as mere small fry. He lays out a plan. He will construct an outer wall for the village, and in the meantime, Poro is to clean up the lesser monsters in the surrounding area. With a look of new resolve, she agrees. As they set off, Viwyl thinks to himself that the decision to break the seal is now up to Yozora. He hopes that the two of them can overcome this trial together. He arrives at the edge of the village, hammer in hand. This, he determines, is the boundary. With a resolute thought, he prepares to begin his work. Without delay, he strikes a single point with his hammer. A thunderous boom echoes as the ground itself responds to his command. Invoking his forging ability, he causes a colossal wall of earth and rock to erupt from the ground, rapidly forming a defensive barrier. Above a sea of clouds, a colossal, circular-walled city stands complete. Its sheer scale and pristine condition evoke a sense of awe, prompting observers to declare it a divine miracle. On the ground, however, Viwyl Craft humbly deflects the praise from grateful villagers. Holding his hammer, he states that it was merely the work of a craftsman and that their next focus must be the village's reconstruction. Elsewhere, a desperate battle rages. Poro, panting and exhausted, extends her claws and roars for her foe to vanish. But her attack falters and she stumbles from the effort. She pushes forward again, unleashing a spinning slash while screaming for the thorny creature to disappear. As she lands, a wave of self-doubt washes over her. She wonders what she's doing wrong and how she can possibly become stronger, before collapsing with a cry of pain. The monstrous death-eating flower looms, one of its vines wrapped tightly around Princess Ragdoll, who screams in terror. From the ground, Poro watches in horror as the princess is captured. In a swift move, Poro rescues the princess, catching her in her arms. Ragdoll looks up, her expression a mixture of relief and shock, and thanks her rescuer. Poro, still on high alert, demands to know why she is even there. She presses the issue, asking why Ragdoll would come all this way by herself out of concern for her, questioning why she would care about a stranger. Ragdoll smiles gently, correcting Poro's assumption. She explains that they are not strangers because Poro is a beast person, just like her. Her words trigger a painful memory in Poro. The image of cruel, judging eyes flashes in her mind, along with a voice declaring that slaves are objects, meant only to obey humans. The thought that Ragdoll considers them the same is a shocking contrast. Ragdoll attempts to brush off her injuries, claiming it's nothing to worry about. But Poro's eyes fixate on the deep, angry scratches on the princess's arm. She realizes with horror that the wounds are from poison, and Ragdoll is in immense pain. She held the suffering princess, her own expression twisting in empathy. The thought of someone who had shown her concern being in such pain was something she found deeply unpleasant. Her distress was cut short by an unexpected sensation. Princess Ragdoll, no longer looking pained, had placed a hand on her backside, patting her gently. Poro let out a gasp of surprise. Before Poro could fully process this, a warm light emanated from the princess's hand, striking the very spot on her hip where the sword tattoo resided. Poro's eyes widened in shock as she felt the strange energy course through her. The light faded, revealing Princess Ragdoll beaming with genuine gratitude. "Thank you very much," she said, her voice bright and clear, all traces of the poison seemingly gone. Poro stammered, flustered by the praise. She tried to explain that she hadn't intentionally helped, that it was Lux acting on its own. The princess, however, was simply amazed, exclaiming how incredible it was that Poro had healed her in an instant. To be thanked at all left Poro speechless. Her flustered state was immediately replaced by a new kind of shock. The princess, full of energy, had grabbed Poro's tail and was now burying her face in its fur, cooing about how soft and fluffy it was. What are you doing?" Poro yelped. As the princess continued to pet her tail, a small, radiant figure materialized in the air. It was a childlike spirit, her face alight with pure bliss as she echoed the sentiment about how good the fluffiness felt. A realization dawned. Could this be Lux? The newly formed spirit, a small girl with long, light hair, looks up with a bright smile. She calls out, "Mama!" to the cat-eared woman, Ragdoll, whose eyes widen in stunned surprise. Watching from short distance, VYL processes the scene. He realizes that this sword spirit, much like Yuzora, can take on a human form. A thought crosses his mind. Could the spirit's cry of "Mama" be referring to him? The spirit then turns her attention, joyfully calling out, "Chi-Chi." Poro, standing beside Ragdoll, lets out a shocked gasp, her hand flying her mouth in disbelief. With another cry of "Chi-Chi," the small spirit, Lux, launches herself into the air, flying directly towards VYL with her arms outstretched. Poro and Ragdoll can only watch as she soars past them. He catches her easily. VYL smiles, recognizing her as Lux, and asks if she can help with something. The spirit enthusiastically agrees to help her Chi-Chi. Nearby, a flustered Poro realizes the implication. If VYL is the father, she must be the mother. VYL chuckles, noting how quickly she understood. The group soon arrives at a village. Poro remarks on how clean and tidy the settlement has become. From a doorway, a villager spots VYL and calls out, beckoning the savior over. They are led inside to a grim scene. Numerous villagers, including familiar faces like the muscular warrior and the young beast child, are lying scattered across the floor, writhing in pain. Ragdoll steps forward, her expression serious as she demands to know what happened. Among the afflicted, the small beast child clutches her stomach, her face pale with sickness as she weakly cries out for her mother. The muscular, bald warrior, though clearly ill himself, manages to explain the situation to a horrified Poro. He tells her that it seems the crops mutated, causing severe food poisoning in everyone who ate them. Holding the spirit Lux aloft, VYL addresses the room. He announces that this crisis is the very reason he summoned her. It is now Lux's turn to act. He stands among the afflicted as Poro explains the strategy to Princess Ragdoll. The princess questions why VYL himself doesn't use his skills, recalling how he once cured the emperor. Poro clarifies that with so many people to treat, Lux is the faster option, and that this serves as a valuable opportunity to nurture the new holy sword of light. Heeding this, he turns to the small spirit floating beside him. He formally requests that Lux use her destruction negation ability to undo the destructive effects of the poison. The spirit seems to hum in acknowledgement. Instead of acting immediately, the spirit zips away, startling both VYL and Poro with her sudden movement. She hovers in the air, gathering a brilliant light between her hands. With a cheerful cry, she declares that she will handle it, calling out to her mama. The gathered light coalesces into the form of a holy sword, which then shoots directly into Poro's grasp. The beast woman is stunned, crying out that it's impossible for her to be the one to wield it. Her panic is palpable as she questions what she is supposed to do. Weil approaches her calmly, telling her to proceed, as the sword itself has chosen her. He stands behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders to steady her. He instructs her to relax and listen for Lux's voice. Poro's expression shifts from frantic to focused. A moment later, she seems to hear the spirit's telepathic plea to heal the villagers. With a startled cry, Poro thrusts the glowing blade forward toward one of the sick. As she acts, a large, spectral form of Lux materializes behind her, embracing her in a guiding hold. The spirit's voice declares that they will heal them together, stating it's not a request for her mama, but a joint effort. Poro has a realization. They are meant to combine their powers. Lux's cheerful voice confirms this, enthusiastically urging her to begin. She readied herself, the massive spectral form of the spirit, Lux, looming over her with joyful encouragement. Let's go. Full power, the spirit cheered. Weil watched, taken aback by the sudden intensity, as Poro quietly affirmed her readiness. But as she channeled the energy, it abruptly vanished. The power drained from her body, and with wide-eyed shock, she realized she had failed again. The failed attempt left her completely drained. Later, inside a small stone room, she lay unconscious on a cot, the holy sword resting beside her. Weil sat vigil at a nearby table, looking exhausted and lost in thought. His vigil was broken when she began to stir. Poro slowly sat up, a hand to her head, clearly still weak from the ordeal. Poro, are you all right? Weil asked, his voice laced with concern. She looked toward him, her expression pained. Her gaze fell to the floor as she hugged her knees. I'm so sorry, she murmured, her voice filled with shame. I'm sorry for this pathetic result. Weil could only look on, taken aback by her apology. In the Beast Person village, Weil and Poro stand amidst the locals when a child's exclamation cuts through the air, pointing directly at Poro. The cry of Hero's big sister rings out as several beast children, including a small lamb child, rush forward and embrace a bewildered Poro. Their gratitude quickly spreads to the adults, who crowd around to thank Poro. They declare that she is truly a hero, as her power healed all of their stomach ailments in an instant. From a distance, however, Enrose watches with wide-eyed shock, unable to comprehend how this is possible when she saw Poro collapse midway through the ritual. He approaches her, confirming that the healing was indeed a success for everyone. Weil praises Enrose for her part, saying that even the now-sleeping spirit Lux would agree she did well, despite having absorbed the excess magic. Poro, however, is not celebrating. Standing alone, she wonders why everyone is praising her and calling her a hero, feeling unworthy of the title when she can't even properly wield a holy sword. Her internal conflict is abruptly interrupted by panicked shouts. A colossal, insectoid dragon looms over the village wall, identified by a terrified guard as the jungle overlord. The guards cry out that their defenses are no match for it. The creature does not wait, gathering energy and unleashing a devastating blast. Enrose cries out in horror, certain that a monster of such immense power will easily shatter their defenses. Its devastating beam of energy slams not against stone, but against an invisible field, erupting in a brilliant, silent explosion of light that engulfs the point of impact. The source of the miraculous defense is revealed, a complex magical device on a pedestal. Enrose stares, utterly stunned. She recognizes it as a holy barrier, generated by a device considered a national treasure. Its presence in this village is an impossible mystery. She and the others stare as Weil presents a small, box-like device. He calmly states that this is the barrier generator. Ragdoll cries out in disbelief, to which Weil simply confirms that he built it. Her gaze falls upon the device's core, an enormous, intricately cut crystal. She realizes it must be a magic stone, but its sheer size is unlike anything she has ever witnessed. She remarks that the barrier generators she is familiar with were far more massive. Weil casually explains that such a large device would be impractical and take up too much room. Ragdoll questions his description of the device as compact. He confirms his intention, explaining that he took the design of the massive barrier generator that once protected the Empire and miniaturized it. He then presents a smaller, coffin-shaped crystal, identifying it as a special mineral found within monsters. This magic-infused stone, he clarifies, is the fuel that powers magical tools. Enrose, processing the information, asks if that small stone is the key component of the barrier generator. Weil simply encourages her to examine it more closely. Using a magnifying loupe, she peers at the crystal's surface, discovering intricate patterns meticulously carved into it. These etchings are a magic formula, akin to a magic circle. They serve as a blueprint that allows a monster to channel its magical energy and manifest its unique abilities. He holds up two of the prepared stones, a confident look on his face. He then poses a critical question. If it's possible to engrave these formulas onto magic stones, what would be the result of carving the formula for a holy barrier? Ragdoll asks for the outcome, her curiosity piqued. Weil lays out his revolutionary idea to carefully destroy the stone's original formula without harming the crystal itself, and then inscribe a completely new one. By doing so, he explains, the barrier will activate. He explains that the process is a difficult technique, one that, for now, only he can perform using his unique skill, a Minamahida no Kami. Princess Ragdoll immediately points out the financial implications, asking why he wouldn't monopolize the right to such a technique and become incredibly wealthy. With a slight smile, Wild dismisses the idea, stating he has no interest in profiting from items only he can create. Confused, Ragdoll asks why, but Wild looks toward his companions and declares that, in the future, he needs to ensure many people can learn to do it. Poro, the beast woman, looks on with wide-eyed admiration, thinking his name. A large, covered wagon departs from the beast person village. From atop the carriage, a voice calls out, assuring the villagers that it is now safe for them to return inside the ramparts. In response, the crowd of villagers gathered at the entrance to their dwelling waves farewell. The muscular, bald man shouts that he cannot thank them enough, while Poro wishes them a safe journey. He speaks from his perch atop the moving wagon, where he stands with a confident smile. With Poro and the cat-eared Princess Ragdoll seated behind him, Wild points forward and announces their departure for the royal capital. Their destination is revealed, the royal capital of Ashima, a colossal city built into the very face of a mountain range, sprawling across the distant landscape. However, within this grand city lies a place of shadow and decay. A massive, ancient castle stands partially ruined, its stone walls and towers choked by enormous, dark, twisting roots. From within the crumbling edifice, the view through a broken archway reveals more of the thick, dark tendrils snaking through the architecture, filling the interior with an oppressive gloom. Deep inside this blighted place, a figure is suspended in the darkness. It is a woman with long, flowing, light-colored hair, her form partially obscured. A thick, dark tendril rests near her body. Her face is serene as her lips part to speak, her voice a soft whisper in the gloom. She addresses someone unseen, saying, "Hey, sorcerer from another land." The full, horrifying scene is then revealed. The woman is not merely near the roots. She is completely entangled within a vast, intricate web of them, held captive at the heart of a great, dark tree. Her words are directed at a man standing in the shallow, murky water of the ruined chamber. He has long, light-colored hair and a contemplative expression, his arms crossed as he listens, a strange symbol visible on his shoulder. While the captive woman spoke, another figure made his presence known. With a smirk, he addressed her as queen, noting that she had finally awakened. He introduced himself as Shichifukujin, remarking that he hadn't given his name before. She ignored his introduction, her attention fixed on an ornate, spear-like weapon entangled in the roots beside her. She declared that his name was irrelevant and demanded that he fix the water holy sword, Aquatail. He casually dismissed her plea, stating it was a request he couldn't grant. He explained that he was in the middle of an experiment that used the entire country, and he was quite interested to see what the result of the holy sword's rampage would be. Her confidence unwavering, she retorted that her daughter would soon arrive with someone who could certainly fix it. She added with a faint smile that they were, in fact, already on their way. A look of cunning realization crossed his face as he uttered a single name, Hapusai. The name struck the captive woman with visible shock. He confirmed her unspoken fear, declaring that Hapusai was the very key to his experiment. With that, the ring on his hand began to pulse with a dark energy. He mused aloud that it was time to let things rampage a little more. He then announced that this was his special hospitality for the main guest, as the Aquatail sword began to glow with an unstable, crackling power. The dark tendrils surged violently, enveloping her face. As she was overwhelmed, her last desperate thought was a single name, Viwile. A chaotic maelstrom of energy unfolds. A dark, toothy maw snaps shut within a sphere of blackness as a hand, marked by a simple ring, reaches out toward an unseen force. Explosions of light and shadow detonate in the periphery. Far from the immediate chaos, and Rose watches with a confident smirk. She reflects on the fusion of the hero and the cursed holy sword, wondering aloud how the entity known as Hapusai intends to resolve the situation. Her thoughts are interrupted by a deep, violent rumbling that shakes the very ground beneath her. The vibration reaches in Rose, and her composure cracks. A sudden wave of unease washes over her as she clutches her chest, remarking on the strange commotion. In the background, Viwile and Poro sit, oblivious to her internal monologue. Moments later, the disturbance becomes undeniable. Viwile, Poro, the young beast child, and the muscular bald man rush to a doorway. Poro points toward the horizon, alerting Viwile that she hears a sound coming from the distance. Following her gaze, they see a colossal, dark figure rising against the sky, its form indistinct but massive. A cry of alarm cuts through the air, questioning what the monstrous shape could possibly be. The figure resolves into a grotesque, humanoid entity made of twisted, dark roots and vines, emerging from the water. It brandishes a staff topped with a glowing, eye-like orb as someone shouts in disbelief. "What is that?" Viwile stares, his face tight with concern. He recognizes the creature's nature, identifying it as a tree magic doll. More importantly, he senses the distinct, malevolent aura of a cursed object emanating from it. His realization comes too late. Poro cries out that they have been spotted. The tree magic doll turns its head towards them, its single eye locking onto their position as it raises its staff high. With a swift, violent motion, the monster plunges its staff into the ground. A blinding flash of light erupts at the point of impact, sending a shockwave of destructive energy hurtling towards VYL and his companions. He and his companions were about to be swallowed by a wave of spinning, saw-like projectiles erupting from the ground, with someone shouting that they would be engulfed. Despite the imminent danger, he remained perfectly calm. Poro, her voice laced with panic, asked if he intended to absorb the attack with Yuzora, but VYL simply replied with a confident, "No, it's fine." He then slammed his glowing hand onto the rooftop, unleashing a powerful technique, super forging. A massive burst of energy erupted outwards, shattering the approaching wave of projectiles. With the immediate threat neutralized, their attention was drawn to a distant silhouette. Poro noted that the figure was in the direction of the royal capital, Iwashima. Enrose recognized the entity, identifying it as the hero of water. At this revelation, the cat-eared princess, Ragdoll, collapsed in despair. Through tears, she identified the figure as her mother, Persia von Nigrogama, the queen of this very country. Seeing her distress, Poro knelt beside her, offering a comforting hand. She assured Ragdoll that everything would be all right, expressing absolute faith that VYL possessed the power to restore her mother. He then addressed the princess directly, asking if the people of the capital were still there. Ragdoll explained that the citizens had been evacuated on the very day her mother began her rampage, a swift response that VYL acknowledged. From a high vantage point, VYL observes the churning floodwaters below. He determines that their immediate tasks are to defeat the giant soldier and rescue the injured, but he acknowledges that the full extent of the damage from the tsunami is still unknown. To address the crisis, he reveals a crystal of infinite magic, an item that provides a limitless supply of power. Though reluctant, he activates a skill, infinite counterfeit replication, causing a black cube with a glowing core to materialize. He turns to Poro, who looks back at him, confused. She asks why he would go so far as to bend his own principles to create a replica for her. He instructs Poro to take the light holy sword and focus on rescuing the injured. Looking downcast, she quietly asks if she is just a burden to him. He quickly refutes this, explaining that he specifically wants to entrust the rescue mission to her. He tells her that with the replicated item, she will be able to save everyone, even if she still struggles to handle Lux properly. Holding out the glowing crystal, he assures her that even a created life, like the one she is about to use, is not meaningless. Enrose interjects with a confident smile, declaring that she has already pinpointed the village's location and will assist Poro. Bolstered by this, Poro accepts, promising she will complete the mission. With the plan set, he gives the command for a full deployment. An immense number of the black cubes materialize in the sky. The cubes descend upon the flood, their cores activating with a powerful hum as they begin to absorb the massive volume of water, creating powerful vortexes on the surface. Poro and Princess Ragdoll watch in amazement as the water is sucked away. Ragdoll notes that a path will soon be clear. VYL tells them he is counting on them, and with a determined cry, the two leap into action, flying down toward the disaster zone. She and Princess Ragdoll surged through the air, a blur of motion against the turbulent sky, their objective clear. Her expression was one of grim resolve, fueled by a single thought, to finish the mission quickly and fight alongside VYL. She believed that if she were stronger, he would have trusted her to guard his back. Their high-speed travel soon brought them to their destination. As they landed, Ragdoll identified the location, a village, now reduced to a scene of utter devastation. The ground was littered with the fallen. Amidst the sorrow, Poro spotted a survivor, a young, rabbit-eared girl crying out for help. Declaring her intent to heal the child, Poro drew her sword as the girl looked up, her eyes wide with sudden recognition. The injured girl's cry was not for Poro, but for the figure standing behind her. "Princess Ragdoll," she exclaimed with relief, announcing to the other survivors that their princess had brought a hero to heal them all. Poro stood confused, wondering aloud if the girl disliked her. Beside her, the ethereal form of the sword spirit, Lux, materialized, looking distressed and pleading for Poro to remain as she was. Ignoring the spirit's strange request, she pleaded with Lux to listen and lend her strength. She was desperate to complete the mission VYL had given her, but the crying spirit continued to resist, whimpering for her to stop. As Lux remained unresponsive, Poro's patience snapped. She yelled for the spirit to hurry, but the glowing sword in her hand remained inert. Nearby, Ragdoll and the injured girl watched the struggle unfold. Seeing the impasse, Ragdoll intervened. She swiftly took the sword from Poro's grasp, telling her to hand over Lux. Poro cried out in protest, claiming the sword was hers, but Ragdoll simply looked down at her and stated that it was still too soon for her. Holding the sword, she spoke gently to the spirit within, patting her head and asking if she could try her best for the sake of the people. Wiping away a tear, the small spirit nodded in agreement, ready to help. At the princess's command, the sword spirit Lux fully manifests. With a cheerful cry, she unleashes a torrent of pure, healing light that radiates outwards, bathing the entire devastated area in its brilliant, cleansing glow. The sacred light washes over the wounded villagers, lifting them from the rubble. Cries of pain turn to gasps of astonishment as their injuries vanish. One of the beast folk, a young woman with rabbit ears, looks at her restored body in disbelief, exclaiming that the light is amazing and feels no pain at all. With their wounds healed, the grateful villagers fall to their knees, bowing deeply. Before them stand Princess Ragdoll, Poro, and VYL, with the spirit Lux now hovering calmly. In unison, the villagers offer their profound thanks, hailing the group as their heroic saviors. Princess Ragdoll stares ahead, her expression a mask of frustration. She thinks of how VYL had entrusted the holy sword of light, Lux, to her for Poro's sake, yet she had once again failed to complete her mission. Nearby, Poro expresses her own confusion to the spirit Lux. She laments that she doesn't understand at all why their creator chose her, and not someone else, for this task. As his companions fret, VYL stands resolute on a high platform. He observes that the water level has dropped, but knows he must end this fight quickly. He offers a quick word of thanks for the effort. He considers his opponent's power. If the Thunder Holy Sword, Thunder Sown, is purely for offense, then Aquatail is an all-purpose weapon capable of attack, defense, healing, and support. He concedes that fighting it alone will be extremely difficult, but his resolve does not waver. His gaze fixes on the dark, monstrous silhouette of Queen Persia. He calls out to her, vowing to restore her to her former self. With a cry of body remodeling, his arm erupts with dark energy, transforming into a larger, more powerful limb as he prepares to strike. The transformed queen hovers in the air, a chaotic mass of shadowy tendrils. VYL notes the tactical disadvantage. There is no foothold for him in the open sky. A confident smirk crosses his face as a sphere of light gathers in his hand. He taunts his foe, asking if she truly believed he was helpless without solid ground beneath his feet. He then manifests a solid, transparent platform in midair, an air block. Queen Persia looks on, startled. VYL casually explains that it is merely a lump of air, before warning her that the next attack is coming. The newly formed block of air slams into Queen Persia's monstrous form, the impact staggering her in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, VYL uses the air block as a stepping stone, launching himself with fierce determination toward the massive, dark entity. He hurtles through the air, a direct challenge to the monstrous Queen Persia. The hulking creature, churning the waves below, turns her attention to the approaching threat, her gnarled hands tightening around a massive club as she lets out a low, surprised grunt. In response, she swings the colossal weapon downwards in a devastating arc. The young man, dwarfed by the attack, deftly maneuvers in midair, a streak of light dodging the crushing blow that smashes into the water surface. As he evades, a bead of sweat traces a path down his temple. A wry smile touches his lips as he makes a critical observation. For a creature of her immense size, she possessed surprising speed. The queen's assault doesn't cease. A massive, dark hand lunges forward to snatch him from the sky. Just as he is about to be caught, a desperate cry of his name, VYL San, echoes across the water. An unexpected ally erupts from the waves, the white dragon, Lowry. The creature intercepts the queen's attack at the perfect moment. VYL, now on solid footing, looks up at his rescuer, praising the nice timing and expressing his gratitude for the timely save. He leaps onto the dragon's head, positioning himself for a combined assault. Framed by the creature's open maw, he lets out a fierce cry, declaring his readiness to fight alongside his powerful companion. With a confident grin, VYL raises his hammer and calls out to his draconic ally, Lowry-chan. In response, the great white dragon, wreathed in ethereal flames, lets out a powerful roar of acknowledgement. The dragon immediately acts on command, unleashing a torrent of pure energy. This is no ordinary attack. It is a white breath amplified by VYL's super forging, firepower amplification, creating a devastating magical blast that surges forward. The amplified beam slams directly into the shadowy form of Queen Persia. The immense force of the impact contorts her dark figure, sending shockwaves through her body as she recoils from the blast. She is thrown backward through the air, her spear still clutched in one hand, her silhouette stark against the blinding light of the magical explosion. Through a telepathic link, VYL confirms the success of their maneuver, thinking to himself that it went well. Below, Lowry roars in triumph, having landed the powerful blow. His satisfaction is cut short as a bead of sweat traces down his temple. His expression shifts to confusion as he looks up, feeling a drop of moisture. What? He questions, then realizes rain. Before he can process the strange weather, Lowry unleashes another devastating breath attack. VYL watches in horror, realizing that if their opponent takes such a blast head-on, it would mean certain death. But something is wrong. Instead of being destroyed, Queen Persia is now shrouded in a thick, tree-like growth. VYL urges Lowry to get closer, confident they won't lose in close combat, but a nagging feeling of unease tells him the situation has changed. The transformed queen moves with shocking speed, lunging forward and sinking her teeth into Lowry's wing with a sickening crunch. She's so fast, VYL thinks, shouting a desperate warning. Lowry-chan, get away. As Lowry pulls back into the sky, VYL immediately takes action. He manifests multiple air blocks, solid, invisible platforms in the air, to impede Queen Persia's pursuit and create distance between the two combatants. He watched the relentless assault, a grim realization dawning. Getting close meant facing her spear, but staying distant invited a barrage of energy beams. It was an impossible situation. To make matters worse, he understood that the falling rain was somehow amplifying the golem's magical power. This was bad. The source of that power pulsed within her transformed body, a grotesque, fleshy orb that housed a small, doll-like effigy at its center, wrapped in dark, writhing tendrils. This malevolent core was consuming its host. The hero, Queen Persia, was being swallowed by the very curse that granted her such devastating strength, as dark veins of corruption spread across her face. As if to punctuate this grim reality, another powerful beam of energy erupted from the queen, striking Lowry mid-flight. Lowry cried out, asking what they should do, her stamina clearly failing. It was becoming difficult to even dodge. But VYL's expression shifted from worry to resolve. Yes, he confirmed with a determined look, the plan is set. His plan was already in motion. Elsewhere, villagers scrambled to safety, following a path across a massive fallen tree as a torrent of water raged below. Everyone, keep moving forward, a guide shouted. To buy them that time, VYL had become the primary target. He plummeted through the air, shouting for Lowry to keep dodging as another blast of energy shot past him. The chaos of the evacuation took its toll. Poro landed hard, her sword clattering to the ground. Nearby, the rabbit girl rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. But Princess Ragdoll's gaze was fixed on the distant battle, her voice filled with concern as she whispered Poro's name. In the pouring rain, Poro grits her teeth, her expression a mask of fierce determination. With a solid crunch, her hand grips onto something, pulling it from the debris-filled water as she mutters that it's not over yet. Having pulled the young rabbit-eared girl to safety, VYL asks if she has any injuries. The girl, looking up from the muddy ground, assures him she's all right and offers her thanks. The rescued girl then shouts in alarm before turning to Poro, thanking her as well. Poro looks back, a flicker of confusion on her face as she internally questions whether she actually did anything deserving of gratitude. Her thoughts are shattered by a new cry of panic. From the churning floodwaters, a voice shouts that a child is drowning. In the middle of the raging current, a small child thrashes desperately, their arms flailing as they cry for help. Reacting instantly, Poro dives headfirst into the dangerous water. From the bank, VYL and the rabbit girl cry out her name in shock. As she sinks beneath the surface, Poro is baffled by her own actions. She doesn't understand why, but upon hearing that cry for help, her body moved on its own. Meanwhile, on a higher ledge, Princess Ragdoll tells her young companion that the area will soon collapse, and they must move. The little girl looks toward the flood, noting that her big sister has gone deep into the water. Poro breaks the surface, gasping for air while holding a small, cat-eared child. The rabbit girl on the shore thanks her. Exhausted, Poro asks the rescued child if she's all right. The little girl, Cheiko, bursts into a wail. Through her tears, she cries out that she had sunk completely beneath the waves. The small cat-eared child, Cheiko, is spotted struggling in the turbulent water. From a nearby cliff, Princess Ragdoll acknowledges the cat child's presence, but insists to her companions that they must evacuate to a safer place immediately. She realizes this is no mere flood. It is a full-blown, catastrophic deluge crashing against the land. The overwhelming sight sends the other beast child into a panic. She cries out Cheiko's name, desperately begging for someone to save her. Her plea reaches Poro, who is already in the churning water. Rain and spray stream down her face, her eyes wide with a grim and tearful determination. She pushes forward, fighting against the powerful current with strong, desperate strokes. Beneath the surface, Poro feels her strength failing. She searches for the child, wondering why she's pushing herself to the brink for someone who should be different from her. On the shore, the other child's cries intensify into a heart-wrenching wail, begging for someone to save Cheiko, and also for her mother and father. The raw desperation strikes a chord. Poro remembers her own past, a time when no one came to her aid, and the bitterness that grew from it, a hatred for the world that had abandoned her. And so, she dives deeper. With a surge of renewed purpose, she propels herself toward the sinking child, determined that Cheiko will not suffer the same feeling of abandonment. Suddenly, the water's surface erupts into a swirling vortex. From a cliff above, the onlookers can only watch in horror, shouting Poro's name as the whirlpool forms. She pulled her hand away from the rabbit-eared girl who tried to hold her back, ignoring the desperate plea. From the riverbank, Princess Ragdoll could only watch in dismay as Poro made her choice. The beast woman plunged into the raging flood, sputtering as she fought the current. Amid the churning water, Cheiko's small voice cried out, calling for her big sister. Fighting through the torrent, she finally reached the child, shouting Cheiko's name as she wrapped her arms securely around the small, shivering body. Holding her tight against the current, Poro vowed that she wouldn't let her go. Cheiko, though soaked and terrified, reached a hand out toward her rescuer. In that moment, a brilliant light suddenly flared from Poro's hip, causing her to gasp. From ashore, Princess Ragdoll witnessed the glow and whispered a quiet word of thanks. The light coalesced into a short sword in her hand. Ragdoll recognized it instantly, questioning Lux. A cheerful voice, seemingly from the sword itself, praised Poro's resolve, declaring it very good. As she raised the blade high, the sword's spirit, Lux, appeared above her in a radiant burst. With arms outstretched, the spirit joyfully announced it was time for the finishing touch. The sword dissolved into a sphere of light that shot into the sky, a beacon in the storm. From a distance, Craft saw the signal and pinpointed the location, murmuring, "Now, then." He then turned and shouted a command to the great white dragon, "Lowry, Lowry, bring the giant soldier to the spot where I just landed." From its position in the rain-swept sky, the massive dragon roared its acknowledgement. I understand." Heeding his master's call, the summoned entity arrives. A colossal, stone-like leg slams into the churning water with immense force, sending a powerful shockwave through the flood. Vyl, perched nearby, urgently directs it, shouting for it to come closer, keenly aware of the danger its sheer mass presents. The journey had clearly taken its toll on the transport. The great dragon Lowry, wings beating against the rain-swept sky, cries out that it has reached its limit, strained by the incredible weight of the giant soldier it carries upon its back. Having completed its task, the winged giant soldier soars away through the pouring rain, calling out to Vyl that it is leaving the rest to him. As it departs, a new, monstrous threat makes its presence known. A colossal, dark-skinned foot descends, aiming to crush a small, glowing object on the ground, which flares with brilliant light upon impact. The creature is suddenly ensnared. Arcs of binding energy erupt from the ground, wrapping around its massive form and contorting its body as its dark tendrils flail helplessly. This is Vyl's handiwork. With his hammer poised and the golden hand on his left fist glowing intensely, he springs his trap, activating the teleportation crystal. The enormous creature looms over the lone blacksmith, its sheer size a testament to its power. Below, the crystal on the ground pulses, its purpose fulfilled. Watching the scene unfold, Vyl explains to Ragdoll that this is no ordinary teleportation crystal. It is, in fact, one of a matched pair designed to work in tandem. He continues, revealing the depth of his plan. He had already planted the other crystal at a specific landing point in the capital. By forcing the monster to step on this one, he can instantly transport it to the location of the counterpart he holds. As the creature's foot makes contact, Vyl notes that the torrential rain has aided him, creating the conditions for a second, hidden trap at the destination. The plan works flawlessly. The teleported monster materializes only to find itself sinking rapidly into a viscous mire. Vyl has used super alchemy to conjure a bottomless swamp, completely immobilizing his foe. Princess Ragdoll looks on impressed. She calls Vyl a genius, but then asks if he could have performed such a feat within the city itself. Vyl simply watches, a calm expression on his face, as the creature is swallowed by the earth. As he surveyed the spreading swamp, the white dragon Lowry watched from above, her voice laced with disbelief. She questioned how far he would take his reverence for objects, warning that such an act could sink the entire capital city. He stood silently in the rain, his expression hardening as he listened. He stated plainly that he despises those who treat things poorly. His resolve solidified into cold fury. Gripping his hammer, his eyes burned with intensity as he identified the culprit as Shichifukugen, vowing that he would absolutely never forgive them. As he spoke, the massive, dark creature continued its descent, sinking inexorably into the murky depths of the swamp. The sight caused Lowry to cry out in alarm from her distant perch, shouting that the hero of water was sinking along with it. He simply smirked, revealing a large, ornate revolver. He asked if she truly thought he would let that happen, declaring that it was time for the causality reversal gun to make its appearance. The dragon watched, bewildered by the strange weapon. In the next instant, a projectile shot out from the swamp, streaking across the water surface. In the wake of the shot, the surface of the swamp began to bubble and churn violently. From the churning water, the hero of water, Queen Persia, emerged, her body limp. Lowry cried out in shock, questioning what was happening. Vyl calmly explained that he had fired a bullet made of a compressed life buoy. With the hero safe, Vyl's attention shifted. He noticed something else rising to the surface, a dark, swirling mass with a glowing core. He murmured to himself that it was now time to fix what was broken. A colossal, dark creature with insectoid features and a long, draconic tail looms over the water surface. Below it, the body of a woman with long, light hair floats lifelessly as ripples spread. The creature senses something else beginning to rise from the depths. In response, Vyl slams his hammer down, unleashing a super forging technique. A massive, thorny barrier of trees erupts from the ground, forming a protective dome. He confirms the barrier is in place, just as the insectoid creature declares that it is now time for pest extermination. The creature hovers, its grotesque form crackling with energy. It chuckles darkly, identifying itself as its Tsukumagami, a cursed artifact given life. It proudly proclaims its name is Mizuchi Tanbo, the water dragon dragonfly. Viwile glares back, his expression hardening. He retorts that the spirit's name is Aquatail, not something so tacky. He refuses to equate her with a cursed being like the dragonfly, which only brings misfortune to people. The water dragon dragonfly reveals a glowing orb embedded in its chest, containing the faint silhouette of Aquatail. It taunts Viwile, declaring that Aquatail is now one with it, sinking within its essence, and challenges him to destroy it without also destroying the holy sword. From nearby, the dragon Lowry states that they'll see once he tries. With a tremendous roar of displaced air, Lowry the dragon surges forward, becoming a blur of motion against the rain-streaked sky. The dragonfly mocks Viwile's perceived inability to react, tauntingly asking if he can keep up with its speed. Viwile watches, his face tight with annoyance. As the dragonfly is suddenly struck by an unseen attack, Lowry calls out to Viwile, reassuring him that this is nothing to worry about. Viwile's expression becomes intensely focused as he declares the activation of his golden hand, connecting to the divine hammer, Mjolnir. With a powerful cry, he hurls his hammer. The weapon streaks through the air and clashes violently against the dragonfly's body, which recoils with a shriek of pain. The creature, stunned, demands to know what Viwile is aiming at. Meanwhile, Lowry observes with confidence, noting that the dragonfly bastard isn't keeping up at all. He hurled another projectile into the fray, shouting for one more to come. The reason for his urgency was clear, as the dragon Lowry cried out, battered by a storm of tendrils from its Tsukumagami. He parried another incoming tendril with a sharp clang of his hammer. The creature's voice echoed, taunting him not to fall and to enjoy the chaos. The deflected attack shot past Lowry, who cried out in desperation that it couldn't take much more of the assault. But Viwile's focus remained unbroken. A confident smile spread across his face as he held his hammer, which pulsed with a faint light. He announced that his work was now complete. His declaration was met with confusion. The Tsukumagami questioned what he meant by complete, mocking that his repeated attempts were futile and would never land a hit. Ignoring the taunts, the creature lunged forward for a final, overwhelming strike. In response, Viwile raised his artifact-clad hand and roared a defiant command for it to die. The creature's devastating charge came to a sudden, jarring halt with a tremendous impact. Its tendrils were stopped cold, prompting a cry of stop from the Tsukumagami. The source of the obstruction was revealed, a massive, round, wooden object. The Tsukumagami stared in disbelief, wondering what this hard thing was. Viwile turned with a triumphant smirk, asking the creature what it thought of his creation. High in the sky, amidst a torrential downpour, a massive castle-like structure made of solidified air blocks materializes, trapping the white dragon Lowry within its walls. Viwile explains that he constructed this aerial prison by stacking blocks of air, ensuring that no matter how fast the dragon flies, it cannot move freely within the confined space. From the corrupted form of the holy sword Aquatail, the dark creature Mizuchi Tanbo taunts him, declaring that it wasn't merely trapped. It warns Viwile that any damage inflicted upon it will also shatter the holy sword. The creature gloats. Realizing this is why Viwile had been swinging his hammer around with such hesitation. Standing firm against the wind and rain, Viwile looks up with resolve, stating that he has no intention of hurting it. He then hurls his hammer. The tool cuts through the rain, flying true until it strikes the base of the corrupted weapon with a sharp clang. The impact triggers a violent eruption of energy. The dark creature lets out a horrifying shriek as it is consumed by the blast, which Viwile intends to simply burn away. His expression is one of intense concentration. He had understood the situation perfectly. Aquatail, being a water holy sword, is strong against fire. However, the cursed core of the creature possessing it is weak to flames. Therefore, by unleashing a massive burst of fire all at once, he could incinerate the core alone. He roars out the name of his technique, Hapusai, unleashing a colossal torrent of purifying energy. The wave of power surges forward, a cataclysmic force washing over the battlefield. In the aftermath, silence falls. The rain has ceased and the sky is clear. Viwile stands on the ground, watching as the holy sword Aquatail, restored to its original, pristine spear form, falls and embeds itself in the earth before him. He confirms with satisfaction that it has returned to normal. A technique of super refinement completes the restoration. A woman's voice is heard, and Princess Ragdoll appears, her body fully repaired and clad in an elegant dress. Looking toward the now calm dragon, she addresses it with reverence. It has been a while, Lady Persia, her eyes glistening with emotion. Princess Ragdoll looks towards Viwile, a blush on her cheeks as she offers her heartfelt thanks for his arrival. Nearby, Queen Persia, now in her humanoid form and holding the spear-like holy sword Aquatail, expresses her own regret. She apologizes profusely to VYL, taking responsibility for the destruction of the capital. She continues her apology, lamenting her lack of strength, but VYL quickly dismisses her concerns. He assures her there is no issue, praising her excellent daughter, Princess Ragdoll, for successfully evacuating the capital's citizens. A smile touches his lips as he reflects on how much the princess has matured. Meanwhile, overlooking a vast, flooded landscape, Poro holds a crystal of infinite magic power, which shatters after its use. She quietly thanks it, and also thanks the spirit Lux, telling her to rest. Beside her, Rose issues a stern warning. She must not let her guard down, for the battle is far from over. Her warning proves timely as the ground erupts. A colossal, grotesque plant monster, a death-eating flower, bursts forth, causing Poro and the young Chaco to cry out in alarm. Queen Persia explains the grim reality. The floodwaters have caused a massive surge in the population of these plant-based creatures. In response to the sudden onslaught, Poro leaps forward, her blade drawn and ready. She shouts for the others to take Princess Ragdoll and escape, declaring with fierce resolve that she will be the one to stop the advancing monsters. In the heart of the battle against the monstrous, death-eating flower, Poro and the sword spirit Yozora fight as one. Poro crouches low, her blade ready, while Yozora leaps through the air, cutting down the plant's appendages with fluid grace. The relentless assault leaves Poro gasping for air, her strength waning. Seeing her companion falter, Yozora lands with a thud and calls out her name in concern, urging her to hold on. Despite her exhaustion, Poro's face sets with grim determination. She thinks to herself that she must stand and fight to protect everyone. Yozora observes this renewed resolve, acknowledging that their foe will not grant them an easy victory. Suddenly, Yozora grabs Poro from behind, her voice filled with pride. She exclaims that this is the spirit she was looking for and that they will go on. Poro looks back, startled, finally addressing her companion by her true name, Yozora-sama. The sword spirit turns her attention to a colossal, corrupted blade pulsating with dark energy. Gripping its hilt, she addresses the weapon directly, telling it to stop being selfish and to let her draw its power. With a tremendous effort, Yozora unsheathes the massive dark sword. She swings the blade, which is wreathed in a swirling vortex of chaotic, shadowy energy that takes the form of a monstrous, skeletal serpent. The attack unleashes a devastating maelstrom of darkness. The spiraling vortex tears through the air with a deafening roar, consuming everything in its path. In the quiet aftermath, Yozora stands beside Poro, who is sheathing her own sword. The spirit praises the beast woman, telling her she did an admirable job holding out for half a month. With the battle won, the rescued villagers emerge, cheering wildly. A young girl tearfully thanks Poro for saving them before running to embrace Princess Ragdoll. Poro and Ragdoll wave back to the grateful crowd. Their celebration is cut short as a colossal, winged, draconic figure descends from the sky. Among the crowd, VYL and Lowry look up in shock and recognition, crying out to VYL-sama and Mother as the transformed Queen Persia approaches. The monstrous queen, her form now more humanoid but still imposing, flees the scene of the battle alongside VYL and the others. Poro and Lowry run ahead, while VYL and the queen follow closely behind. They come to a stop in a clearing. Overwhelmed with relief, Lowry throws her arms around VYL, burying her tear-streaked face in his chest. He holds her tightly, offering comfort as Queen Persia and Poro stand by, observing the emotional reunion. As he comforts her, a faint flapping sound draws their attention. A bizarre, winged eyeball, previously unnoticed, detaches itself in the area and rapidly flies away, leaving the group to watch its departure. The strange, ocular drone soars across the landscape, crossing forests and mountains. After a moment of apparent disorientation, it homes in on two figures waiting in a desolate field. It lands gently in the hand of a long-haired man, Shichifukujin. A wide, sinister grin spreads across his face as he inspects the eyeball, declaring it to be perfect. He addresses the eyeball, or perhaps something else entirely, urging Hapusai to continue growing at this rate. His thoughts are interrupted as he catches an unexpected scent. A playful, feminine voice calls out, asking him to guess who it is. Behind him, a woman with fantastically styled hair and a revealing outfit appears, identifying herself as Hapusai, unit number 1878-2187-237564. With a coquettish smile, she calls him Papa. In a shadowy setting, Shichifukujin holds the agent Winnie in a deceptively tender embrace, his finger pressed to her lips. She affectionately calls him Papa. He muses aloud, asking if she's forgotten his name after a mere 100 years, and says he prefers she use the name Winnie rather than her designation number. He then dismisses the thought, stating it doesn't matter anyway, as he has created a new masterpiece, Hapusai. The intimacy shatters in an instant. With brutal force, Shichifukujin strikes Winnie across the face, his hand crackling with a dark, destructive energy. The blow sends her reeling. As she collapses, a small, doll-like effigy of herself clatters to the ground. Her face contorts in anguish and disbelief as she screams, demanding to know who the real masterpiece is. She cries out that he had promised her she was number one, his favorite, and questions if it was all a lie. From the darkness, he responds with chilling nonchalance, confirming that yes, Winnie is the masterpiece. Her eye widens in pure horror, the cruel mockery in his tone stripping away her last vestiges of hope. Her mind flashes back to a cherished memory. Shichifukujin, her papa, affectionately kissing her cheek as she joyfully declared herself his masterpiece. It was a time of warmth and validation, now rendered a painful illusion. The warm memory dissolves into the cold present. Shichifukujin's face is a mask of contempt as he dismisses her feelings. That was 100 years ago, he states flatly. Now, VYL is the masterpiece. To punctuate his declaration, his hand, glowing with dark power, closes around the small doll on the ground and crushes it. A wave of agony racks Winnie's body, and she cries out as her form begins to destabilize, dissolving into particles of dark energy. He watches her suffer with a detached sigh, lamenting that a mere creation could never understand the feelings of its creator. Her face, now a mask of utter despair, reflects her complete defeat. Her body, still flickering with instability, Winnie turns and begins to walk away. Shichifukujin calls after her, his tone casual and unconcerned. "Where are you going, Winnie?" She stops, turning back to face him. The despair in her eyes has been replaced by a cold, burning fury. She announces her new purpose. She's going to utterly destroy all of her papa's other works. Her face is a mask of defiant sorrow, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. She declares that she, Winnie, is her creator's true masterpiece. Observing this, her creator, Shichifukujin, covers his mouth, unable to contain a wide, manic grin. He finds it fascinating, musing that his heart races whenever a creation slips from its maker's grasp and begins to move on its own. Meanwhile, in another location, Poro trains with her sword. Though she manages a half-moon slash, she feels a deep sense of inadequacy, believing her current self is a far cry from the ideal hero she aspires to be. She has been training with great diligence since the morning. From a short distance, Queen Persia watches her, taking note of the beast woman's dedicated efforts. The queen, flanked by an attendant, approaches her. Persia comments that Poro seems to be troubled by something, then playfully asks if it might just be her imagination. Poro confirms that she is indeed troubled. In response, Queen Persia poses a question. What does Poro think a hero is? Before Poro can formulate an answer, Persia adds that it is not something that can be understood merely through words. Seeing her resolve, Persia offers a more direct form of instruction, asking if Poro would care to spar. Poro's eyes light up as she eagerly accepts, bowing and requesting the queen's guidance. The spar commences. Poro lunges forward, her blade a blur, but Queen Persia effortlessly parries every strike with her formidable spear. The sharp clang of metal on metal echoes as each of Poro's desperate attacks is turned aside. Her frustration mounts. Poro cannot understand why none of her attacks are landing. She wonders if the queen is using some special skill, feeling utterly lost as to how she should proceed. In her moment of doubt, a small, winged spirit materializes within her consciousness. The spirit urges Poro to calm down and observe carefully, reminding her that her greatest strength is her exceptionally keen senses, which allow her to perceive far more than others. A vision of Winnie, her new target, appears before her. She focused intently, her gaze locked on her opponent. The small, winged spirit floating beside her noted her deep concentration. Within her mind, Poro acknowledged the formidable figure before her, Queen Persia, whose spear tip began to glow with a faint, fiery light. The spirit resolved to find an opening and give instructions. As if on cue, Queen Persia lunged forward, declaring that simply defending as she had before would no longer be enough. As the queen closed the distance, Poro's senses went to work. She observed that Persia's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, and that her spear held no true force. It was not a committed attack. The winged spirit confirmed her analysis, shouting a warning, a faint high, followed by a strike-aim blow. Poro reacted instantly, parrying the attack. Impressed, Queen Persia praised her. "Good, Poro. Keep it up," before announcing that she was now raising the intensity of their spar. The clash of steel rings out as a chaotic melee unfolds. Poro, Queen Persia, Princess Ragdoll, and Enrose engage in a furious, multi-sided battle, their weapons sparking as they meet in a flurry of strikes and parries. Amid the fray, Queen Persia sits calmly, her spear held ready. Her cat-like spirit, Karo, cheers her on, shouting for Persia to do her best. Unfazed by the queen's relaxed posture, Poro leaps into the air and brings her blade down in a powerful overhead strike. Her attack is not alone. At the same moment, Rika shouts the signal, and together they unleash a coordinated assault, with Poro letting out a fierce battle cry as she puts all her weight into the blow. Under the full moon, the duel becomes a deadly dance. The arc of Poro's sword traces a path of light against the night sky as she clashes with Queen Persia on the steep incline of a rooftop, their shadows stretching long below them. The intense exchange concludes. Queen Persia looks on with an expression of approval, remarking that it was a splendid display. Poro, her back turned, walks away from the encounter. She holds her sword spirit, Karo, who grumbles that Poro could have won easily if she had just used her skills. As Persia contemplates this, a spectral sword materializes before her and dissolves into a glowing mark on the back of her hand. The entire confrontation, it is revealed, was a test. Poro kneels before Queen Persia, explaining that she has finally overcome her hesitation. She admits that she used to only look ahead, doing as she pleased, but watching their battle has granted her a new understanding. From nearby, Princess Ragdoll offers her own wisdom. She explains that a wielder of a holy sword must listen to the sword's voice and fight as one with it. She tells Poro that she possesses a great, hidden talent, and that she expects her to follow a righteous path, without letting that talent lead to arrogance. Humbled and grateful, Poro bows deeply before Princess Ragdoll, thanking her sincerely for the guidance. Far from the training ground, VYL Craft watches the scene through binoculars. He remarks to the great white dragon, Lowry, that Poro is working hard to become a hero worthy of wielding Yuzora. Lowry observes that VYL seems happy as Poro is seen in the distance, walking with newfound purpose. He watched through his binoculars, a satisfied smile on his face. It was a creator's greatest joy, he mused, to see someone engage so earnestly with a piece of his work. His observation was violently interrupted by a piercing shriek as a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a tremendous impact. The force of the landing sent a shockwave across a castle balcony where Queen Persia stood in her draconic form. Annoyed by the disturbance, she roared for the intruder to be quiet. Moments later, VYL stood beside the great dragon. Persia asked if he had just seen something fly by. VYL confirmed it, and she remarked that whatever it was, it had been too fast for her to follow with her eyes. He scratched his head in confusion, remarking that some noisy fly-like thing had appeared, so he'd swatted it away without thinking. From nearby, a voice corrected him, pointing out that it wasn't a fly, but a person. Elsewhere, the intruder, Winnie, chuckled to herself. She admitted that she had miscalculated and slipped. Hanging upside down from a tree branch, she declared that the situation was interesting. She promised to repay this shame 100-fold with a hospitality more cruel than hell itself, vowing that VYL Craft would remember her. Several days later, Queen Persia took to the skies, flying away from the castle as a crowd, including VYL and Poro, waved farewell from the main gate. As the dragon disappeared from view, Poro announced that it was time for her to leave as well. VYL replied that he had only come to fix what was broken, and he thanked them all, noting that their efforts were helping the country regain its vitality. She turned to Princess Ragdoll, who gently patted her head. Poro apologized, then declared with newfound resolve that she had decided to become a great hero. To achieve this, she would seek out other heroes and learn from them what that truly means. Ragdoll seemed to approve, remarking that Poro had found a fine goal for herself. She looked up at VYL, who placed a reassuring hand on her head. He smiled, agreeing that her new path was much healthier than seeking revenge, and suggested they go find another hero. Poro's agreement was swift and enthusiastic. As they prepared to part ways, Princess Ragdoll expressed her support for Poro's decision, though she admitted it was a sad farewell. With renewed determination, the princess declared she would now focus on assisting her mother in the difficult task of rebuilding their country. The two shared a final, firm handshake. Poro looked at Princess Ragdoll and made a heartfelt promise to see her again one day. Meanwhile, far away in the southern country of Fodiatia, a different kind of power was on display. The warrior Rika, Thundersoen, stood with a grim expression, her thorny weapon held ready as a colossal explosion tore through the mountains behind her. Poro waves enthusiastically towards the coastline, exclaiming with delight as they overlook a sprawling port. VYL stands beside her, taking in the salty air and identifying their location as the port town of Waz, remarking on the distinct smell of the tide. The salty air is not the only scent, however. VYL catches a strange odor on the wind, and Poro, covering her nose, agrees, remarking that it's a smell not meant for children. Ignoring the smell for a moment, VYL outlines their plan. From this port, they can take a boat to the perpetually summer island of Fodiatia. He explains that since it's a tourist destination, there should be plenty of unique sights and buildings to see. Poro's excitement is palpable. She suggests that VYL might find inspiration for a new divine weapon on the island, and adds that she might even get to meet the hero of fire. VYL smiles, clearly looking forward to the prospect. His pleasant anticipation is short-lived. VYL suddenly begins to tremble, a strange, intense expression taking over his face as he mutters to himself. Poro and Princess Ragdoll look on in confusion. The source of his strange behavior becomes clear as his eyes widen with manic glee. He realizes that ships are a rare sight, and the craftsman within him ignites with a fervent desire to build one himself. His outburst leaves his companions bewildered. VYL, still agitated, wonders aloud if he could find a ship to tinker with, even though he admits he's never seen a blueprint for one. Enrose sighs, remarking that he's quite a handful. Setting aside his craftsman's fantasy, he returns to their immediate goal, He declares that this is a serious issue. First and foremost, they must find a vessel capable of making the journey. Their search leads them to the docks, where they come upon a massive ship resting in dry dock. It is a sorry sight, with a battered hull, torn sails, and broken rigging. VYL stares in disbelief at the wreckage, muttering about its terrible condition. A nearby worker explains that the ship was damaged by the volcano again. Marking the third time this month, it has been left in such a tattered state. The mention of a volcano catches Poro's attention, and she questions the worker's statement. His unique ring did not go unnoticed. A well-dressed man with a prominent mustache stared at the emblem on VYL's hand, his eyes wide with a sudden realization. He recognized it, the golden hand. The man approached, stammering as he addressed the young craftsman. He asked if VYL was perhaps associated with the famed Hapusai. Before VYL could properly respond, the man's demeanor shifted to one of desperation. He clasped his hands and pleaded, explaining that he urgently needed to deliver relief supplies to Fodiatia. He begged VYL to repair a ship for him. VYL's expression brightened instantly. He enthusiastically agreed, then quickly asked if they could get passage on the ship once it was fixed. The man, overjoyed, confirmed that of course they could. The man then led them to a massive artificial workshop within the port. VYL gazed in awe at the impressive scale of the shipbuilding operation, exclaiming his amazement. Standing before the wrecked hull of a vessel, the man introduced himself as Ekigoya, the branch manager of the Ho Trading Company, and offered to provide any materials needed. VYL, clenching a fist, declared with excitement that he could build a ship. Poro smiled, relieved that things were working out. Ekigoya then handed VYL a rolled-up document. VYL accepted it with a nod of thanks. He unrolled the paper, revealing the blueprints for the damaged ship, the Jinhago, or Silver Phoenix. VYL studied the plans, remarking that it was a rather clever design before preparing for his next move. With a confident smile, he looked up from the blueprints and addressed Ekigoya. He asked for permission to completely dismantle the Silver Phoenix. As Ekigoya and Poro stared in shock, VYL explained his request. While the design was indeed wonderful, he had identified two fatal flaws within it. He confidently holds up a hammer and a scroll of plans, a smirk on his face as he declares that he has a solution. Elsewhere, a young woman with elaborate pigtails seethes with rage. She screams that Papa's love is meant only for her and not for anyone else. She walks across the surface of the water, her reflection a dark mirror below. She whispers VYL Craft's name, her voice laced with venom as she vows never to forgive him. She recalls hearing a rumor that he would be taking this exact route by ship. Her body then contorts with a violent crack, undergoing a profound transformation known as Yutenpin. The transformation completes, revealing her new form, the magnificent and terrifying Azure Dragon, one of the legendary four gods. She roars her intent to sink the ship and everyone on it with a blast of water breath, unleashing her water god's mighty thunder cannon. The colossal white dragon, Lowry, unleashes a powerful blast from its maw, striking the hull of an enormous, metal-plated ship with a concussive force that churns the sea. The vessel, a towering behemoth with a massive paddle wheel mounted on its side, plows onward through the waves, seemingly undeterred. Its attack having little effect, the dragon rears back in the turbulent water, roaring in a mixture of confusion and outrage, questioning what this impossibly large thing could be. In response, multiple cannon barrels extend from hidden ports along the ship's hull with a sharp metallic clang, taking aim at the bewildered creature. The cannons erupt in a coordinated volley, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that detonate in a massive explosion just in front of the startled dragon. On the ship's deck, the merchant Ekigoya explains to VYL and Poro that the vessel is equipped with military-grade gun batteries that are designed to fire automatically at any approaching enemy. Poro expresses her astonishment, asking how such a massive iron ship can possibly float. VYL clarifies that he designed it with air pockets in the bottom, similar to a towel boat made in a bath, and uses magic to maintain its balance. He continues, noting that the previous ship's wooden hull was a critical weakness against volcanic hazards. Ekigoya smiles, relieved that they can now transport cargo safely. Standing before a glowing sphere in the engine room, VYL addresses the ship's other major flaw, its reliance on wind for power. He gestures to the new power source he has created. To solve this, he explains, he attached wheels to both sides of the hull, driven by a magic engine. He proudly declares this modification increases the ship's speed by 50 times, as the massive paddle wheels begin to churn the water with immense power. He pays no mind to the merchant's desperate plea. From the dock, Ekigoya bows low, declaring the vessel a dream ship and offering to buy it for any price. But VYL simply states that they will set sail, regardless of the weather. He then smiles, casually stating that it's fine, he'll give it for free, as it was originally the merchant's property to begin with. The merchant cries out in shock at such generosity. VYL explains that since the materials for the ship were provided by Ekigoya's company and he and Poro are merely hitching a ride, it only seems fair. Now underway, the ship cuts through the waves. Poro, peering through a pair of binoculars from the deck, announces that their destination is coming into view. Her view reveals the island of Midgahara, but a massive plume of smoke billows from its central volcano. She notes with alarm that it looks like it's erupting. The merchant's face darkens with worry. He confirms the situation is dire, explaining that they are being hounded while trying to evacuate refugees and transport relief supplies. In a holding area on the ship, a group of evacuees waits anxiously. As if on cue, the volcano explodes violently, spewing a massive cloud of debris high into the air. Volcanic bombs, the merchant yells in terror. A terrifying shower of flaming rocks rains down from the sky, hurtling directly toward the ship. The projectiles crash into the sea around the vessel, sending up huge splashes of water. The ship plows forward, its reinforced hull completely deflecting the few rocks that strike it. On deck, the others are stunned. That was close. Poro breathes, while the merchant shouts in amazement that the ship isn't even on fire. Weil alone remains composed, observing the event he had clearly prepared for. He watched the distant display of power with a thoughtful expression. A user of magic arrows of that caliber. He mused aloud. Beside him, Poro's eyes widened in recognition. That was an assault shot, the arrow of the stars. From their vantage point on the ship's railing, he added, there's probably only one person in this era who can do that. Below them, out of their direct line of sight, a gloved hand drew back the string of a large bow, knocking another arrow as strands of light-toned hair whipped across the archer's determined face. Aboard a vessel, Poro points towards a woman on the shore wielding a bow made of energy. She identifies her as Yao Snipe Fire Arrow, the hero of fire, and deduces that the bow must be her holy sword. Poro muses that holy swords can take any shape, noting that Thunderthorn is a whip and Aquatail is a spear. Suddenly, the energy bow shatters into pieces. Poro cries out in shock as the holy sword breaks. On the shore, Caroline Icebogue stares down at the remnants of her weapon dissolving in the surf, her hand still clenched around the grip. From the boat, Weil asks what just happened, questioning if that was the fire arrow bow. Poro, looking concerned, replies that it was, but expresses confusion, realizing it must not have been a holy sword after all. Caroline remains standing in the shallow water, looking up with a cold, determined expression as the broken pieces of her weapon float around her feet. She glares towards the departing boat. Weil remarks that she hasn't changed, while Poro calls her a rather rude hero. In the background, men on the shore wave goodbye, thanking them and promising to transport supplies to the port later. As they journey onward, Poro looks back towards a smoldering, volcanic landscape. With a grim expression, she announces that this is the southern country, Fodiatia. The full scope of the devastation is revealed, a land of ruin, littered with the skeletal remains of colossal beasts and shattered structures under a smoke-filled sky. Poro quietly remarks that it's very different from the tourist destination she had imagined. Without warning, Weil leaps ashore and begins running into the desolate wasteland. Poro watches him go, murmuring to herself that he has gone on ahead. His sprint is cut short as a gloved hand firmly grasps his wrist from behind. It's Caroline who calls out, "Yeah, wait." He turns, looking flustered by the contact, and apologizes, admitting he's bad with people. Caroline looks away, a spark of energy flaring beside her as she reacts with startled annoyance. She questions his recklessness, asking why he would attempt to enter such a dangerous, smoldering volcanic zone empty-handed. He turns to her with a disarming smile, suggesting they cooperate for the time being. His sudden proposal leaves her momentarily confused, and she can only ask why. He explains his reasoning is simple. The island is currently a very dangerous place. As he speaks, Caroline removes her outer cloak, revealing her combat attire, and looking slightly flustered by his directness. His gaze becomes more analytical as he notes she isn't carrying her weapon, the fire arrow. He correctly deduces that there must be some specific reason for her to be separated from it, and asks if his assumption is wrong. He then reveals his identity as the Hapusai craftsman responsible for maintaining her holy sword, Fire Arrow, declaring that this task is also part of his job. His words cause her to stop in her tracks. The revelation sends a jolt through Caroline, whose face flushes as she is overcome with an intense, adoring internal thought. Weil, oblivious to her inner turmoil, notices her strange reaction and asks if she said something. Observing the scene from a distance, Enrose remarks with a wry smile that the creator is truly a sinful man. Poro seems to agree with the sentiment. Her infatuation quickly gives way to distress. Clasping her hands together pleadingly, she begins to explain what happened, admitting that something has befallen her holy sword. With a cry of desperation, Caroline confesses that her holy sword, Fire Arrow, has been stolen. The shocking admission leaves both Weil and Poro stunned into silence. Three figures stand at the edge of a vast, arid valley. The air shimmers with heat under the cavernous, rocky ceiling, and in the distance, a colossal, ancient tree stands amidst the desolate landscape. Enrose walks ahead of the others, her long ponytail swaying. From behind, Weil watches her go, calling out her alias, Yao. His voice sends a jolt through her. Enrose is internally ecstatic, thrilled to be with Weil, the man she adores, even in such a dire situation after her weapon was stolen. She laments that her shyness prevents her from actively pursuing him, but she sees this crisis as a divine opportunity, a sign from the heavens telling her to make her move. She flinches, suddenly self-conscious. Vyl, noticing her odd reaction, calls out again, a hint of concern in his voice, Yao. Her mind races with panic. She worries if she got too carried away and if he now thinks she's strange. The thought that he might suspect her of being involved in the theft is mortifying. Suddenly, Vyl places a hand on her shoulder, startling her. With a serious expression, he says, that was a disaster. His touch sends Rose into a state of pure bliss. Her mind is flooded with affection, silently screaming how he, however, remains focused on their predicament. Standing beside the love-stricken Rose, Vyl's face is grim as he declares, I can't forgive someone who would just steal another person's tools. His gaze shifts to a smoking volcano on the horizon. Rose explains that they are in Ichinashima, and the erupting peak is the Mitigahara volcano, located in a place called Nanoshima. She states her desire to immediately punish the thief who stole the holy sword, but concedes that they must first deal with the volcano's abnormal activity. The oppressive heat of the region is becoming unbearable. Poro, sweating profusely, complains that she feels like she'll dry up completely before they can even leave Ichinashima. Rose agrees, her own throat parched. To combat the oppressive heat affecting his companions, Vyl produces a peculiar item he calls an anywhere faucet. He considers where to place it, deciding on a nearby rock formation and noting that he just needs to insert it. He holds the device, which features a wheel handle and a sharp, pointed base, ready for use. He does so, and a powerful stream of water immediately gushes from the newly installed faucet. Poro stares in astonishment, her mouth agape, demanding to know how such a mechanism is possible. Rose looks on with equal surprise. As Poro eagerly drinks the cool, delicious water, Vyl explains the magic behind the device. He clarifies that it's not a complex machine. Rather, tiny water spirits housed within the faucet use their magic to generate water when it's attached to an object, eliminating the need for a nearby water source. Feeling refreshed and revitalized, Poro sighs with pleasure. Seeing her relief, Vyl suggests they install many of these faucets throughout the area so that any thirsty travelers can find water. His considerate plan prompts a question from Poro, who asks about the fate of the people who used to live there. Vyl explains that this land belongs to the Desert Elves, a race highly resistant to heat, who were also known in the past as Dark Elves. Hearing his selflessness, Rose blushes, thinking to herself how wonderfully kind-hearted he is to consider the well-being of others beyond their own group. Poro agrees with Vyl's assessment, calling the elves good people. As Rose expresses a desire to meet these desert elves, the ground beneath them begins to shake violently. She cries out, believing it to be an earthquake, as the entire party struggles to maintain their footing. Vyl, however, seems to realize the truth of the situation. He knows this is no mere tremor. The sand erupts as a colossal creature bursts forth, its massive, segmented body towering over them. Vyl grimly identifies the monster, a sandworm. The creature's sudden appearance throws them into disarray. Poro cries out as the worm seems to vanish in a blur of motion. Seeing the immediate threat, Rose declares she will handle it, drawing her sword and dashing forward to engage the beast. Lowry holds a dazed Poro, who lets out a faint groan of pain. Suddenly, the ground erupts. A colossal sandworm bursts from below, sending Poro flying. Vyl, hammer in hand, shouts a warning for her to get up and be careful as the creature burrows through the ground. The creature's head is a horrifying sight, a gaping maw lined with concentric rings of sharp teeth. Thrown through the air, Poro cries out Vyl's name. With practiced agility, she twists her body and lands firmly on her feet. As the sandworm gives chase, Vyl shouts for her to go, creating a series of glowing air blocks to impede the pursuing monster. Instead of fleeing, she turns to face the colossal beast, her sword held ready. With a powerful leap, she soars into the air, her blade gathering dark energy. Take this, she yells, unleashing a powerful half-moon slash. The attack strikes true, a wave of dark power that slices cleanly through the sandworm's massive body, severing it in two. Poro lands gracefully as the monstrous head of the sandworm crashes into the sand behind her, defeated. Nearby, Lowry watches, her face a mask of cold fury as sweat drips down her temple. The worm's severed tail twitches. How dare you do this to Yao-sama, she seethes. I will not forgive you. Her fury unabated, Lowry watches as the massive sandworm, just moments after being struck down, suddenly convulses. An internal blast of energy erupts from its maw, tearing its head apart in a blinding flash. Poro, standing directly in the blast path, can only stare in disbelief. Before she can react to the sandworm's violent end, a new threat emerges. Glowing tendrils of energy lash out from the explosion, ensnaring Poro's arms and legs. She strains against the sudden, powerful restraint, her expression hardening with determination. The tendrils multiply, forming a tight, lattice-like cage around her entire body. For a moment, she is completely trapped, suspended within the glowing prison. Then, with a concussive force, the entire structure shatters outward, engulfing her in the blast. As the dust settles, Lowry stands confidently, a spectral white dragon looming behind her like a manifestation of her power. She declares that Yao wouldn't be defeated by something so trivial, calling Yao a hunter and hero. Hearing this, Poro cries out the name in shocked recognition. Yao-sama. In the vast desert, Poro looks up from the ground, recognizing the towering woman before her as a sand elf. Having apparently been injured or exhausted, Poro asks what happened, her voice filled with concern. As the sand elf stares down, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and alarm, Viwile gently drapes a piece of cloth over her shoulders. He offers her a warm smile, thanking her for protecting Poro. With the sun beginning to set, Viwile notes that the desert night will be cold. The sand elf agrees, and Poro adds that she can already feel the air getting chilly. Surveying the endless dunes, he considers their options, asking aloud if they should make camp where they are or search for a different location. Deciding against moving, he declares they will stay put. He produces a small, pin-like magical tool, surprising the sand elf. Viwile explains that he will stick it into the ground, and as he does, a colossal structure erupts from the sand with a deafening roar, leaving Poro utterly astonished. In an instant, a magnificent multi-domed hotel stands before them, summoned from the desert floor. Viwile casually explains that he imbued the pin with his forging skill, enabling it to construct a hotel using the surrounding underground minerals. He then invites them inside, a suggestion that causes the sand elf to blush, her heart pounding in her chest. Upon entering the grand lobby, Poro immediately remarks on how wonderfully cool the air is. Viwile smiles, pleased that the air conditioning is working so well. The term is foreign to the sand elf, who stares in confusion, while Poro simply revels in the comfortable atmosphere. He gestures with a cheerful grin, informing his companions that the magically constructed hotel is even equipped with showers. The sand elf, who had been struggling in the harsh desert moments before, stares in utter disbelief, while Poro, now accustomed to Viwile's miraculous items, simply looks on with delight. Far away, across the sea, lies a solitary, cloud-wreathed volcanic island known as Nanonashima. On this desolate island, a figure wrapped in bandages trudges across the barren landscape. It is Winnie, and she seethes with frustration, muttering curses under her breath. Her visible eye burns with rage as she recalls her humiliation. She vows to have her revenge on the one she calls Hapusai, remembering how she was unceremoniously blasted away by a cannon in their last encounter. Fueled by this burning desire for vengeance, she steps directly into a bubbling pool of what appears to be molten lava. As she sinks into the searing liquid, her expression shifts to one of serene calm. The intense heat begins to dissolve the bandages covering her body. From within the roiling pool, her voice emerges, filled with cold resolve. She declares that next time, she will be the one to win. Her declaration is met with a violent bubbling from the pool's surface, signaling a profound transformation occurring in the depths. She rises from the fiery bath, her skin now healed and unblemished. Before her, a new, intricate bow materializes from the heat haze as she remarks on her new acquisition. With a beckoning gesture, she summons a monstrous, draconic head from the lava. She invites it to come forth and become a new part of her own body. She brings the monstrous dragon head to her face, its jagged bone and teeth forming a grotesque mask over her mouth and jaw. Steam billows around her as the fusion begins. The draconic artifact cracks and dissolves, and her body is pulled down into the churning, dark liquid of the volcanic pool, disappearing beneath the surface. A wicked laugh echoes as a new form emerges from the pool, strange markings appearing on her back. A monstrous, shadowy figure rises, its face twisted into a demonic visage with glowing eyes. With long, sharp claws, it gestures menacingly and roars its new purpose: to wait and to prove that it is its papa's ultimate masterpiece. From a window overlooking a desert city, Viwile Craft considers the dry climate. He decides he should add a moisturizing function to the shower for his guest before closing the window with a click. A short while later, he stands back from the newly modified shower apparatus, a complex arrangement of pipes and gauges. Satisfied with his work, he declares it complete. The sound of a door sliding open echoes in the room as a pair of clean, bare feet step out onto the tiled floor. Emerging from the steam is the sand elf, holding a towel to cover herself. Her eyes widen in surprise as she finds Viwile standing right there. She lets out a flustered cry, exclaiming his name and shouting that she wasn't mentally prepared for this. Viwile, equally startled, can only manage a shocked utterance. Reacting quickly, his hand twists a valve shut. The sand elf watches him, a slight, appreciative smile forming on her lips as she tells him she'll be right out. He apologizes profusely, insisting there was nothing unsightly about her and that it was his fault for looking, promising to leave at once. Still under the water, she thinks to herself how kind his words are, just like him, and apologizes in return. A realization dawns on her. Besides Viwile, there is someone else, or rather, some other entity present. Her mind flashes to an image of Winnie's monstrous fused form, being cheered on by Winnie herself, who shouts encouragement to fight hard and be cute. Looking down at her feet, now covered in sand and grime, she recalls that sweltering, oppressive presence. She remains under the shower spray, her thoughts troubled. A memory of VYL's determined face surfaces, his voice echoing a promise. Fire low, don't worry. I will absolutely save you. The intensity of the memory causes a small, sharp gasp to escape her lips. Breaking from her reverie, she calls out his name through the door. On the other side, VYL stands with his head bowed, a somber expression on his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Princess Ragdoll's training reaches its conclusion. Panting heavily, she lands a final, powerful strike against a practice dummy. She collapses backward onto the floor, sweaty but triumphant, declaring her special training session. Her exhaustion is met with the cheerful cries of Lux, who excitedly chants for a bath. The sand elf, now dressed and composed, agrees that a good soak is just what they need after getting so sweaty. Their path leads them to a closed door where Anne Rose and Poro are waiting. Princess Ragdoll asks what they're doing, and Poro expresses concern that Yao, the sand elf, is overexerting herself. Anne Rose calmly states that this level of effort is necessary to become a true hero. Ragdoll peers at the door, wondering what VYL and Yao are doing inside. As they listen, Lux cheerfully remarks that something is large. This comment immediately captures Princess Ragdoll's attention, her mind racing with curiosity about what the two could possibly be doing alone in the room. Her imagination runs wild, and her eyes widen in utter shock as she silently screams, "What is big?" Inside, however, the situation is far more innocent. VYL encourages the sand elf, "Go on, try touching it." After a moment of hesitation, she does, her expression shifting to one of surprise. "Wow," she murmurs, "it's unexpectedly soft, yet so firm and amazing." The sand elf recoils, her hand flying back from VYL's arm as the moment is shattered. A rabbit-eared woman bursts through the doorway, her face a mask of fury. She screams that such a shameless act is forbidden, staking her claim by declaring that VYL belongs to her. The force of her sudden entrance sends a gust of wind through the area. Nearby, Princess Ragdoll is startled, her eyes wide with confusion. She wonders to herself what just happened, questioning if it was just the wind. The sand elf, Yao, tests the new bow crafted for her. She marvels at its power, exclaiming that just a light pull is enough to generate significant wind pressure. Seeing this, Poro begins to grasp the implication. VYL confirms her unspoken thought, explaining that while the bow isn't as powerful as the Dragon Lowry, it can still generate force even without an arrow. He continues, revealing he was concerned a normal bow wouldn't withstand Yao's immense strength, which is why he decided to forge a dedicated weapon for her. Poro, flustered by a different thought, blurts out a question about a shameless act, but VYL, confused, dismisses it as nothing. To demonstrate a point about the weapon's properties, his Mjolnir ring glows with power, instantly materializing a shield in his hand with the command Restore. He explains that the bow is simply an application of alchemy magic that allows it to change shape, reminding them how the holy sword of water could also transform into a bracelet. Anne Rose watches the exchange with a knowing smile. The explanation, however, is lost on Poro. Having seen the bow form from a ring placed on Yao's ring finger, she leaps to a startling conclusion, stammering out a question about a wedding ring. Yao, completely oblivious, simply asks what she means. Poro realizes with a shock that Yao now has a new weapon. Though she admits it's wonderful, her expression falls as she watches Yao gaze lovingly at VYL. Dejected, Poro begins to walk away. But then, her demeanor shifts entirely. Spinning around with renewed, fiery determination, Poro formally addresses Yao, who has now changed into a revealing combat outfit, and boldly requests a sparring match. Yao's long ponytail stiffens as she looks down at the much smaller challenger. With a cool, almost predatory gaze, she asks if Poro is sure this isn't a bad idea. As Poro hesitates and turns away, Yao calls out to her, asking if she's not coming. She warns her to hurry, or it will soon be too dark to see anything. She stood ready, the new bow held firmly in her grasp. Across the wide, sandy expanse, Poro faced her, the wind whipping around them. With a determined look, Poro formally initiated the match. The sand elf, in response, simply drew back her bow, a picture of calm readiness. But in the blink of an eye, her opponent was gone. Poro stared in disbelief at the empty space where the elf had just been standing. Suddenly, a sharp impact struck her, though she saw nothing. She grunted, realizing with a dawning horror that she couldn't keep up. Her opponent's presence had been completely erased from her senses. Before she could recover, another invisible strike swept her feet from under her. As she tumbled, the sand elf's voice echoed, warning her to protect her forehead. The elf's voice continued, acknowledging that an unseen foe is formidable and urging Poro to stay focused. Poro could only manage a strained agreement, her eyes shut in concentration. Then, just as suddenly as she had vanished, the sand elf reappeared directly behind the beast woman. She leaned in close, her voice low as she asked if Poro was ready to surrender the match. Instead of delivering a final blow, she turned her bow to the sky and unleashed a volley of arrows, sending them arcing high into the air in a wide spread. On the ground, Poro remained still, but one of her furry ears twitched, catching a sound imperceptible to others. Wielding a dark, shadowy blade in one hand and a brilliant short sword in the other, Poro crouches low. She declares this to be their new way of fighting, the dual sword style of light and darkness. Her mind flashes back to Rose, also known as Yuzora, and the spirit Lux. Poro recalls asking for their power, with Lux joyfully agreeing to fight alongside her. She steels herself with the thought that she is now Hero Poro. Based on her previous battles, a realization dawns on her. With this new conviction, she launches herself through the air, a small projectile hurtling toward her distant foe. Her opponent, the Sand Elf Fire Low, watches the incoming warrior. She calmly assesses the maneuver, identifying it as an attempt at close-quarters combat. As she closes the distance, Poro recalls Yuzora's words. Just as the forms of holy swords differ, so do the fighting styles of their wielders. The heroes of ice, thunder, and water were all unique. She focuses on her own strengths, knowing she possesses sensitive hearing and explosive, instantaneous power. With this confidence, she dives toward Fire Low, blades poised to strike. Fire Low meets the charge without hesitation. "I'll take it," she declares, raising her weapon to parry. Poro lets out a fierce cry, swinging both swords in a powerful arc. The clash of steel rings out with a piercing shriek. The impact sends Poro flying backward. She cries out as she slams into the sandy ground. In stark contrast, Fire Low lands gracefully, completely unfazed by the exchange. From a distance, VYL observes the duel with a neutral expression. Fire Low stands with her back turned, a faint shimmer of light beginning to gather around her hands. He watched as the duel concluded. The Sand Elf, Fire Low, extended a gloved hand to Poro, who remained on the ground, breathing heavily from the exertion of their fight. Poro looked up, her face slick with sweat, and had a startling realization. Fire Low hadn't perspired at all, despite Poro using 2 holy swords against her. Acknowledging her complete defeat, she looked at the offered hand as Fire Low praised her effort. Despite her overwhelming victory, Fire Low complimented the Beastwoman's skill, telling her she possessed incredible martial talent and could become a great hero. Poro was stunned, moved that the formidable warrior she called Yao was speaking directly to her. Fire Low's confident demeanor suddenly faltered. She admitted with a blush that she was actually an introvert and found it difficult to deal with new people. She clarified that she didn't see Poro as a stranger, but as a friend she had played with, and asked her to stop using such formal titles. Seeing the Sand Elf's uncharacteristically shy expression, Poro smiled brightly and tentatively called out to her, trying out the less formal address. Observing their exchange from a nearby window, VYL smiled. He recognized that Poro had found her own answer, her own version of the dual sword style of light and darkness. He then called out, offering to teach her anything she wished in exchange for another sparring match. Meanwhile, in a large body of water near the town, the surface began to ripple and stir ominously, as if something massive were moving just beneath. With a great, gushing surge, a colossal, ape-like golem of mud and water erupted from the depths, its towering form dripping and monstrous. Elsewhere, deep within a dark, cavernous network, small, stout figures with glowing eyes moved through the tunnels, their whispers echoing as they searched for something. Their search led them to a chamber where they found a young, elf-like girl sitting amidst a strange, glowing mist. Wrapped in rags and looking frail, she uttered a single, weak word as the crowd of miners stared down at her. Under the quiet of the night sky, an ornate, domed building stands beside a massive, cloud-like rock formation, its lights glowing softly in the darkness. Inside, Poro stretches luxuriously, clad only in a towel. She lets out a sigh of contentment, remarking how good it feels and that she feels completely revived. VYL, standing nearby, is momentarily startled by the sight. She turns to him with a gentle smile, suggesting that since he must be tired, she could help fix his body for him. Poro asks if he intends to use his hammer for the task. He dismisses the idea, explaining that he has something much better as he presents the golden hand artifact on his finger. Confused, she can only identify it as a ring. Despite her confusion, she enthusiastically agrees to his offer, bowing her head and asking him to proceed. VYL confidently tells her to leave it to him. His confident declaration, however, is met with a wave of intense irritation from the Sand Elf standing nearby. Her face darkens with anger. Startled by her sudden hostility, VYL turns and asks what is wrong. Ignoring his question, she spins around and storms out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her with a resounding bang. He is left staring at the closed door, utterly bewildered. He wonders aloud what just happened and whether it is all right for them to continue. Deciding to proceed, VYL has Poro lie face down on a bed. He observes that this position is better for assessing her condition, realizing that her recent battle must have put a significant strain on her body. He then points his finger toward her, declaring the activation of the golden hand. Suddenly flustered, Poro protests that this isn't what she had in mind at all. His attempt at healing resulted in a sharp, pained cry from Poro, the sound hanging in the air, thick with misunderstanding. By the next day, The group had moved onward, reaching the outer edge of Ichinoshima. Gazing across the sea toward a distant volcanic island, Viwile remarked that they still had a long way to go to reach Nananoshima and needed to stay focused. Poro added that it had taken him a great deal of time just to cross this one island. As they stood on the shore, their conversation was abruptly cut short by a desperate cry for help echoing across the water, startling them all. Their attention snapped towards the source of the scream, where a monstrous form was rising from the depths. Viwile identified it with dread, a kraken. His eyes then caught a small figure in the water, a child. The child, a young elf girl, gasped for air, clutching a small, ocarina-like instrument as she struggled to stay afloat. The kraken, noticing the small figure, whipped one of its massive tentacles through the air directly at her. "Look out!" Viwile yelled, his voice sharp with alarm. Before the tentacle could strike, a brilliant projectile, a dragon's arrow, lanced through the air, exploding against the kraken's head. The sand elf stood with her bow drawn, having fired the shot to protect the child. As another tentacle swept towards them, Poro and the sand elf moved as one, dodging the attack with perfect synchronization. Viwile watched, impressed, remarking to himself how well-coordinated the two had become. The sand elf shouted a challenge at the beast, but as she prepared